January 2010. Oh, I'm so excited. Ooh, I'm so excited. Ooh, I'm so excited. Do I have to click again? Okay, I did. What makes a good date? Oh, is this Leo? Chase told me dinner and a movie. Personally, I felt like having the dinner half of the date at my house would have been really nice. I mean, it's cleaner than any restaurant you might find at Peyton, and my mom's a great cook. Still, I can tell by the way Heather has her head down that she's really unhappy. Okay, maybe Heather. Wait a minute. Heather. Okay, I'm not going to assign a voice until I know who in the hell, because I thought this might be Leo, but throwing Heather into this, now I'm confusion. Let's just move on with a neutral voice from going forward. I feel a sort of sinking feeling in my chest. It's sort of set the mood for the night so far. Mom drives us to the movie theater, and I start to get restless, noticing how late we are. The movie is supposed to be really good, and it takes place in space, which is my favorite. I don't remember Leo being into space, so now I'm really off. Mom tells me not to worry, though, since previews usually fill the first 15 minutes. Finally, we park, and I hop out and hold the door open for Heather. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so Chase is not in this date. This is someone dating Heather. So this could be Carl. Because Carl likes space, but Carl's favorite wasn't space. Who the fuck cares? Just read the fucking thing. I notice that she's taking her time getting out, so I wait for her as Mom goes in to get tickets. Oh, look at young Heather. Why is your mom coming? Her voice is a whisper. Ah, good old echo tradition of telling me how to say a voice after the voice has been said. Damn it. I reach out to shut the door, but she does it herself, a little harder than she needed to. I stand there for a second, not sure what to say. TJ! It was TJ! Aww! And this is TJ specifically, not Tobias, not Toby. This is TJ, so they're teenagers now. Well, it's really hot out. Staying in the car would be too... Never mind. Aww. Young Christian TJ with his chaperone mother watching over the young couple and a date. Probably TJ's first and possibly only date. Heather stalks ahead of me and I feel that sinking feeling again. It's only now hitting me that bringing Mom was a bad idea. Not that I told her to come, Mom sorta just invited herself. Chase gave me a bunch of tips on how to make the date go well, but he never said anything about parents. Maybe it was so obvious that he didn't think he had to tell me. That thought just makes me shrink into myself even more, and I can feel my face get hot. I push my paws into my pockets and follow after her, trying to keep my ears upright. Ooh, oh, for fuck's sake. Every Echo game's got a slurp on fucking Adastra every chance they get, don't they? Every goddamn chance. Mom's really nice and sits 5 rows behind us to keep an eye on you. But Heather still seems pretty angry about it. She keeps moving her sitting position, folding her arms and making pouting faces. Each time she sighs, I feel myself cringe just a little more inside, and now I can't even focus on the movie. After about 30 minutes, she adjusts her sitting position again and knocks some popcorn into my lap. I lean over to her, whispering, "What's wrong?" She shrugs, keeping her eyes on the movie. I lean back in my seat, again trying to keep my ears up, especially with Mom behind us. Oh, damn. The drive back home is pretty awkward. Mom goes on and on about the movie and what she thought about it, which is fine, because I can tell Heather isn't in the mood to talk, and I have no idea what to say. As we drive back into Echo, Mom looks back at us. All right, Heather, would you like me to drop you off at your house? Actually, me and TJ wanted to talk about a few things. Would it be all right if I stayed over for a little while longer? Sure thing. I look over at Heather, but she doesn't look back at me. Uh-oh. That's no good sign. I have no idea what she's talking about, and I think I'd rather not find out. There's nothing I can do, though, so when we pull over in the driveway, I quietly get out and father, Jesus, my father, my son, follow Heather into the house. Oh, that's a pleasant little house. How was the movie? He says it without looking up from the TV. Oh, it was great, Mr. Hess. Really cool. She's using that weird, sweet voice she puts on for my parents. Yeah, a lot of fun. I follow after her. Good. He doesn't even try to sound interested as he keeps watching the hockey game. Oh, look at TJ's room. Very Anglican. Yeah, he's even got a phone in his room. Man, that's some fucking privilege. Heather's already sitting on my bed when I walk through the doorway. She's got her legs crossed, paws resting back behind her on the bed. I stand there awkwardly, trying to figure out what to do as she sits there and doesn't say anything. Do you want to listen to some music? I turn to my dresser, grabbing a small stack of CDs and shuffling through them. I skip over the Christian rock albums, feeling my ears burn a little at the thought of seeing those. I end up picking out a Cherry Loom album that my dad gave me a few years ago when he was trying to get me into classic rock. Heather still hasn't said anything, and I feel myself sweating a bit as I put the CD in and turn it down low. Finally, I turn around and see that Heather hasn't moved from her spot on the bed. She's just been watching me the whole time. I twitch an ear and scratch behind my head, laughing to cover the nervousness. What's up? She gestures with her hand toward the doorway. Shut the door. Okay. I know my mom would probably get mad, but I do it anyway, trying to close it as softly as possible so my parents don't hear it. That's when I hear the bed squeak behind me. I turn around and Heather is right in front of me. Oh! I jump back and bump against the door. Heather giggles and moves closer, and I can feel her breath on my face. She reaches out and rests her paws on my waist and slides them up, pushing up my shirt. Her paws are on my bare fur now. Oh, wow, okay, I have no idea what to say or what to do. Heather just giggles at me again, pressing her fingers through my fur to my skin, and I can feel her paw pads against me. I look down and see that she has my shirt pushed up above my belly button, and she started to rub at the white fur that's been exposed. No one's ever touched me like this before, and I know I'm supposed to like it, but I don't. It's almost like I've jumped into ice-cold water, and now I can't breathe. Wow, that's a fucking allegory for TJ to say. I open my mouth and I think I'm about to ask her to hold on, but that's when she kisses me. It's awkward, and her bottom lip presses against my teeth while she pushes me back, banging my head against the door. I can taste the butter from the popcorn still on her lips. She huffs into my mouth excitedly as she pulls me away from the door and then pushes me down onto the bed. Wait, Heather. My voice is quiet as she pushes me all the way down so I'm flat against the bed, my legs dangling off the side. She's really excited, and it kind of scares me. Her eyes wide and her breathing coming in long huffs, loud huffs. I grab her wrists as she pushes my shirt up again, but this time she does it all the way to my neck. She leans down and I gasp as she presses her cold nose against my stomach. She's so confident about what she's doing. Has she done this before? She nuzzles lower, then presses a paw against my crotch. I sit up fast and push her back. Heather, let's stop. I quickly push my shirt back down. Heather stares at me, then awkwardly stands back up, folding her arms. You weren't enjoying it. I keep pretending to adjust myself, having no clue about what I should say. No, it was okay. I'm not ready, is all. I know that sounds really cliche, but it's the truth. I finally lose the battle with my ears and they lilt off to the side of my head as Cherry Loom plays softly in the background. Alright, I should probably get going anyway. But she doesn't move. She stands there like she's waiting for something. I'm still too stunned to really know what to say. Do you need a ride home? That's the best I can manage. She sighs again before turning to the door. No, it's all right. It's only a few minutes away. See you on Monday. Okay. I get up awkwardly to walk her to the door, but she's already gone. I sit there on the bed for a while, hearing the rumble of my dad's voice for a bit before I hear the front door open and close. Then I hear some footsteps up the stairs and my mom sticks her head around the doorframe. Everything okay? Why aren't you walking her home? She told me she wanted to walk alone. Feel my ears droop lower. Oh, all right. Mom's about to leave, but then she pokes her head back around the doorframe. Well, your father and I are watching TV. Well, why don't you come down and join us? That actually sounds nice, and my ears perk up a little. Sure, I'll be there in a minute. Okay. She smiles at me before pulling back from the doorframe. I watch the doorway for another minute, then sigh and lay back again. I cover my face with both paws, rubbing my forehead. I'm so bad at this stuff. Why did I even try? And that's when my phone buzzes and I take it out to see a text. How's the date? Winky face from Chase. I stare at it for a second, then, on a whim, press the call button with my thumb. He picks up after the second ring. Hey, biatch! Your date over already? Hey, Chase. What's up? I can hear him adjust the phone, and his voice drops the lisp. Oh, there was a lisp? I didn't know there was a lisp. I hear Leo's voice in the background, muffled. Oh, for God's sake. TJ? Start to massage the bridge of my nose, closing my eyes against the room's light. Yeah, the date's over. It was okay, I guess. Are you asking me? How was it? I wait a while, listening to white noise on the other end. I can hear some music in the background. I wonder if they're in Leo's car. Chase, how did you know you're gay? Oh my God! Wow. That's an answer to how did the date go. There's some silence on the other end before I hear a burst of laughter. God damn it. Yeah, this is definitely when Chase and Leo were in their absolute assholery fuck-ass, well, definitely fuck-ass, but fuckhead stage. I flatten my ears, feeling my face blush all over again. I don't say anything, though, and just wait for him to get it out of his system. What did he say? Leo sounds really close now, like his muzzle is right up against Chase's. I hear some more adjusting of the phone going on before Chase finally responds. Sorry. I just didn't expect that. Are you on your computer? Yeah. I get off my bed and walk over to my desk, waking my computer up. Oh my God, that's gonna be your test? Having him look at gay porn and being like, does it do it for you? That's gonna be your fucking test? Alright, here we go. Okay, go to the website Thick Fur. I type it into the URL and press it. You're not gonna warn him to close the fucking bedroom door? His mom's gonna come be like, oh, why you aren't going to the fucking bed? We've been waiting for you. Your favorite show is on, and fucking... Oh, boy. Immediately, a buff fox with no clothes on pops up. He's got paws on his privates, and he's sort of pushing them up. There are a bunch of other pictures, too, but I don't have time to process them as I jump up and close the browser. Dart my eyes behind me, half expecting to see Mom and Dad staring around the corner, their eyes wide in horror. Chase! So are you hard? What? No! And you probably aren't gay, TJ. You like looking at boobs, don't you? I pause. Well, wait a minute. Don't you? Well, not really, I guess. This isn't you being all Christian, right? No, I'm fine with this stuff. I just haven't really given it much thought, I guess. I guess you could be asexual. Leo, stop it! I can hear the phone getting bumped around again, and I think I know what's going on. What are you guys talking about? His voice is playfully accusatory, and I can hear some more shuffling with the phone as I assume Chase tries to move it away from the wolf. Alright, TJ, I better get going. I'll talk to you more about this on Monday, okay? Okay. Later, T. No, that was Carl. Later, Tej. Leo's voice is muffled. Later, Tej. Like he has something in his muzzle. And listen, TJ. His voice sounds strange. Heather is, well, she's not that... It's just not a big deal, alright? Okay, I'm gonna go. Talk to you later. See ya. I hear Chase start to snap something at Leo before he hangs up. I drop my phone on the bed next to me and close my eyes, tempted to just fall asleep right then and there. I feel better, though. Chase always had a way of making things seem alright. He offered doing a double date with us, but Heather didn't want to, so it didn't happen. It would have made things a whole lot better. I start to wonder what Chase and Leo might have been doing. He's probably nibbling Chase's ear. Leo does that a whole lot, in front of us too sometimes. I actually think it's kind of cute. My paw oh my God! Hey! That's an answer! My paw drifts down to my crotch, and the first time in the past few hours I feel something hard. TJ! Oh! I jump as I hear my mom call from downstairs, jerking my paw back. Coming! I quickly sit up and slide off the bed, going downstairs to watch the rest of the game with my family. Ooh! Rockin' fuck, man! This is cool, man! We're fucking having a ball! Who's this gonna follow? We're boogieing down. I look down at the cup in my hand again, trying not to make eye contact with anyone around me. Part of me wished I had stayed home tonight, but Sarah asked me to come. And I'd feel bad turning her down. Who the fuck is Sarah? She looked so excited when she mentioned how much effort she and the rest of her Bible group put into this party. Well, this makes me think it was TJ, so this could be TJ. She said that after a recent string of storms, that the school wanted people to know that there was a severe weather shelter in the basement of the church. Is this a Christian boogie? This is getting less and less fun. At first I thought it was going to be a bland-looking concrete basement, but as it turns out, Peyton's old school gym is beneath the church. It's a school basketball court with bleachers that fold back against the walls and old basketball rims that are pulled up towards the ceiling so that they're out of the way. Sarah and her friends strung up streamers and lights along the old sword, and with all sorts of other party decorations, turning this drab old gymnasium into a pretty cool party room. A disco ball hangs from the ceiling, reflecting lights from over the room, while a DJ stands off to the side, taking requests for which songs to play. Whoever requested this one knows their boogies. So far, mostly 80s and 90s pop songs. A group of adults stand around the DJ, probably to make sure nothing too risque is played. Almost all of us are standing around talking or avoiding eye contact, save for a few adventurous souls dancing awkwardly next to one another. Oh man. Oh god. I finish off the last of my drink and decide to head back over to the punch bowl. I keep my head down, avoiding eye contact as I walk through the crowd. Oh man. This is so fucked up. This is really fucking funny to me. Just with this fucking boogie down music and this just awkward ass person. Just imagining TJ. It could really be anyone. It really could be just awkward shuffling. I reach the refreshments table and ladle more juice into my cup and sigh to myself. I really shouldn't have come here tonight. My parents are out of town for the weekend and I had to ask Chase and Leo for a ride. Alright, that eliminates 2 people from the group. So we know it's not Chase or Leo. I still think it's TJ. I figured since they were already heading to Peyton tonight, it would be alright. Something about their mood made me think that I ruined their night. God damn it. Chase and Leo are that couple that just are way worse when they're together than when they're individuals. I told them I'd try to find a ride home with someone else and that I'd call them if there were any changes, but they said not to bother. Chase said that they'd stick around and that it's not like they had anything better to do. The way he said it made me realize I'd made a mistake bringing them into this. I can't take my mind off it now. I tried to make Sarah's night a little better, but ended up ruining Chase and Leo's. Now I'm avoiding Sarah and can't help but feel I'm ruining everyone's night. Damn! I don't think Flynn would have an internal dialogue like this. Jenna, likely not, but maybe. Carl, perhaps. This is really either TJ or Carl. I have to stop myself from thinking about it too much. Carl does have the social anxiety for this. I bring my cup to my lips and drink just so I'm doing something, if only for a few seconds. I end up downing all of it and I close my eyes. I focus on slowing my breathing to stave off a panic attack I feel coming on. It's making me think it might be more Carl. It takes a few minutes, but I finally feel my heart rate slow and my body relax. Only to be startled by a hand touching my shoulder. Hey. Oh, it's TJ! The reveal! The big reveal! It was TJ. Hey! Yeah, the Bible stuff and the church group really made me think it was TJ. Only got slowly into Carl possibility because of the panic attacks and the social anxiety. But TJ definitely would be suckered into going to a awkward ass, barely attended basement party at a church function.
My voice is squeaky. She smiles a little at that. I was hoping to find you here. I was looking for you earlier, but I got caught up with Jessica and Amber. Her eyes dart around and she blushes. Would you like to dance? I can't help the shocked expression that I'm sure is on my face. My eyes dart to the ground.
God, TJ is getting like pummeled with women and he's just not about that life. He is adorable, so I'm not surprised, is what I'm trying to fucking say. Jesus.
I start mumbling out an excuse before Sarah reaches for my hand and pulls me to the dance floor. The cup I'm holding slips from my hand as I lose track of myself. Thank God they established earlier that the cup was empty, or else that would have been a disaster. Everything seems to fade away as I follow Sarah onto the dance floor. She turns to me and pulls me closer and places my hand on her hip. Oh my. Oh, the music is changing. Oh my. A slow jam. The ruining of many a pubescent dream. I hope the music's loud enough to mask the gulp I make when my hand touches her dress. Ha! Damn. This is like straight up a fucking... This doesn't even sound like stock music. I swear to God, this is like an actual, like, song. But I get a copyright strike for this, I swear to God, man. Echo Project is on thin ice for me with fucking copyright strikes on my videos. It's like the only thing they get wrong. I love their games, but they constantly fucking get me in trouble with copyright stuff. Sarah's wearing an off-white sundress with a red ribbon around her waist, and I can't help but stare with how cute she looks. I feel overdressed in my outfit. My mom had laid out my clothes for me before she and Dad left. A light blue dress shirt and tie paired with slacks. Aw, I can imagine them wearing that, and it looks adorable. Sarah's smile snaps me out of my reminiscing as she waits for me to take the lead. I force myself out of my trance and take the tentative step right onto Sarah's foot. She squeaks and pulls her foot away. Sorry. Sarah just giggles at me while my face burns. There are a few more missteps before we get a rhythm down. I can't help but feel kinda good about myself. At least I still have a chance at making Sarah's night and not completely ruining it. Her smile seems to have a way of relaxing my nerves, and soon enough, I'm smiling back at her. The next song has a faster tempo, and we let go of each other. Sarah shakes her hips and moves her body to match the beat. I fumble, not knowing what to do with my hands, so I start to copy Sarah and hope she doesn't notice. We dance together, laughing, and occasionally singing lyrics to songs we both know. Every now and then we bump into each other, which forces a few laughs out of us, although I'm suspicious that she's doing it on purpose. Before long, the tempo of the music starts to slow and we find ourselves slow dancing once again. Sarah pulls herself closer to me this time until our bodies press together. She looks me in the eye and smiles warmly before putting her head to my shoulder. My body tenses and I can feel her breath warm against me. I can feel her body press into me as she hugs me tighter. It feels nice. In that moment, I realize just how much Sarah enjoys my friendship. My friendship! I feel like she trusts me. It's been so long since I've felt this comfortable around anyone. Not even Jenna or the others make me feel like this, though this is post-Jenna transition, nice. I haven't felt safe around anyone in such a long time, even my own friends. Oh, I feel so bad. Something's bad's gonna happen. Because I don't remember Sarah. So what the fuck happens to Sarah where she gets shunted out of the fucking main game? But with Sarah, it's as if I can let my guard down. I feel like I could do no wrong to her. I gently pull her into me, returning her embrace and smile. Unfortunately, my body reacts to this in the worst way possible, and my smile fades as I feel my pants getting tighter. We start to step out of sync, and I can feel her torso grind against mine. You feel her press her hips into mine. I tense and try to pull my hips away, but that only succeeds in making matters worse as the angle changes and I can feel myself bumping into her. Sarah's hands travel down my back, coming to rest just above my tail. My entire body is tense and I can feel myself starting to panic before the song fades out for another with a faster tempo. Sarah pulls her head from my shoulder. I love this song! She pulls away, and I feel a wave of relief wash over me, hoping she didn't notice or isn't angry about what happened. She starts to bounce and hop to the beat, and I follow her lead, but she turns around and pushes her back into me. She gives me a wink over the shoulder as she dances. Her body grinds against mine. She sways her body while I try to focus on dancing, but I can't keep up. I try to move along with her, but I keep moving the wrong way, and I can feel my crotch grind against her body. Panicking, I take a step back, but she follows me. The song seems to go on forever. The music finally changes, but I can't focus on anything other than what's going on in my pants. Sarah looks at me, but before I can react, kisses me on the cheek. Thanks for dancing with me, TJ. Even in the dim lighting, I can see her blushing face. I'm gonna take a break, but I want to dance with you again before the party ends, okay? Okay. I watch as she walks away, not realizing my eyes are on her hips until she disappears into the crowd. A tightness in my pants snaps me back to reality. There goes gravity, and I fumbled to my to my hands and my pockets, hoping to hide what's going on in there. I look around for signs to the bathroom, and I make my way out of the party room. Oh yeah, this looks like a church made for not murder. The exit has a long tunnel that leads to the church. The air in here is damp and cold, and as I step into the hallway, I feel a wave of cold air hit me. I realize how warm I am. I'm practically panting. I groan as I realize I probably looked like an idiot dancing with Sarah. My feet make almost no sound thanks to my natural padding. You aren't wearing shoes? You aren't wearing shoes, for God's sake? Actually, I tend to sneak up on people a lot. And it's kind of funny when I manage to startle Jenna, although she's made a point of evening the score. The restroom is a one person at a time kind, and I lock the door behind me. As I'm going, I remember that Chase and Leo are somewhere around here. Maybe I should go and chat with them. I finish up and make my way down the long, empty hallway. I look for Leo and Chase, but it's hard to see much in here. I stand on my tiptoes, hoping to see Leo's ears since he's so tall. Nothing. I circle the room twice before I give up. Maybe they went outside. Make my way back to the exit and walk down the silent hallway again. This time, I turn the opposite direction at the end and make my way upstairs and into the church. Oh, good. This isn't ominous as fuck at all. The chapel ceiling makes the hall seem twice as large as it is. Candles sit lining racks and racks of stacks on stacks, fox and socks and box on knocks along the walls. Sorry. A few are lit, but most are not. The altar, made of marble and covered in a white cloth with a gold trim, stands in front of a big wooden cross. A wooden podium stands off to the left for the priest to give his sermon. Wooden pews fill the empty space in the hall, while a balcony for the choir overlooks the entire chapel. The church organ is on the balcony, probably so kids don't mess with it. I walk through the front door, thinking that maybe they went out for some fresh air. No one there. Make my way to the parking lot to see if Leo's truck is still there. Heart sinks a little lower as I walk toward the lot, and the thought of them abandoning me and my weird Christian party at the front of my mind. Luckily, I spot Leo's truck sitting near the back of the lot. You're gonna walk in on them. Fucking hell. So at least they're still here. That's not where we parked when we got here. That's weird. Maybe they went to get something. Come on, TJ. TJ, man. I head over to the truck, passing under the street lamps. The lights are dim, and the lot is mostly dark, including the space Leo's truck is occupying. TJ! I assume that they just got back from wherever they were and are still in there, so I make my way towards the truck. TJ. Start to make out that someone is in the driver's seat, but the passenger seat is empty. Yeah. Can't quite make out. You're saying make out a lot. It's foreshadowing. Can't quite make out who it is, but it has to be Leo, right? I can see his silhouette outlined by the back window, but something seems off. Like it doesn't really look like him. I slow my pace and try to make out. Again with the make out. Make out. You're really foreshadowing a make out. Make out what I'm seeing. It's about 30 feet from the truck and squint my eyes. Suddenly the silhouette starts to move. But not just that. It starts to morph and change and split in two. Second shadow moves to the passenger seat. Start backpedaling as the driver's side door opens, and I'm about to turn and run when the headlight comes on and Leo leans out.
Hey, TJ, is that you?
I stop and relax, internally chastising myself for being so skittish. Yeah, I was looking for you and Chase. Where'd you go? Fucking hell. I walk more confidently towards Leo as I reach the car. Leo closes the door and rolls down the window. Leo looks to his right. Chase is sitting in the passenger seat. He looks a little embarrassed and also a little annoyed. He has a jacket over his lap and his bare legs are sticking out from beneath it. Leo clears his throat.
Oh, we just went out for a...
Chase seems to snicker at that. Okay. I'm still not sure what they're talking about, but I have my suspicions. I look at Chase. So, are you going to go to the party? Fuck. Leo looks at Chase, who sighs heavily, like he's just put down a giant weight.
I don't know about that, TJ. It's kind of awkward. Not really into the whole Kool-Aid thing.
That last part comes out all mumbly and quiet. I flatten my ears to my head and ball my fist. Quit acting like this is some cult, Chase!
It is.
My eyes go wide when I realize I said that out loud. Chase rolls his eyes and makes a sound with his mouth.
I know, TJ, I was just joking.
Clench my fists harder. No, you're not! You always mumble stuff like that when all I'm trying to do is include you guys. Chase glares at me before responding. Well, maybe it's because I'm not comfortable being in a place that thinks people like me and Leo are disgusting. Who in there thinks you're disgusting? You know most of them. You've hung out with me and Sarah before, so who in there thinks you're disgusting? Chase rolls his eyes again, and Leo seizes the opportunity to step in and raise his hands.
Look, Chase, we're here on TJ's behalf. The least we can do is stop in and say hi.
Oh, so is this how Sarah gets written out? Chase mumbles something again, but I ignore it.
We'll head inside in a bit, Tej. I'll stick around for a while, and then we'll all head home, okay?
Leo's tone puts me at ease again. I'm still uptight after what Chase said. Listen, I'm gonna go for a quick walk to get some fresh air. Leo shoot a quick glare at Chase before turning to me.
All right. We'll be inside when you get back, okay?
I nod, and because I don't want to have to say anything more, I turn and fast walk toward the road, passing under the dim lights of the parking lot as I do. Ooh, shady, single-lane road. I notice my lungs fill with cold air and a pressure seems to lift off my body. I wonder if that's what it's like to go through a panic attack. It sure felt like one. I struggle to undo my cufflinks, noticing how shaky my hands are, but I manage to undo the pins and let my wrists breathe. I loosen my tie and unbutton the top few buttons of my shirt, feeling like I can actually breathe again. Look around at the long stretch of road that runs past the church.
There are some houses nearby, but the road is pretty empty except for the street lamps. One side of the road is a rocky gravel-covered hill, while the other side is flat open ground with the occasional house nearby. I stand on the side of the road under the street lamp for a few minutes more, and I don't really know why, but I take a step toward the darkness of echo. As I walk down the road, I can feel the gravel shift under my toe pads and it tickles my feet. Force myself to smile. I try to think about the other happy little things in life. All I can think about is Chase and Leo. Sort of disconnect from what I'm seeing, drawing into myself, and as I wonder why I thought it had been a good idea to invite Chase. He's always been kinda mean, but today it's been even worse for some reason. He'd always been okay with me and my beliefs. I guess actually bringing him here had to have been too much. I stop and snap back to reality. It's completely dark and I look up. It seems I've walked past the streetlights on this road. I turn around and look back towards the church. Didn't realize I'd walked this far. Can barely make it out from here. How long have I been walking? I sigh and start to head back, putting my hands in my pockets as I pick up the pace. I'm unnerved with how loud my footsteps are now. Each footstep is like nails on a chalkboard, causing the fur on the back of my neck to stand up. As I make it back into the closest street lamp, I check my phone to see what time it is. 9:30. I wish I had checked before I started walking, but I figure the party should have at least 1 hour left. I continue walking and go to put my phone in my pocket. I miss, and it tumbles to the ground. I stop to pick it up. The front and back of my neck stands up again. Thought I heard footsteps after I stopped walking. There were echoes, but something about a few of them sounded different. But it had to be the echo, right? Oh, hey! I saw this on the echo page. So this, I remember seeing this. It just says no on the fucking sign. Yeah, this CG is on the echo page, like the itch page. I was like, oh, that's an interesting art, and I didn't know it was in a game. So damn, nice. I stand up and look behind me, but I don't see anything. I squint my eyes, looking into the blackness, but I don't make anything out. I listen for anything, and I think I can hear breathing. But when I try to focus on it, a steady, high-pitched ringing starts to build. The more I try to focus, the louder it gets. I try to focus on anything other than that sound, but there's nothing to hear. It's gotten so loud that I don't think I'd be able to hear a jet engine at this point. I feel my lungs start to burn and I release the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I was so focused on hearing something, anything other than that ringing, that I had ignored everything else. I inhale, the night air pierced by the sound of my breath being released. I must be going crazy. I take one last look around and start back toward the church again. But once I step out of that light, I swear I can hear footsteps start up behind me again. I focus on steadying my breath and listening for any out-of-place sounds again. I keep my head low, try to catch a glimpse of anything out of the corner of my eyes. I look ahead to see how far I am from the church and my heart sinks. I'm not even close. I look towards the houses on the side of the road, but only one remains between me and the church, and it's still a few street lamps away. Even in the dark, I can see that it's a dilapidated mess and no lights shine from inside it. There are trees growing all around it and overtaking what's left of the house. I consider running and hiding in there, but there's no guarantee the doors are unlocked, and worse yet, maybe that's where the person who's following me lives. Just keep walking. I can't see anyone, so it might be all in my head.
Even if it's someone following me, who's to say it isn't someone from the church? That would make them a good person, right?
Not guarantee.
I make it under another street light, and then another. I pass under another two before I make it in front of the dilapidated house. Just then I hear a ragged breathing coming from behind me, and I spin around with a yelp. But there's no one there. Whine escapes my throat as I look into the darkness. Shouldn't I be relieved that no one's there? But I can still hear that ragged breathing. It sounds like it's coming from everywhere. I can hear it to my left, but I can't see anything. I look to my right, but I don't see anything. I spin around looking in all directions, but I can't see anything. I turn my back towards the light pole and I slowly back up. Tears fill my eyes. Hello? Is anyone there? This isn't funny! I jump in surprise when my back touches the light pole. I can hear his ragged breathing coming from my right, and I'm moving to the left, just outside of the light. I shift on my feet, and I can hear his footsteps echoing in the darkness. Hello? That's when I see something. I look. I think I can see him moving around in the darkness, a tall, lanky figure. He bends down and starts to walk on all fours. But what I can make out disappears into the darkness again. It can be heard pacing around me, and it starts to come closer to the light pole. I turn and back myself into the middle of the shining light. Hug my arms to my chest and whimper. I don't know where it is anymore. Whatever it is. I try to listen again, but that terrible ringing pierces my ears. I feel my face scrunch up and tears run down my cheeks. I feel another whimper escape my throat, and I look around into the light. I turn back towards Echo, and I see a car driving towards me. And I feel a sense of hope wash over me. I start to look around, making sure the thing isn't going to grab me out of the shadows. I start to wave down the car, but as it pulls closer, the lights dim, and I can see into it. My heart sinks as I back away towards the light pole as I glimpse the silhouette of horns in the driver's seat and a bright red eye looking back at me. I stumble backwards away from the car, pulls up next to me and rolls the window down.
TJ? Wait a minute. Say red eye? A bright red eye looking back at me. You don't got red eyes, you got green eyes. But it's Carl! We ain't seen Carl yet. TJ? Carl! Carl nods in a manner that says, the one and only. He pulls a cigarette out of his mouth. Oh, the red eye would be his blunt. What are you doing? I let out a sigh of relief and rushed forward, grabbing at the door handle. Whoa there, Teej. I gotta unlock the door first. I fiddle with the handle, and Carl tells me to stop so I can open the door. I force myself to let go and look around, afraid that something is going to jump out at me right before I can reach safety. I can smell something bad in the air now, like something that hasn't bathed in months or a rotting dead animal. It's closer now. The doors click open, and I scramble for the handle again. I can hear Carl mention the door being open, and that I could sit in the front if I'd like, but I ignore him, too focused on getting inside the car. Yanking on the door, I step back to make room for it to swing outward. In that moment, I feel a presence in my hair, and my hair raises on my neck. I rush to get into the back seat, and as I look down for the step, I swear I can see a shadowy hand reaching for under the car. I quickly jump into the back seat and slam the door shut. Carl looks back at me with a smile. What are you doing out here, Teej? You feeling all right? Not looking at him, I mumble something about needing a walk. I'm still too busy checking to make sure nothing is waiting outside of the car watching us or trying to get in. Apparently, Carl turned off his car when he pulled up. I feel a shifting in my seat, and the car starts to move. Take a deep inward breath and let out a sigh of relief. They just leave? They didn't go to the church? I turn and look back over my shoulder where I was trapped a few moments ago.
I blink a few times and clear my eyes, and I can blurrily see the silhouette of a lanky, misshapen person standing just outside of the light. But we pulled too far away for me to make anything out clearly.
Wow. All the way in Peyton? I mean, we were at Peyton. That's interesting. That's the furthest away from Echo we've seen anything like that.
I turn back around and lean my head back into the headset and close my eyes, filling them well up with tears. I jump when Carl starts talking again.
So, TJ, what the heck are you doing out here anyway? Did something happen?
I needed to clear my mind, so I went for a walk.
All the way out here?
I was at the church. Point out the window to the side of the car it would be on, but we're already past it and into Peyton.
Oh, so like is the church in between Echo and Peyton, I guess? I don't know. So okay. It said that I thought it said they were in Peyton. So I don't know. Like I know he was walking towards Echo, but whatever, man.
I think about telling him what just happened, but I can't figure out how to explain it right now. Carl keeps asking me questions all the while, and I keep telling him about my evening, the party, Sarah, Chase, and Leo. I'll leave out everything that happened after I left the church for reasons I can't explain. I decide to focus on the part with Chase getting on my nerves, and he just laughs it off, saying,
"That's just how Chase and Leo are."
He asks if he should drop me off back at the church, and I tell him no. Sneezy dog. And I tell him no almost too quickly. I don't want to go back there, but I don't want to be alone.
He doesn't want to get another fucking dance from Sarah. He's too emotional, man. You can't go from getting almost myrtleated by the fucking Echo Demon to getting danced upon by Sarah and her swaying hips. That's a hell of a fucking snap and tone, man.
So instead, I ask him if I can go over to his place for a bit. He replies with an ecstatic, "Of course," and I message Leo and Chase to let them know. He mentions that he was going into Peyton to buy a new game that's just come out in the middle of the night.
Maybe it's a midnight release, I don't know. Well, it was like 9:30, so it's too late for the store to be open, but it's too early for a midnight release. What the fuck is he doing?
He laughs, saying he hopes I don't mind if we have to wait for a bit. I mumble that that's fine, as long as the place we're going to is well lit.
I knew you'd be back. You all come back eventually.
War never changes.
War never changes.
I'm sorry.
Why do you try to run away in the first place? It doesn't matter. Even though you're here, you're gonna try and run again. Just stop. Because just like this town, you're only moving in circles.
Is this town like that restaurant and that used to be in Chicago that was on the circle? Like, oh, Jesus. Yeah, Mom, I brought it. No, I've got everything. No, TJ's with us. We picked him up yesterday. No, I did call you yesterday. There was no answer. Fine, yeah, I'll try more than once next time. So of course they're clean. Listen, I'm driving right now, so yeah, so I shouldn't be on the phone, should I? I'm gonna hang up. Okay, love you too. Bye. I sigh and finally hang up the phone, dropping it on my lap. TJ, next to me in the passenger seat, stretches back and scratches behind his ear. Aw, that's cute. It's been a while since I've seen your mom. How is she? I shrug. Fine, I think. She wouldn't tell me if she wasn't, anyway. TJ taps a foot against the dashboard before yawning. Wow, feels like we've been driving for days. Normally, TJ wasn't one to whine, but the long drive was obviously getting to him. It was getting to all of us, honestly. I look over at him. We're almost there. Why don't you listen to some music or something? My phone's been dead for the past 2 hours. I didn't know it was going to take us 8 hours to get there. I sigh.
Whether that dig was purposeful or not, I still feel a little embarrassed. I'll admit, I got us lost for a few hours. Route 93 is hard to find, even with a GPS. It's no wonder that Echo's in the state it's in. You should have brought a book. Those don't run out of batteries. They do if you have a nook. I don't have a point here. Okay. I look up into the rearview mirror and see Jenna hold a hefty book called Cognition. Cognition! TJ sighs. A lot of sighing. A lot of sighing happening in this car. All of my books are on my phone. Why don't you listen to the radio? TJ starts to reach for the dial. Don't bother. All we got out here is our Hicks stations. I have some music on my phone, though. Do you have an aux cable, Chase? In this clunker? No, but like I said, we're almost there. Just having the three of us here was a little awkward, unbalanced. I wonder if completing our little group will bring back that old chemistry. Thinking about seeing Carl, Flynn, and Leo again makes my heart skip a beat. Take exit 127 onto Flint Road. I jerk back into the present and press on the brakes as I swerve onto the exit ramp. Whoa! Sorry. Chase, come on, pay attention. TJ adds a little giggle to lighten the chastisement, but my face gets hot anyway. Hey, me and Jenna went 3 hours out of our way to pick you up from CCU. You could have taken the bus. No, I'm grateful. I'd just rather this not be the place I die. Ha ha! That's a vote of confidence if I've ever not. It's shitty passengering. We continue down Flint Road for about 15 minutes in silence while I avoid the ever-increasing number of potholes in the road. I think we're all a little nervous now as we get closer to our destination. Unsurprisingly, there isn't another car in sight. You guys excited? I look at my rearview mirror again and I see that Jenna's put down her book, staring out the window. I actually haven't given a whole lot of thought as to how I feel about the whole thing. Yeah, sure. I'm excited. I mean, my heart skipped a beat thinking about reuniting me with my old friends, so hell yeah, I feel excited. It'll be great to see everyone again. It's been way too long. I meant Echo. Are you excited to go back? Oh. I didn't really know how to answer that. Is excited the right word? It's sure as hell stressful. As long as we can go for a hike. I don't want to be sitting around in the motel all day. Well, it beats having a heat stroke in the desert. Are you seriously hiking the trail? Oh, come on, it'll be fun. At least I know Chase will come. TJ smiles at me, raising his brows. Not everyone can raise both their eyebrows, that's my point. It's too hard to say no to such an eager face, at least right now. Yeah, of course. Anyway, it sounds like you've only got the boys on your mind, Chase. Leo, maybe? Make a slight right onto Lake Emma Road. I ignore Jenna, pretending to be distracted with adjusting the GPS. A few more minutes of silence pass before Jenna speaks up again. So, this news thing you're making, what's it about exactly? I swerve a little to avoid another pothole. A news packet. If you remember, there was that one crazy thing that happened here in the 1920s. I read a little bit about it, and it's pretty fucked up. Come on, Chase, language. Just thought I'd do a little more digging. Honestly, though, I just need to make something that is good enough to pass with. Well, that sounds kind of fun. Are you gonna have enough time to hang out? I know Leo made some plans. This whole thing was Leo's idea, actually. When I told him that I'd be coming down to Echo for spring break, he suggested that we all use it as an excuse to have a reunion. He says it hasn't been the same since the three of us left. Yeah, I should. I just need some B-roll and shots of the old creepy locations. Shouldn't take too long. I catch a flash of blue and I see the lake to our right. The conversation dies down a bit, and pretty soon we're all lost in our own thoughts. Finally, we round a bend and I start to catch some glimpses of the town. The tall, rusted signs for the gas station and motel loom over the rest of the old community. Lake Emma Road merges onto Main Street, where the motel is at. Soon enough, we're turning into the parking lot. Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus. Shady motel as fuck. There are only a few other cars in the parking lot. I park in the closest spot to the door and switch off the ignition, relieved to be done with the driving. I sit back for a moment, rubbing my eyes. Hope you're grateful, TJ. I never want to drive that long again. Thanks, Chase. TJ hops out of the car, clearly happy to be out. Oh, Jesus. Well, this isn't a bad art style. That just caught me off guard. I had no idea who I was voicing. Ugh. TJ puts his paws out and stretches out from his toes to his ear tufts, and I hear a few cracks. Gosh, it feels good to be out of there. I smile as I follow him out and stretch as well, though less flamboyantly. It's good to see TJ reverting back to his old cheerful self. Oh, look at you, Sass Factory. Alright, I made reservations, so I'll check us in. You boys want to bring in our stuff? Sure. Me and TJ head around to the truck of the car, getting our bags and camera equipment while Jenna heads inside. Oh my God! Oh, Jesus. This is Motel Diggs at best. Oh my... God damn. I'm pleasantly surprised. Well, it's a bit musty. The room is spacious and generally clean. A lot more than I was expecting from a town like Echo. Although I've lived in this town for most of my life, I've never actually been in the motel. Hey, this is nice. And 2 double beds? Yeah, I thought I'd get one of the nicer rooms, since everything here is dirt cheap. TJ sets down his bags on the bed. So I guess this'll be me and Chase's bed? Jenna can have her own, obviously. That's nice of you, TJ. Anyway, here are your key cards. She hands us both our key cards, which I slip into my back pocket. So, where are we gonna eat? I'm starving. My stomach grumbles. We haven't eaten since breakfast, and it's late afternoon at this point. I pull out my phone, checking over my text with Leo. Leo says he's gonna get us some sandwiches from the diner. Did you tell... Yes, I told him to substitute the bread with lettuce for yours, TJ. Nice. Alright, well, I've texted everyone that we're here. Let's at least unpack. It's gonna get crowded, and I don't want all of our stuff in the way. And half hour later, and we've got our stuff... This is clearly a different room. This is a way different room. Oh my God. Half an hour later, and we've got our stuff packed away in the hotel drawers. Now I'm sitting on the bed, toying with my camera equipment while TJ watches TV and Jenna organizes her schoolwork. You know you're on vacation, right? And didn't you already get into grad school? You should relax. That's exactly why I need to be keeping up. There's a knock at the door, and being the closest, I get up to answer it. I'll get it. I look through the peephole excitedly and see a beanie cap with a pair of some familiar horns poking through it. I grin as I unlock the door and swing it open. Oh, hey, look at you! This is Carl. Jays! I slap paws with him and pull him into a hug. And immediately get a whiff of the pungent scent of pot. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God, my life, though.
You're not a pothead.
No, but I have a lot of friends who are. Like, Christ, half of my high school just smelled like pot all the time. Like,
same, dude.
hey, buddy, nice to... Oh, all right.
It's like you go for a hug and it's just like a cloud comes off of a...
Right? You just
like
pat
Pigpen with fucking pot.
You pat their clothes and it's just like...
Like dusty clothes out of grandma's attic. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite that, his embrace is warm and plush, and his belly squishes against my body like a pillow through his jacket. There's an underlying sturdiness, though, and I feel his biceps bulge on my shoulders. Has he been working out? I put my paws on his shoulders and push him back, looking him over. He's changed a bit since I last seen him. He's definitely bulkier, and the fur on his face is a bit shaggier. His eyes are a little red, and his expression is a little glazed, like he's daydreaming about someplace away from here. Still getting blazed, huh? You know it. His jokey nature drops a bit as he gives me a genuine smile. It's good to see you again. I feel warm inside as I smile back. You too. Is that Carl I hear? Carl and I step back into the room, and the ram remaining slouched as we do.
Hey, Jenna. Carl, how have you been? Not bad, just living life like I'm a bee. Like, what?
It sounded like he was going to start singing the lyrics to a song, but he trails off as we all look up at him expectantly. He just smiles back. Huh?
Hey, is that TJ?
Hi! Though he's smiling happily, TJ is outright crinkling his nose.
Still up to your old habits, huh?
Carl shrugs. I'm starting to remember that it's something he does a lot, and it's his answer to almost everything. He gets quiet for a moment, then I clap my paws together. So, what have you been up to, Carl? You're not online that often. Carl shrugs.
Oh, you know, just hanging out.
Must be kind of boring, considering it's Echo.
Not going outside helps.
You been able to find a job? I know they closed the old corner market that you used to work at.
Yeah, it's been kind of hard since pretty much everything's closing around here. On top of that, I still have a car that can get me to Peyton.
Ugh, that's right. You crashed the one your parents got you. TJ's grinning sympathetically, but Carl hunches further into himself, looking sulky.
Man, don't kill my vibe.
What about school? Been thinking about going back?
Not really, maybe.
Carl's starting to lose that faraway look as he narrows his eyes. You should! You went for what, a semester? That's not really enough time to tell if you're really cut out for college. Classes get easier to handle once you get used to it.
Yeah, well, it wasn't exactly the schoolwork that was the problem.
You could try smoking less weed, that might help.
What? What was it? Was I set up for an intervention or something?
Carl looks over at me as if asking for help. Hey, don't look at me. I had to deal with them for the past 10 hours.
Yeah, I guess I forgot how naggy they can be.
That's because we care about you, Carl. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Chase has been missing you ever since you left school. Carl and I were in the same class throughout school. As a result, we entered college together. We even roomed together for that one semester, which was a lot of fun. Of course I had missed him. Carl seems pretty eager to get off the topic, though.
Speaking of school, didn't you get accepted into Weston, Jenna?
Yep, going into experimental psych. I start in the fall.
That's pretty cool. Congrats.
Carl turns back to me.
And you're into journalism, right?
He looks over the equipment, looking confused.
What's all this?
Oh, yeah, one of the reasons why I'm out here. I'm doing a news segment on Echo.
Sounds like the feel-good movie of the year, Chase.
That's what you get out of the feel-good town of the century, Carl.
Yeah.
Carl scratches his muzzle before turning to TJ.
And you're doing what again? Sports? Something? Bible Olympics?
Athletic training, but yes, it's a Christian school. Carl gives a thumbs up.
Super. So we gonna eat? I'm hungry as hell.
Hell is a little extreme there, Carl. Not even you can be that hungry.
Sure. Where's Leo? He's bringing the sandwiches, right?
He actually just texted me that he's here. He was picking up Flynn. So we're all gonna be here, just like old times. TJ almost looks like that little kid Lynx again, his ears twitching around with excitement.
Oh, there they are.
I grip the bread spread and watch as Carl moves around the corner and to open the door. I hear it open, followed by the distinctive, deep, brassy voice of Lynn. Deep, brassy voice. Okay, I can do that. Alright, bring on Flynn. Hi, why you get the door
Oh, you seem to have fucked up.
Oh, do you like my parachute? I can do it lower. Oh. Hey, why you get in the door, fatty?
You get my sandwiches, dick face. I've got the munchies like a mother. Where are they?
Leo has them. Here he is. Fuck, I don't know what Leo looks like. I don't know what the fuck. I'll just do Spencer voice, just in case.
Hey, they're all in there. Hey, they're all in there?
My heart skips a beat and my tail thumps the bed as I hear Leo's high baritone. Damn it! High baritone. That's like my normal talking voice, high baritone. There's some bustling before they start coming around the corner, bringing me face to face with the rest of my childhood friends. Oh, Jesus. Fucking Flynn, dude. You look scary as shit. Oh, god damn. Flynn comes first slinking in casually, his posture loose and relaxed, slouching. Unlike Carl, though, his slouch makes him look like he just doesn't give a fuck, as opposed to just trying to make himself seem smaller. He wasn't a shy guy, as evidenced by his open shirt. And who you callin' a dick face? Flynn knocks Carl in the head, which makes a loud thunking sound. I actually enjoyed that thunking sound of someone getting hit in the head. Is that weird? It's probably weird. I probably shouldn't say that on the internet. But Carl just grins throughout. Hey, Jenna, DJ, Chase. He nods to the rest of us in turn, rubbing his knuckles. Immediately following him, his arms wrapped around two big brown paper bags, is Leo. He smiles over the tops of his bags, sweeping the room with his eyes along his tall rectangular ears. He pauses on Jenna, then TJ, before finding me. His face immediately breaks into a full-on grin as he walks over to the bed I'm sitting on, setting down the bags. As he comes to a stop in front of me, I reach out my paw to slap his as I did with Carl. Instead, he grabs it to yank me up into a tight bear hug, nearly squeezing the air out of me. Chase! Man, I missed you. Just like Carl, it seems like Leo's gotten bigger and stronger. He lifted me up without even trying. The tension I've been feeling in my chest melts away like an ice cube on an Echo sidewalk. Oh, everything's fine. All that worry about how he was going to react was for nothing. The hug is lasting kind of long, though. I feel everyone else looking at us. And just like that, he forgets we exist. Leo finally does pull back, then smacking me on the shoulder before turning to greet Jenna and TJ. I shakily sit back down, feeling a whole lot better now that the introductions are out of the way. Fuck, leave Carl in a room for 5 seconds, it smells like a goddamn skunk sauna. The weed is just oozing out of your pores at this point. Flynn theatrical plugs his nostrils, and as he pulls the window open a crack. Carl rolls his eyes, slouching further and jamming his paws into his pockets. Oh, shut up. I think everyone here agrees that my smell is a lot better than your shedding. Nothing like leaving a big pile of lizard dust on the couch for the next person. And by the way, dude, that skunk comment was speciesist. And that lizard comment wasn't? Flynn turns to me while at the same time fanning air from the outside with his hand. What's worse, Chase? Carl's smell or my dusting off? Dusting off, that's not a thing. Try saying white flakes that chip off me with every step I take, except when I scratch my ass, then it's like a fucking blizzard of dead skin. And some of it might land in your mouth. That's what you should call it. Hey, you furballs do it too, it's just less noticeable. Either way, it's hot in here. Aren't you cold-blooded? Someone turned down the goddamn thermostat. Somebody turned down your language, haha. TJ says it to him like a cheerful kindergarten teacher pep-talking a student into using his words. They stare at each other for about 5 seconds, Flynn's expression like a stone, while TJ slowly loses his smile. Well, Jesus fucking Christ, I'll be sure to watch that. Flynn! TJ actually looks pretty outraged, but Flynn just reaches out and yanks him into a chokehold, which the much shorter Lynx easily is dwarfed by the lizard. Shut up, you priss, I'm just kidding. There was this famous wrestling travel story. It was Stone Cold Steve Austin, and I don't remember who it was, but it was someone who was this self-professed Christian, but they were also like a partier, not so holy that they were. But they were traveling, and Steve Austin was in the back, and the guy was in the passenger seat. And Steve was telling the story, and he likes to drop the goddamn all just out in goddamn this, goddamn that, and all this other stuff. And you could just see the guy in the front's face just slowly turning red, and then finally, after like an hour, he just turns around and is like, Steve! Don't say the Lord, the fucking Lord's name in vain, or something like that. And Steve just totally is just like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't know that you were that, all this other stuff. I apologize. And the guy is just like, slowly calming down. He's like, okay, thank you for apologizing. You're goddamn welcome. The guy's like, you son of a... And eventually they just get so mad that they start just laughing about how mad they are. It's so funny. I guess TJ thought he'd get some respect now that we're all adults. Hey, ow! You still said it. Normally I might step in to help, but it's been a while since I've seen Flynn or TJ to go at it. It's just too funny to stop. Look, no lightning. Look, no lightning. What? What does no lightning mean? So much for your almighty goof! Oh, Jesus. That was an anti-God comment. Jesus. Right after my goddamn story. TJ jabs his elbow into Flynn's stomach, doubling the lizard over in a second. Ha, see, God works in a mysterious way. Ah! Flynn reaches up and grabs at one of the tufts of TJ's ears and yanks, earning a yowl from the feline. Foul! Stop! Foul! Species features! Species features was something we made up to make our little tussles a little more fair. It involved any physical difference between our species that might pose a disadvantage, like my tail, Jenna's ears, or TJ's ear tufts. Carl was especially keen on it, being a ram. His horns were often used as leverage against him. TJ, come get your sandwich. TJ finally yanks himself out of Flynn's grasp, smoothing down his fur as he tries to look as dignified as possible. Well, I can see some things haven't changed. With that, TJ walks over to the table and gets his food. I can't help but laugh. I think TJ won that one by technicality. Or did he? He might have fouled too. Flynn's got a soft lizard belly. Flynn snorts, rubbing his stomach. Don't even try to tell me about soft, asshole. It looks like you swallowed a beach ball. Speaking of which, food. Jesus. We all pass the bags around to get our food. A chicken sandwich for Jenna and TJ, roast beef for me and Leo, and 3 large veggie burgers that almost take up their own bag for Carl. Flynn, as usual, isn't eating anything. I think it's a lizard thing. I keep my seat on my bed as I unwrap the foil around my sandwich. The smell wafts up from the beef, making my mouth water and bringing some memories up with it. We'd all spent many nights at the old diner. I can remember the night me and Carl graduated. Leo took us all straight from Peyton High to the diner, skipping out on the all-night graduation party and for sandwiches and milkshakes. I took a huge bite and a yellow bell paper slips out on the other end, landing back in the foil. Whoa, slow down, you're gonna choke. Suddenly, almost falling over to the side as someone heavy plants itself next to me on the bed. I quickly grab a napkin and bring it to my muzzle, wiping away the grease. Hey, Leo. Leo chuckles at my embarrassment and unwraps his own sandwich. Sorry if the bread is a little soggy. Gurabo over here took his sweet time getting to the car. Hey, walk into the town hall, serious business. I don't have a family business I can just waltz out of like you. Hey, Flynn, I bet that I can eat this whole burger in 1 minute. Is that a fucking joke? Of course you can! Yeah, but what about 2 burgers? Don't choke, Carl. I decided to keep the conversation on Leo's job, since that was the whole reason why we were here, that he's still here. Is business still pretty good? Yes, Peyton's getting bigger, and so is the number of customers. I guess it's a good thing that your dad moved out of Echo, huh? For sure, the place is turning into a ghost town. It'd probably be another decade or 2. By the same standards, and by some standards, it already is. I take another bite of my sandwich, biting right into another bell pepper. I'd forgotten how good the diner food is. I notice TJ is sitting next to Jenna at the table, picking unhappily at his lettuce-wrapped chicken. Jenna seems to as well as she leans towards him. What's wrong, TJ? It's just... Never mind, it doesn't matter. Are you sure? It's just the mayo. I forget they put it on everything here. Jenna lifts up the bun to her sandwich, inspecting its contents. None of the mayo actually got on my chicken. Here. No, you don't have to. Jenna picks up TJ's sandwich and swaps out his grilled chicken. She rips off the layer of mayo tainted lettuce from his lettuce bun before swapping her chicken in. There, how's that? Thanks. It's then that TJ looks up and sees Leo and I staring at him. I see his ears flatten in embarrassment. What? Nothing, TJ, nothing. So are your parents still letting you live in the house here in Echo? Yeah, we actually tried to sell it last year, but of course no one bought. I think 2 people came to look, but took off once they saw the town. Anyway, my parents are living in Peyton in a house twice as big as the old one. Well, it must be pretty cool living in your own house. My parents aren't constantly breathing down my neck, so that's, nice. Leo's already finished his first sandwich, and now he's unwrapping the second. He sure could eat a lot. How many people are still here, anyway? In the town, I mean. Leo takes another bite, and I hear the crunch of peppers through his muzzle. He chews thoughtfully for a moment before swallowing. Not too sure. Of course, I know almost everyone here, but most don't actually live here anymore. Most everyone's turned their old house into a sort of vacation home now. Really? Why? I can't imagine anyone coming here for a vacation. Unless your hobbies are meth or dying of heat stroke. Well, they've all got their old houses here, and it's cheap to build. And this town is actually trying to turn that old lake into a recreational thing. Lake Emma? Yeah, they're putting in docks and stuff. Huh. Lake Emma is an old reservoir just a few minutes outside of town. As kids, we used to play around there all the time. It was generally an ugly place. Dead fish on the banks, a terrible smell, and mosquitoes everywhere. Then again, if it could have changed since then. I haven't been there in 12 years now. None of us have. Thinking about the lake is making my stomach tighten again, forcing away my appetite in the process. It's been so long at this point, I need to learn to get over things. Actually, that reminds me. The others are pretty deep in their own conversations, but I lower my voice anyway, leaning into Leo. Hey, Leo. Leo turns to me. He had been in the middle of a massive bite, and now he has bell paper half hanging out of his muzzle. That throws off my train of thought there for a second. Oh yeah. So I wanted to get some shots of the lake for my project. Leo ducks his head to pull out the pepper from his muzzle, only to shove it back in a second later. He chews for a while, but his ears are still tipped towards me, so I go on. It's kind of important to Echo's history. Anyway, you told me that on Monday everyone's free during lunch. I can tell I can tell by the set of Leo's ears that he knows where I'm going, but he's not too into the idea. I wouldn't be too either if the lake is as it fucking sounds. It sounds disgusting. I quickly go on. Of course, we don't have to, but it's been a long time, and if the town is making it look better, it could be fun. Listen, Chase. I feel my face burn a little under the fur. Sorry, it was a dumb idea. No, Chase, if it were up to me, I'd definitely do it. It's just... Leo turns towards Flynn, I do as well, finding him still bantering with Carl. It doesn't matter how fucking fast you eat, I'm not gonna be impressed. He's got that classic Flynn look in his face where he's pressing his lips together trying not to smile. What if I ate all 3? You've already eaten most of the first one, so that's not gonna happen now, is it? I look back down at my sandwich. I suddenly feel really guilty. Here I am, back after 3 years, just assuming that I know how everyone feels. Now I'm kind of feeling like an imposter. Leo notices, like he always did, and he nudges me with his shoulder. Hey, don't worry about it. It's not your fault. Suddenly, Leo's ears perk up, and I know he suddenly had an idea. His ears made him easily readable, just as reading people came easily to him. It made it all the more impressive that he was able to tell what most of us were thinking, considering my short, stubby ears. Or Flynn's lack thereof. Listen, there's this cool little spot by the river that's actually pretty close to the lake. We could have lunch, and you could walk over and get your shots. The idea made me feel a little bit better. Alright, that could be fun. Also, this motel doesn't have a pool, so it'd be really nice to swim in something. Otters in their waters. Anyway, I'll have to ask Flynn, but I think he'll be okay with it, so I guess we're an otter? What would really impress me is if you didn't eat the rest. You're a funny guy, Flynn. Carl goes right back to shoving the next burger into his mouth as Flynn looks on in mild disgust. He suddenly notices us watching him and gives us an odd look, but that slowly morphs into a smirk as he focuses on Leo. You're looking pretty happy there, Leo. Not like you've been for the past 3 years. I furrow my brow in confusion as I look up at Leo. I see him shift and he's given Flynn a look that I don't quite understand. Well, of course I'm happy to see us all back together again. I look from Leo to Flynn, and it's pretty easy to imagine a bolt of electricity between them. You should have seen him, Chase. He'd go on days without smiling. Oh, agreed. Leo's been kind of a dick ever since you guys left. Isn't Jenna a counselor? Hey, you should have a session with Leo. I'm still an undergrad, so I'm not going into counseling anyway, and that would just make me sad. DJ is trying to hold his sandwich together and eat it at the same time, not very successfully, and he looks up as well. Leo depressed? It's hard to imagine you not smiling. You seem fine online. Has something been going on, Leo? For the first time since he's arrived, Leo looks truly uncomfortable. You didn't see him like that very often. Flynn, on the other hand, has his trying not to smirk face on. Why? Leo pauses, pinned down by everyone's eyes in the room. He then takes a frustrated breath. Can't people be sad sometimes? Yes, things have been harder. But I'm fine. I think it's pretty clear that Flynn, Leo flicks his long muzzle at the lizard, is just trying to get some reactions. Sure, I'm just saying you're back to your old self, but seriously, it's great. Leo makes a snorting sound. I'm about to ask Leo what's so stressful when he lifts his paw up again, and to try to take a bite out of his almost finished sandwich. I go quiet and look at his paw. A silver anchor, tied around his wrist with leather. The word otter is etched into the shank of the anchor. The name Chase is engraved into the stock. Why was he still... Chase! I jump as TJ's voice breaks through my trance, bouncing on the bed once I came down. Leo looks at me as the bed wobbles, an eyebrow raised. TJ puts a paw to his muzzle. Oh, sorry. You were just kind of staring off into space. Yeah, just thinking about stuff. What's up? We were just talking about Endgame. Didn't you tell me that you saw that movie on the drive here? I really don't get you right now, TJ. Endgame was the worst Lions Brigade movie. You're just mad because they didn't follow the comics. Yeah, Carl, as a movie, it was just better. I'm sure the comics are great too, though. Nah, the comics are shit. Carl tried showing them to me once. Blah? See, that's the problem. They never follow the source material and no one cares because they have no respect for the originals, man. You're way too picky, Carl. Endgame was a great movie. Not you too, Leo. I don't know. I think Lions Brigade was always a bit too violent for me. What with all the shooting and punching. I've always liked the Trinity Weasel. She's the thinking man's superheroine. Carl waves his paw dismissively. The Trinity comics have always been pretty lame. They're jerk-off fodder for lonely nerds, and so's the movie. Ha! Don't you mean like yourself? Hey. Hold up, we're talking about Trinity now? Julia Blasco, she's hella fine. Never seen an ass like hers on a weasel before. That's because it's fake. Oh shit. No, I just like the story. It's really kind of deep if you think about it. I was hard to think about when half the shots are slow-mo and she's doing all these flips and backbends and shit. Come on, Trinity does have more story going on than your average superhero movie. Looks like Jenna's coming to TJ's defense. Why does all of this fucking matter? I think it's great that you like her character over all the meatheads. Yeah, they all just stuck in all the boob shots and to reel in the dummies like you, Flynn. Of course, that's easy for someone like you to say. Besides, I see what's going on here. Maybe you should watch Lucha Lobo, TJ. He's shirtless the whole time. TJ's ears go flat, tufts pointed at the ground. I better stop with all this saucy talk. The only way this could get any more awkward is if y'all got sprung. We all groan in unison, but TJ shoots right back. And knowing you, that's exactly what you want to happen, isn't Flynn? I get a few surprised chuckles. Damn, TJ, where'd that come from? It isn't that it's a particularly good joke. It's that it came from TJ that makes it so funny. I don't think I've ever heard him talk like that. Even Flynn can't keep from grinning a little bit. Oh, look at this. We talk into the late afternoon. At this point, all my worries have disappeared, instead leaving a happy, warm feeling in its place. It seems silly that I worried so much earlier. In face, I'm starting to look forward to the rest of the week. All right. Leo steps forward, indicating that we should all shut up. Now, we all need to remember that Chase is here to do his school project, so that comes first. But I did make a few other plans for things that we can do in his off time. I'm pretty sure all of us know that we're going to Southwest Adventures tomorrow, so I'll pick these two up. He jerks his head towards Flynn and Carl. Then swing by the motel to get you guys at 9, alright? Sounds good. Then I was thinking about doing some stuff in Peyton towards the end of the week, but we'll make those plans later. In between those times, we should find time to hang out as well. Make the most of this. Leo looks about done, but suddenly snaps his fingers as if remembering something. Oh yeah, Chase, I saw you had a camera. Think you could get a picture of us? It would be nice for all of us to have something that isn't camera phone quality. Oh sure, I was messing with the self-timer earlier. Should be able to get it to work. After a few minutes of me adjusting the tripod and Leo adjusting everyone at the end of one of the beds, we managed to get into position. Alright, here goes! I set the timer and fast walked to the spot Leo saved for me. I think that was a good one! For the next 2 hours we watch a movie on TV, not really paying attention, mostly catching up with each other and how we've been. It's good to be back, and it feels like we're all just picking up where we left off 3 years ago. It's really nice. Finally, about 10, Leo, Carl, and Flynn head out. I spend the next 20 minutes tinkering with the equipment, making sure it's all in order for shooting the next day. Once TJ finishes getting ready for bed in the bathroom, I do as well before getting into bed, head to toe with TJ. There's a soft glow from the corner as Jenna sits at the table reading something. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for her to go to sleep. Aww. There's a chain attached to my ankles. I walk away from the lake, my legs and feet caked in mud. I guess this is our dream, probably. I look back, seeing the chain snaking back around the rocks and reeds before disappearing into the water. Looking ahead again, I see Leo. He's smiling, waving at me. I walk towards him, and the chain stays slack, pulling easily out of the water. There's an anchor in the lake, I say. I stare at him, but he doesn't say anything, and just keeps on smiling. I crouch on the rocks, wrapping the chain around my wrist a few times. Leo kneels next to me, rubbing my back and sticking out his arm to compare our bracelets, saying that everyone gets one. He seems happy, but now I'm stuck here. I can't even stand up to walk. Sunday! I guess he just feels anchored down to this town? I don't know. Peyton is about 30 minutes away. To get there, you have to get on Route 93, which Flynn tells me isn't even called that anymore. That would make sense considering how it was impossible to find with the GPS. Anyway, to get to the city, you have to merge from the remnants of 93 onto I-40, which runs straight through the city of Peyton. About 15 minutes from Peyton, we all pull over at a rest stop, which sits at a higher elevation than Echo. If you're looking at the right direction, it gives you a great view of the town. I stand outside the old, run-down restroom, a paw over my eyes as I stare out over the desert. A distant, hazy view of a group of small buildings huddled together signals where the town is. From the vicarious distance, it looks small and harmless, hard to imagine all of the things that happened there. Alright, how do I use this thing? I look over and see Leo fumbling with the camera, obviously worried that he was going to break it. I walk over and show him how to use it, checking the white balance and exposure myself. I wasn't too good with cameras, but the equipment manager at the university had given me a quick lesson on how to do things. Oh, it's got like a train sound effect in the background. That's cool. Alright, so I want you to zoom out from Echo, slowly, and while you do that, I'm going to walk into frame, okay? Yeah, okay. Leo hoists the camera up and looks through the viewfinder, ears perked up and smiling. You're not using a tripod for this shot? I've made that mistake before in filmmaking. If you're doing an establishing fucking zoom shot, you can't freehand that shit. You're gonna get points off in your assignment, bucko! Alright, signal me when you're ready. I adjust the clip on mic while Leo focuses the camera, then raises his paw, signaling that I should start. I walk into frame, keeping one paw in my pocket and using the other to gesture. Hope it doesn't look too awkward. I always feel like I do. Echo first began as a settlement in 1852 after James Hendricks discovered gold in a quartz deposit. The town grew quickly in size, and once it began to serve as a junction along Prescott Railway, it reached a peak population of 6,500 in 1877. It was at this point in time that a peculiar phenomenon of mass hysteria took over. Many say the reason this occurred was due to the discovery of a body within the gold mine and the circumstances surrounding that discovery. While not much is known about this event, what is known is that once it ended, a large portion of the population left Echo, most of those who settled in the nearby town of Peyton. However, the town still managed to prosper well enough until 1942. That's when the government stepped in to shut down the mine, as it became a federal law to divert all mining resources to the war effort. The town's population sharply declined shortly thereafter, and in the 1950s it had dwindled to approximately 2,000 people. A shutdown of the Prescott Railway in the 1960s, followed by the bypassing of Route 93 by I-40 in 1986, was the final nail in the coffin for the town. By the 90s, the population had just dwindled to 150 people. My goal, however, is to investigate the first event which led to the town's decline and possible demise. What happened in that mine almost 150 years ago? I've come to Echo to try to find out what information, if any, can be gleaned from the events of 1877. I wait for a few seconds, then look at Leo. That good? Yeah, I don't know how to stop this, though. Here. I walk over to take the heavy camera off of Leo's paws. That was pretty good. You want to be a reporter? Maybe. I'd rather just write than be on camera, though. Yo, Chase! Leo and I look up towards the car, greeted by the sight of a bright white ram's ass hanging out of the back of Leo's van. I don't really react. I mean, despite being self-conscious about his weight, Carl was pretty shameless about stuff like this. I'd probably seen his naked butt more than I'd seen Leo's, and that was saying something. Make sure you get a shot of my hey! For that moment, Flynn, who's sitting next to Carl in the back, reaches around and yanks the ram's pants down so that they hung around his knees. Even though Carl's pretty quick to pull them back up, I still get a pretty good view of his equally white balls hanging from his legs. Leo snorts, and I can see Flynn laughing his ass off while Carl punches him in the shoulder. Unfortunately for TJ, who was sitting in the middle row with Jenna, he was looking back at the time and probably got a much better view than I did. Now he's facing forward, covering his face while Jenna sits next to him reading a book, looking uninterested. 21, and he's still doing that, huh? Yeah, it's a little more awkward without you three around, though. We head back to the car, and I grab the camera bag from the passenger seat and put the camera away. Hey, did you see my ass? Saw more than that. Your thing's about the horrors of Echo, right? It'll be a perfect fit. Well, if you can even fit it onto the camera. I stashed the camera bag in the footwell before hopping in. Southwest Adventures is an amusement park right in the middle of Peyton. It's decent enough that people come not just from Peyton, but cities up to 100 miles away to vacation here. Because of this, it's usually crowded, and today is no exception. Families and their kids are everywhere. It's a generally nice day. Sunny and in the 80s, and it was being on a Sunday that added to the crowd. I didn't mind, though. The point of this is to hang out with my friends. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving. Let's get to some funnel cakes. Jesus, Carl, we just got here. Hey, I didn't have any breakfast. You had breakfast all right, a blunt with a side of the munchies. It's no problem. You can do that while I plan out what we're doing. Carl ambles off on his way to the funnel cake stand. I snagged one of the park maps from the entrance and I hand that to Leo. Alright, so usually when my family comes here, we go clockwise and hit all the rides. That sounds like a plan. It's pretty crowded today, so we probably won't be able to do everything, but in this order we'll at least be able to ride Event Horizon. You sure? The line is always so long for that ride. TJ's looking up towards a tall, spiraling electric red steel roller coaster. It's definitely the most recognizable landmark in the park. You could see it from almost anywhere in Peyton. Yep, fastest, tallest roller coaster in the West. I think it'll be worth it. Oh. TJ rubs his arm with one paw, the corner of his muzzle twitching a little bit. I'd forgotten about that. He used to have a pretty pronounced motor tic when the corner of his mouth would twitch up and over again. It used to be a constant thing, but it stopped once we entered middle school. Guess it hadn't completely gone away. You alright, TJ? We can skip the big rides if you... Oh, hell, TJ, if you're a fucking adult now. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I just haven't been on a roller coaster in a while. TJ snaps his head back towards us. He's all tensed up and the movement looks like a rubber band being snapped. I'm riding all the rides with you guys. TJ walks off, his paws shoved deep in his pockets. I feel bad for him, and I want to give him an out somehow. Fuck! I didn't read all of it. Go back. No, please. But that's when Carl comes back with his funnel cake. It's topped with ice cream, powdered sugar, and strawberries. Anyone want to share? Yeah, that looks really good. No? Alright, guess I have to eat this whole thing. Great, now we're gonna wait for Fat Ass to finish eating. Carl pulls his face out of the cake. Even with his white fur, I can still see the powdered sugar clinging to his chin. No, I can eat it in the line. We're going on the Event Horizon first. The wait'll be an hour long at least. The line ends up being 2 hours long, and by the time we get to the actual ride, I'm dying to get into a pool of any kind. To put it bluntly, an otter needs water. Part of the problem of living in Echo meant that we didn't have any kind of indoor pool system in our house, being as cheap as it was. We ended up having to get an outdoor swimming pool, which was a pain. Nervous, Chase? I smirk at him. I've ridden it before, Leo. Though your tail's kind of down. You sure you're not nervous? Eh? Come on, Leo. Let's ride in the front. Oh, well, I don't know. I watch as Jenna pulls Leo towards the line for the front, which is twice as long as all the others. I opt for the middle, and it was just so happens that TJ comes with me. His tuft ears had been poking straight up the entire time, muzzle giving an occasional twitch. I lean over to him. You know, there's an exit over there for people who changed their mind. I'll bet you can slip out without anyone knowing. Looks like not all of us are going to be riding the same train. TJ stares straight ahead, clutching onto the railing. I could see his sharp claws unsheathed, pressing into the metal and chipping away some of the red paint. No, I'm fine. You sure? Yep, perfectly fine. Well, we're in the middle, which is the best place to be if you don't like roller coasters. Yeah. I really wanted to be able to get TJ to skip the ride, but it seems like he's pretty determined to do it for some reason. Finally, our train comes along and I step in as two laughing and painting hyenas step out. Oh my god, that was the most intense, holy shit, do I know, I never get scared on rides, I almost fucking pissed myself. I do a quick check of the seat to make sure there isn't any actual piss before I sit down. I look up and see TJ standing on the edge of the platform, his eyes wide, one foot stuck out to get on. TJ? A bored-looking teenage fox comes by to check my lap bar, and I stick out my paw. Hey, wait, TJ, you getting on? The fox goes from being bored to mildly annoyed. If you're getting on, you need to get on now. We can't hold up the entire ride for you, sir. The exit's that way for your other adventures await. People around us are starting to notice. Unfortunately, Flynn, who is lined up with Carl towards the back, is paying very close attention, grinning like he knew what was going to happen. Aw, TJ too scared? Guess you're a pussy after all.
Shut up, Flynn. Hey, TJ, when it gets real bad, say to yourself, at least I'm not gonna die.
Actually, a few people have.
TJ!
I yell up at him seems to jar TJ out of his trance. He almost falls into the car as he stumbles into it, fumbling with his shoulder restraints before the fox is in its size and leans down to do it for him. I can see the red on the insides of TJ's ears as he blushes, and I can feel my own ears burn a little from the secondhand embarrassment. Now that it's too late, I realize that we shouldn't have started with this ride. We should have started with something smaller to build up his confidence. I'm jolted back as the train moves forward. Oh gosh. TJ's paw lashes out and latches onto my arm. Oh no, why am I doing this? I reach over to try to move his paw from my arm and back onto the handle on his shoulder restraints. TJ, hold on to that, my arm, you're gonna... Chase, quiet! I pause, staring at the links. I'm really not used to hearing TJ yell. He's almost puffed out to twice his size. I just need some quiet right now. Our train begins its ascent up the first hill, and I can feel TJ's claw pricking into my fur and into the skin. Oh, God. He starts mumbling quietly to himself, his eyes closed. TJ, are you praying? He didn't actually say anything, and soon we've reached the apex of the climb. I give up on trying to move his paw and sit back, a little nervous myself. I really hope TJ doesn't completely lose it. I rinsed the blood off my arm in a dirty theme park bathroom. It wasn't as bad as I thought it could have been, though TJ did start crying when we hit the first inversion. He had scratched the shit out of my forearm, grabbing it with both paws once we started the descent. Unfortunately, Flynn and Carl were still on the platform when we rolled back into the boarding station. Flynn looked really ready to lay into TJ again, but when he saw the tears, he had the decency to hold back. I helped the shaking Lynx out of the car, and somehow we managed to stumble into the bathroom where he quickly hid into the stall. I should have forced him out the exit. He's always had anxiety problems, though I think we all believed it was a childhood thing that he'd gotten over. I don't know if he still takes his medication. Hey, TJ!
Yeah. We should probably get back. Leo texted me that they're all waiting by the ride.
Yeah, I'll be out in a second. The cheerfulness in his voice is forced. I ignore the weird looks I'm getting from the other people in the bathroom and instead inspect my arm. The scratches are pretty superficial, so the bleeding has stopped. No one would notice under the thick fur, even if it's tender as hell. I hear the stall door open behind me, and through the mirror I see TJ come out. He sees me looking over my arm, and his face crumples up again. Chase, I'm sorry. Is it bad? I really don't want him to start crying again. TJ cried a lot when he was a kid, almost every day. Even at 19, he seems like he's still pretty susceptible. It's fine. Doesn't even hurt. Oh, well, that's good. We stand there awkwardly for a few seconds, and then I air out my shirt, which was starting to stick to my sweaty body. Listen, it's honestly getting way too hot for me to wait in lines all day. I think I'd rather just sit down and watch some shows or something. Oh yeah? Yeah, you want to do that with me? TJ's ears come up a little, and he clutches his paws together, the fidgeting subsiding a bit. Yeah, Chase, I think that'll be fun. I can tell he's at least a little relieved. We both head out back towards the ride, and I spot the four of them waiting by the exit. I furrow my brow as I spot Carl crouch on the ground, Jenna kneeling next to him and rubbing his back. Hey, everything all right? Jenna looks up, a sympathetic smile on her face. Carl's not feeling too good. You want to sit on a bench or something? If I move, I'm gonna... That's just what you get for stuffing your face right before the ride. You think they sell ginger pills here, or ginger ale, at least? A joint would be nice. Of course it fucking would be. Like, I've got no reason other than the popular vote to go for Carl at this point. I don't enjoy his character, but there's gotta be something. There's gotta be something that makes everybody want me to fucking go for this guy, so we'll go for him. Well, there are some vendors over there. I'll go check. I'm actually kind of glad everybody's preoccupied with Carl right now. Takes some of the heat off of TJ. Let's move you to a bench. It'll be better if you're sitting down. Slowly, Jenna and Leo lift Carl up, and how I can see from his face that he's really ill. To the average person, our little outing might already seem like a disaster, but this is perfectly typical for us. Nothing ever went according to plan. We sit Carl down on a bench, and he bends over, his face in his hands as he moans softly. Ugh. TJ comes back with a medium-sized cup in his paws. He sits next to Carl. No ginger ale, but they did have some lime soda. Carl takes it and sips a bit of it before sitting back and belching. Ugh, fuck it, I'm done, guys. What? What are you gonna do all day? Sit there? Actually, me and Chase are going to see some shows. You can come with us. Ugh. Guys, we're doing this to hang out with each other, remember? I'll leave them. We're wasting time. Flynn turns and walks off, his hands shoved in his pockets, hunched like a stone gargoyle. Such an edgelord. Oh, Jesus. He definitely looked the part, being a lizard. Damn, that was probably a bit speciesist. Well, we all have our phones. Text us, alright? Sure. Jenna turns and follows Flynn, but Leo hesitates a moment. He looks at me before eventually turning to follow Flynn and Jenna. Oh, poor Leo. 5 minutes later, Carl's stomach settles to the point where he's able to get up and walk. At this point, I'm completely wiped out and just want to sit down. Ooh, look at this amphitheater. This is cool. I point out the first stage we see, and they agree. I sigh gratefully when I sit down. You look tired as shit. I crack an eye open and see Carl giving me a sidelong glance. I don't sleep very well in motel beds. I actually woke up around 2. You were gone. Now TJ's looking at me too, and I feel my gut clench for a second. Yeah, I tried to go for a walk down the street. I hoped it would get me tired. Well, if that happens again, you can just walk over to my house. I'm up until like 3 every night. Wow, why? Carl shrugs, leaning back and sticking his hooves up against the chair in front of him, earning him a dirty glance from its occupier. Games, mostly. Sometimes I read. Carl rubs his chin, opening his muzzle, closing it, then opening it again. You know, it would be pretty cool if you spent the night one of these days. That house could be creepy as hell when you're the only one in it. You're alone? Yeah, parents are vacationing in the regal paradise and having a bloody good time, they tell me. Carl tries to put on an accent, but it doesn't go... Oh, that was supposed to be an accent? God damn it. A bloody good time! Like a bad accent. Oh, did you want to go with them? Carl blows a raspberry, laughing. Not really. Mom told me right away that weed isn't legal there either, so I took that as them not wanting me to come along. Oh. They did say the chocolate there is real, whatever that means, and they'd bring me some. Guess I'm not enough of a fat ass yet. Come on, Carl. But dude, I'm getting there. Soon all I'll have to do is stand in the front of the mirror, block out my face, and jerk it to my moobs. Oh, god damn. What the fuck? Why do you guys like this guy? I'm like a dumb snorting, croaking sound, and I feel TJ looking at the two of us disapprovingly. Not the hardest thing to do when you're high. Wait, so you've actually done it? Carl shrugs, smirking at me. Ugh, I reach out and grab his chest. From what I can tell, there's a pretty firm set of pecs under there. Carl puts a mock horrified look on his face. Sexual assault! He touched my breast! Whatever, Carl. They're harder than mine. So now we're teenage girls in the locker room comparing racks? Hey, you're the one that brought up tits. You know what? I can see it, yeah. You're the hot preppy one that everyone likes, and I'm the big fat chick that you're all nice to, but call Big Thunder Mountain behind your back. And TJ hadn't been paying attention, distracted with watching some dancers on stage. He looks innocently at us. Huh? You're the cute, naive Christian chick that only takes it up the butt. This is to stay virgin. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, dude. What? Let me feel your boobies, I want to compare. What the shit, dude? What in the world are you talking? No! Small but perky. What the fuck? After a few seconds of tussling and Carl getting smacked in the nose by TJ, somebody shushes us from behind and we're forced into silence. The show starts off with a bunch of mice having a weird sort of hoedown. TJ's really into it and actually starts clapping along. Well, that's nice. I smile. TJ could definitely be kind of cute sometimes. Carl just rubs his nose and leans back, watching with a smirk as the whole thing is a joke to him. As if the whole thing was a joke to him. At this point, my eyelids were feeling heavy. At most, I'd gotten maybe 4 hours of sleep last night. I think about leaning my head back, but the backs of the seats are pretty low, and I just end up with my head hanging over the back. Leaning forward would just be impossible. I could lean into one of my friends. I don't think they'd mind. Well, now's the choice. TJ's doing his thing, so I'll lean on Carl. Also, I'm supposed to be pursuing Carl now. Out of the choice between the two, I personally would go with TJ, but I don't know. Carl is definitely the better choice. Bigger and probably softer, he'd make a nice pillow. Carl, I'm going to use you as my bed. Huh? I put my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes, feeling the soft, puffy, sleeveless hoodie and his bulk under my cheek. Weirdly enough, he was pretty damn sturdy, and I had expected him to be like a pillow puff. Damn, Chase, you that tired? Well, alright then. I feel him shift, and he's suddenly putting an arm across the back of the bench, giving me more support. The gesture made me feel a little warm. I could see TJ's eyes on us, but I ignore him, enjoying the position of intimacy. The sounds of the clapping and fiddles start to drift away as the lack of sleep takes its toll. I feel along the rough edges of rock and dirt. The only thing I can hear is the shower of debris I'm knocking to the ground. The air is stale, and I have the vague feeling that I'm suffocating. I keep going. I'm gonna reach the end eventually. I just have to keep moving. I can tell that I'm going down deeper and deeper. The space around me is growing smaller and smaller, and soon I'm hunching so that my head doesn't scrape the ceiling. I can hear footsteps, not quite in synchrony with my own. There aren't any kind of footsteps I've ever heard before, though. I stop and listen. There's definitely the sound of feet, but not like they're walking, more like they're stamping down the ground, making as much noise as possible. This is accompanied by a slapping sound, as if somebody is smacking their paws on the ground as well. I imagine a canine toddler, but insisting on walking on all fours while throwing a tantrum. It's heavier, though, like an adult doing it. That image makes the nape of my neck prickle, but I'm not scared. It's not long after I've stepped that the noise stops as well. Just 10 feet behind me, I turn, watching the darkness. I knew you'd come back. They always do. My voice sounds clogged, muted, like the rocky walls are just sucking up the sound of the sound instead of the bouncing them off the tunnel. The stamping starts up again, loudly, coming towards me at full speed. Now I can hear sobbing, sniffling, and a strange guttural grunting. It's just feet away. You're only moving in circles. It veers away just as the words leave my mouth, going back the way it came. I stand there a while, listening until I can't hear it anymore. I turn and continue on, feeling the walls again as I make my way lower and lower. The smell hits me right as my paws hit it. Slick and slippery blood coats the walls of my paws and run along like thick oil. It's warm and fresh. And now I know I'm getting close. A voice abruptly echoes down the tunnel. It's not far away at all. I knew you'd come back. They always do. I make my way closer and closer now, and fear pricks my heart. They always do. I hear muffled screams now, as if someone is yelling with their mouth closed. Now the fur is standing up all over my body, but my feet won't stop. I keep going. I'm getting closer and closer. You're only moving in circles. I'm here. It's right here in front of me, and now I'm reaching out to it, reaching out to touch it. I can't stop. I can't stop. What the fuck? I jump, my head jerks up, and my eyes snap open, looking around wildly. It's like I came up from being underwater too long. Shit! Whoa! TJ and Carl both jump shortly after I do. I look back and forth and they stared wide-eyed back at me. It takes me a second to realize I'm still at Southwest Adventures. At the stage, watching shows. Jesus fuck, dude, you alright? Carl! I lean forward and rub my face in my paws, trying to stop shaking. I'm fine, just really bad dream. I feel a small paw on my back and TJ rubs it. What about? I'm not really sure. Just a really dark place and some things were in there. That does sound pretty creepy. What kinds of things? I think for a moment. The weird crawling thing, the screaming thing. I pull my head up, looking towards the stage, which is empty right now. Yet there's still music happening. It doesn't matter. It was just a dream. Hey, what happened to the show? Carl chuckles next to me, leaning back again. You missed him, dude. We've been here for like 3 shows. We've seen like 3 shows. Yeah, we even had a segment with otters doing water tricks. We thought about waking you up for it, but you were in a really deep sleep. That's too bad. I've always loved seeing my people laughed at for the swimming clowns that we are. What the fuck? How long's it been? Carl checks his phone, which he already has out. Been about 3 hours. Could probably get some lunch now. Damn, I've been out for a while. I'm surprised I hadn't at least woken up a few times, considering the uncomfortable position I'd been in. I guess you feel better then? Yeah, I've been feeling better for the past 2 hours now that I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. Fuck, how many times do I gotta... I've composed myself for the most part and take out my phone to text Leo. It's already 2 p.m., so I tell him we're hungry and that we should meet up. He gets back to me pretty quick, saying that they are mostly done with the big rides. He also says that we should meet at the center of the park at the food court. We meet Flynn at a table in the food court where he's already bought some pizza. Carl immediately sits down and pries open the box, taking out a few slices. Of course, you guys have fun. It was alright. Watched a few shows about our state's speciesist history. Chase took a nap. Flynn eyes TJ, who doesn't say anything as he sits to take his own slice of pizza, a bit more daintily than Carl had. Feeling better, Tej? Yeah, I'm fine. TJ nibbles on his slice of cheese pizza. Yeah, well, the pizza here is a hell of a lot scarier than any of the rides, so you're braver than I am. Where's Leo and Jenna? They're all fucking! They're going at it! Flynn rolls his eyes and nods towards a row of carnival games to the right of the court. Fighting? They've been playing those games for a fucking half hour already. I'm not surprised. I grab my own slice of pizza and a napkin and make my way over there. Keeping with the theme of the Old West, the carnival section of the park is decked out with fake saloons and brothels. I spot them pretty quick. Leo's holding a pink unicorn and Jenna's carrying a green dragon. They seem to be in pretty good spirits, though Leo's grin is a little tight. Looks like a pretty successful haul, you guys. Hey, Chase. Jenna's grinning, looking a little smug as well. You guys finished? We're eating now. Leo shifts in the giant unicorn around. Yeah, we're pretty much done, I think. Damn, Leo, you must have won something pretty hard to get that. Yeah, that was me. I look over at the green dragon Jenna's holding. What about that? Yeah, I won this too. Oh, well, I'm sure you've won a couple. Actually, yeah, I've beaten him at every game. Well, you're visiting. I want your memories of the vacation to be good. Obviously, it's getting to your head, though. What the fuck? Did my light just flicker? Was that me having a stroke? What the fuck was that? Oh, please. Chase, you should have seen his face. Sour grapes the whole time. Oh, really? I would usually stay out of stuff like this. Leo always got a little carried away when it came to competition. Yeah, my light is flickering. What the fuck? Especially when I was around. But it was kind of funny seeing him act like this. Let's just go and eat. Wait, there's the high striker. Why don't we show Chase who's stronger, Oh, Jesus. Leo contemplates that for a second, but seems pretty confident about this one. He's literally almost twice the size of Jenna. I don't know if that's very fair to you, Jenna. I mean... he lets that sit, and honestly, I have to agree. Jenna, though, gets a little fox gleam in her eyes that I knew meant she thought she knew something we didn't. Afraid I'm gonna woo your ex? What? Wow, Jenna's going all out. My muzzle flushes under the fur, but that only seems to decide things for Leo. We're exes? I didn't know that. He flexes his shoulder and sticks out the stuffed unicorn to me. I stuff the last of my crust in my mouth and reach out to take it. Jenna does the same, and now I'm hugging two massive stuffed animals to my sides, tripling my girth. Alright, let's do this. Step right up, test your strength. $3, 3 tries, ring the bell, and you'll win a prize. I'd like a try. Oh, we have a take a big strong wolf like you and have no problem at all. $3, please. Leo hands over the money, and the carny hands him a mallet. Leo points at me with a grin. This one's for you, Chula. What does that mean? My heart skips a beat. He hasn't called me that in a while. But I decide to play along. Don't disappoint me, Leo. I really want that stuffed griffin. I didn't know there were exes. I'm confused. We're learning stuff. I point to the griffin at the big carny's long shelf of toys. Sure thing. Leo spreads his legs and squares his shoulders before raising the hammer and bringing it down hard onto the rubber-looking pad. It's a pretty hard hit, but the chaser only raises up to the 40 mark. Oh, almost, Sir Wolf. Try again. Leo's brow furrows. No, I'm not so sure this was a good idea. He raises the mallet again and grunts as he brings it down even harder, causing the contraption to shake a little. This time, the chaser shoots up to the 70 mark. Even better! This time, put your back into it! I can hear Leo growling a little as he raises the mallet a final time, and it brings it down with a snarl, all the muscles on his arms standing out. I'm pretty sure I feel the ground shake this time as the impact causes a few heads to turn. This time, the chaser only goes up to the 60 mark. Damn! Leo gapes at the game. So close! $3 more will get you 3 more tries. Would you like to try again? Nope, my turn. Jenna already has some money ready and hands it to the carny. Oh, a little battle with the sexes, huh? Well, step up, my fair fox maiden. How will you fare against the big bad wolf? Leo reluctantly hands the mallet to Jenna. All right, beat 70. Jenna points at the mallet at me, winking. Don't worry, Chase, I'll get that griffin for you. The fuck? Leo snorts loudly, folding his arms and looking pretty annoyed. Good luck, I was hitting that thing as... Before he can finish, Jenna raises the mallet into the air and puts it down into a graceful swing. It's as if she was chopping wood and she brings it down onto the rubber pad. It lands precisely and cleanly, in a sharp contrast with Leo's sloppy hits. It's all in the technique sometimes. I stare, Leo stares, the carny stares. Jenna simply raises her paw into the air. Yay! A few onlookers around us laugh and cheer. Oh my, the fair fox has won! Come over and pick your prize! He glances at Leo. Sorry, buddy. The carny shoots a sympathetic but also amused smile Leo's way before turning on to the onlookers. See that? Female fox half the size of this male wolf is ringing the bell. Could one of you be next? Leo looks mortified, but quickly charges his expression to a sheepish grin. He doesn't seem to want to look at me. Good job, Jenna. Jenna bounced back to us carrying the big stuffed griffin. Give those ones to Leo, so I can give you this. I hand off the stuffed toys to Leo, who grumbles a bit as he takes them. Damn thing's rigged. Jenna hands me a griffin. Thanks, Jenna. That was really... She leans over and pecks me on the cheek. See Leo's eyes widen as she does it, his ears standing straight up. Oh, it was nothing. Leo stands there for a few more seconds, working his jaw. Awesome. He turns away and leaves, his arms still wrapped around his giant stuffed toys. Jenna starts laughing. Jenna! Oh, hush, he'll get over it. He's just so damn fun to tease. I have to agree, but not when I'm being used to do the teasing. He's still really sensitive about the whole thing. You guys talked it over, didn't you? Anyway, aren't you gay? I take a deep breath. Well, if we're supposed to go after Carl, then I guess we have to say yes. I guess bisexual isn't an answer. So I guess yes. Yeah. See, he's got nothing to worry about. I'm not in the mood to go deep and go in depth about my sexuality. Saying anything else confuses people. I sigh and rub my eyes with a paw, so still a little tired. Hey, don't tell Leo that I work at the state fair every year. Oh, she just fucking knows how to do it. Wasn't planning on it. The rest of the day is pretty relaxing. We ride a few of the more mellow rides. Leo seemed to cheer up when I volunteered to sit next to him on the Ferris wheel. TJ even built up his courage to the point where he rode the swinging ship. Oh, I hate the swinging ship. That fucking womp womp. I fucking hate that thing. I don't like it. I don't like it. I've ridden one roller coaster in my life, and it was the Timberwolf at Worlds of Fun in Kansas City. Thing's made of wood. It sounds like you're gonna fucking die. I hate that shit. Flynn and Carl rode the slingshot ride together, and with the video feed from the ground, I think it's the first time I've ever seen Flynn scared. Ha! Carl did end up barfing after that one. By about 6 p.m., everyone's tired enough that we agree to head back. I'm still exhausted, so I sleep for the half hour it takes to get back to the motel. When we get back, I notice how good the sun looks right now. With a sigh, I remind myself that I'm here to actually get a project done, not just play around. So as everyone sits in the motel, I let them know that I'm about to shoot some B-roll, gathering up my equipment and heading out into the heat. Dragging it outside, I set up, sweating even under the evening light. Even this late in the day, the heat was pissing me off. For some reason, it's a lot cooler in Pueblo. My mind drifts back to the many, many days of summer under the blazing sun. The temperature rarely dipping below 100. Oh, God, I hate that shit. I can't do that shit. I'm amazed poor TJ had never had a heat stroke. When I put my eye into the viewfinder, I'm a bit disappointed at how broken down the town looks, even with the amazing backdrop. What a dump. I'll say. It's then that I hear footsteps and talking behind me. I pause my recording and turn around. How's the filming? It's alright. Kind of ran out of sun, but it's okay. Echo looks like crap no matter what kind of light you shoot it in. Do you need us to stay quiet? Nah, I'm just shooting B-rolls. Was about to come back in. Let's stay out here a minute. Carl and Flynn are getting a little loud. Besides, I want to talk to you two. He wraps an arm around Jenna and reaches out to pull me in so that we're both flanking him. I feel my shoulder press into his warm bulk of his side and chest. He'd always been taller than me. My eyes barely come up to his chin, but now it seemed like he was almost twice as wide. He definitely put on more muscle since I last saw him. While he was always pretty muscular, he'd been more on the lean side. Now his chest and biceps pulled his shirt tight. It felt nice, though, like something very sturdy wrapped in velvet. I suppose it was a mixture of adding on both muscle and fat. I'm at least happy that he's gotten over his little defeat to Jenna. Look at us, the OG crew. Leo's strong voice... The OG crew! Leo's strong voice vibrates from his body into mine. The effect is tranquilizing, and I feel myself relax. Together again. The only thing I miss about this town. Leo was referring to the fact that he, Jen, and I were the original three in the group of 6 to become friends. Later, we would add TJ, then Carl, and finally Flynn and Sydney. Leo had really been the one to unite us all. I remember when you first got here, everyone was afraid of you. I remember when I first got here, I found a bunch of gringos. I don't know what that word means. I don't know what it means. So if I just said something bad, I'm sorry. You two, please don't get pissed. Who wouldn't even talk to each other. We all went to the same schools as in Peyton and had our different friends there. When Leo moved in, he thought it was strange that the kids in Echo didn't hang out together. As I entered middle school and high school, I cycled through a ton of different friends, but the ones in Echo always stayed the same. Remember when we'd always have sleepovers at Chase's place? Of course, I'd kick your ass at Claws of Fury all the time. Of Fury. Claws of Fury. Not Claws of Furry. Christ, this channel has fucked me up. I remember. I used to think you guys were only friends with me for my video games. Many times I'd fallen asleep to the flickering of the old CRT television set, watching the outlines of Jenna and Leo twist side to side as they played. I'd wake up hours later only to find them still playing. It was weird. Jenna and Leo get along really well, but there is a bit of competitive streak between the two. Actually, it's one of the few things that gets Leo genuinely angry. I think he even broke one of my controllers once. How long has it been since we first met? Well, when did you move in? I think it was in 2000. So take 2015 and subtract 2000. What does that leave you with, Leo? Leo looks sideways at me and smirks. There's a flash of white canine as it appears from under his lips for a moment. You think yourself a real hotshot now that you're in college, huh? I smirk back, though I know my canines aren't as impressive. Pretty much, yeah. Well, you'll always be those little brats to me. I feel Leo's wagging tail swat me in the butt. Oh my god. I'm not really sure how I feel about that. Speaking of which, are you two getting along over there? Jenna looks at me and around Leo's broad chest. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, we haven't had many chances to hang out. Eh? Why not? Well, it's college. It's a pretty large university. I don't even think we've seen each other in passing. Yeah, things are different. But Jenna, we should do something together soon, before you graduate. Definitely. Leo still looks a little disappointed that me and Jenna aren't keeping up at the university, but I don't know why. She had her friends, I had mine, and we did talk sometimes. Jenna nudges Leo, causing us all to sway. And speaking of that, when are you going back to Mesa? Mesa is the community college in Peyton. Leo went there for a few semesters before taking a break. And by break, I mean he quit. We'll see. I'll have to talk to my parents. It's just starting to get really busy. Why don't they hire more people? You know, you would have graduated by now. You would have had your master's by now. Leo sighs. It's about committing to the family business, not the help he needs. Jenna rolls her eyes, blowing out some air and ruffling the tuft of fur on her head. Wolves and their families. You should try thinking and speaking for yourself sometime. If I hadn't done that, I'd still be stuck in that crank house. Jenna flicks her head vaguely in the direction of where she used to live. Jenna is the only one, aside from Carl, who has family still living in Echo. I wonder if she's going to visit them, even though I'm pretty sure I already know the answer to that. I see Leo tighten his arm around her shoulder, but she goes on without missing a beat. You can start with our otter here. I look up, caught unawares. Huh? What? Jenna, I'm serious. Jenna puts her paw up to Leo's face, cutting him off. I am not going to spend this entire week with you asking me when or how you should do it. Let's just rip off the Band-Aid now. Chase? Jenna. There's a warning tone in Leo's voice as he pins back his ears and drops his arms from our shoulders. I already know what's happening. It's been a long time coming. I take a step back and fold my arms, looking to the side. Chase, Leo has some things to say to you, and yes, it's about that. Now I'm going to head back in and make sure Carl doesn't light up the bathroom. Jenna! His tone changing to exasperation as Jenna turns on her heel and leaves. Judging by the curl in her tail, I can tell that she's pretty satisfied with what she'd just done. I return my attention to the road. I couldn't really bring myself to look at him right now. We both stand there for a minute, 3 feet apart. I hear Leo scruff the ground with his foot, then sniff as the dust rises from the ground. I hear him draw in a deep breath. I hear him draw in a breath a few times, as if he's going to say something, but ends up blowing it out with a sigh. We were never good at this, probably why it ended up failing like it did. Leo, I'm sorry, Chase. For what? Not talking to you about this when I should have. Talking to Jenna about it when I should have been talking to you. He reaches out and sits upon my shoulder, the silver anchor on his wrist glinting just a bit in the fading light. He's smiling at me, but I grit my teeth. Why are you still wearing that? His eyes flick from the bracelet and back to my face, expression turning defensive. Why aren't you still wearing yours? Don't you remember what we said? I sigh, looking at the scattering of clouds behind Leo's head. They're tinged a soft pink from the fading sun. The sunset is almost the same color as Leo's fur. Leo, we were teenagers. That's not an answer. He cuts me off and I look back at him. I told you they weren't love bracelets. They weren't just about our relationship. They were about everything. Our friends, family, memories. Echo. I raise my voice above his, cutting him off this time. They were about Echo, Leo. We stand there a while, and Leo's looking closely at me, expectantly, his ears tipped forward. His eyes pierce at me like amber shards. It was always hard to look at him in the eye during our arguments. Hey, there we are. What, do I have to say it? Alright, fine. I fucking hate this place. Everything about it. It's the most miserable goddamn place I've ever been. How many places have you been? Enough to know that it's miserable? Most everyone here is old, obese, on welfare. Half of them are probably on meth. Leo pulls in a deep breath and blows it over my head. I can smell the bell peppers on his breath. No one likes it here, Chase. I mean, it was an anchor. I'm half laughing. Just looking at it makes me feel like I was still tied to this town. I didn't need it reminding me of all that awful stuff. I know it was supposed to symbolize our being each other's rocks or whatever, but it stands for a lot more than that. But a lot of good things happen here, too. No one should forget where they come from. Sometimes I wish I could. At this point, Leo's deflated a bit, going into a slouch, his ears lowered. Wait, you said was. You didn't get rid... No, I still have it. It's just in a drawer in my dorm room. Honestly, if it was anything else, like one of those infinity bracelets we saw, I wouldn't have trouble wearing it. Fuck, why didn't you say anything when we were buying them? I didn't know it was going to be a problem. Leo takes a deep breath again before blowing it out, puffing out his cheeks this time. I don't know what puchika otter means. He puts a paw to his eyes and holds it there for a few seconds. It's a pose I'm pretty familiar with. Even though I haven't seen it in a few years, I'm hit with a wave of memories, mostly of me frustrating or embarrassing Leo somehow. We decided on the anchors mostly because they look pretty. Leo had referenced some wolf metaphor about roots and how we're always drawn back to them. Also some bullshit about how otters were great sailors, but really it was just an aesthetic. For some reason, over the years, we had begun to associate the anchor with being stuck in Echo. It was when I started connecting the anchor to Sydney that I had taken it off. It was too much. Anyway, Leo brings me back to the present, and I focus back on him. They've mentioned Sydney twice now. Only twice in the entire game that I know of. And it's been in this episode. And they also alluded to something happening regarding Flynn, and maybe the lake. So I'm thinking Sydney drowned, maybe. I don't know. Leo brings me back to the present, and I focus back on him. What I was trying to say is that I'm still not okay with how you left. Leo, I said I was sorry, and I still am, or how you stopped talking to me for a while. Okay, I was a kid. I thought I had a good tactic, like Jenna said, rip off the Band-Aid, you know? We did start talking again. It was more like you punching me in the gut than kicking me in the balls. The problem was that you didn't even give me a chance to say anything, or at least tell me why you broke it off. I stay silent for a while, then finally look up, setting my jaw. Like I said, I was young and dumb. I didn't know how to handle it. I can keep apologizing, or we can move on and make the most of this. We only have a week. We only have 1 week, and I want to have fun. Leo looks to the side, paws on hips, as if contemplating, then looks back at me with a smile. Alright, fine, but don't think you're off the hook. I still want to talk soon. Soon, just not right now. I stand there awkwardly for a few moments, then, because it feels appropriate, I step in to give him a hug. He takes it willingly, and he's warm and strong. For a moment, I wonder why the hell I dumped this guy. Jesus Christ. Just then, someone lays on the horn as they drive past us, pulling me out of my reverie. Fat! Oh my god, really? I lean back so I can watch the car speed down the empty road. Leo keeps holding me, though. He just chuckles. Echo hasn't changed much, has it? No, it hasn't. As we're saying our goodbyes, I remind Leo about the shots I need of the lake. He says he'll talk to the other two about it after they leave. We all say our goodbyes before Leo, Carl, and Flynn take off. TJ takes his usual hour getting ready to bed while Jenna does some homework. By the time I'm finished brushing my teeth, I'm grateful to see them both in bed. I get under the covers next to TJ and lay there for about an hour, staring at the ceiling. Slowly, I slide from under the covers, careful not to wake TJ. Quietly, I slip my jeans on, grab my jacket before heading out the door. Toby built a small sandcastle next to the lake, in the process of digging a moat around it. Jenna drops a few twigs next to it before running off to find more decorations. Flynn is talking to Sydney, pointing at Toby's sandcastle. Sydney looks hesitant, but excited. He seems to make up his mind, suddenly running forward and kicking the top of the tallest castle. It breaks easily, with most of it flying into Toby's face. Toby flinches back, shocked, before immediately crying as he rubs at his eyes. Jenna comes running from across the beach, yelling before shoving at Sydney, who's laughing. She turns to Toby, who's trying to help him clean his face, but the lynx pushes her away before running towards the trail back to Echo. Aww. Little bastards. Monday, motherfucker! Let's do this shit. We're on Monday. Yeah, River feeds Emma Lake from the north. It's a farther drive than the lake itself, but it does have a few nice clearings along its edge. One of them has a few branches and a rusted-to-hell public grill that I'm sure no one has used in decades. This is the place that we go. As we're unloading Leo's van, I decide to get the B-roll of the lake right away. It won't have much of a presence in the packet, so I think I'm just going to narrate over it later. The actual lake is only a few minutes' walk from here. It's a bit difficult navigating around the sagebrush, and I know I'm going to have to check for ticks later. By the time I reach the lake, my friends are pretty far behind me, hidden behind a few bends and hills. I'm getting uncomfortable with the idea of me holding this camera while I navigate the terrain. It probably would have been better if Leo had just parked the car near to the reservoir while I got out to film, but I guess even that still wasn't okay. There's a large square of paved ground next to the parking lot now, several benches and a row of brand new grills. Several lamps have been erected around the area too. Leo was right about the town trying to turn the reservoir into a recreational spot. That's a good fucking word. I can actually see a few jet boats skimming through the water, leaving long trails of white behind them. There's even what looks like a feline of some sort fishing in the shallows. It would explain why the motel is still in business. Lake Emma is fairly small, but only about 12 miles long and 5 wide. I look around before climbing to the top of a nearby hill to get my shots. Even with a few people there, it's still pretty quiet, aside from the train horns, and it's kind of eerie. I wrap up and start to quickly make my way back. It's hard to explain why I'm getting freaked out in broad daylight with people around. Either it's because of what happened all those years ago, or I'm just psyching myself out. I'm glad to hear my friends' voices again as I get closer. Then again, it sounds like they're fighting. Been acting like a dick all day. Be glad I came here at all.
Apparently it would have been better if you hadn't.
Maybe I should have just fucking leave. Maybe I should just fucking leave then.
It sounds like a lot more serious than our usual squabbles, so I quicken my pace. They seem to quiet down a bit once they see me coming. DJ's off to the side, looking out over the river, occasionally throwing a rock into it. Carl sits in a lawn chair, one of the 6 that has been set out into a semicircle. He has his chin on a fist as he lazily stares at me. Jenna and Leo both stand next to each other, looking at Flynn, who's got his back turned, rummaging through the cooler. Hey, what's wrong?
Nothing. Did you get your film?
Yeah, got it. The silence is still awkward, and I have no idea what the hell to do with myself. I finally realize that I'm still holding the camera and decide to put that away. Hey, I'm gonna go for a quick swim. Haven't been in the water in a while. When we first got here, I was completely disappointed to find that the motel didn't have its own swimming pool. Being an otter, I like to swim at least once a day, if not more. At this point, it had been 3. Flynn finally turns around, a beer in his hand, as he cracks it open. It was true that he'd been acting a bit strange today. He'd held the entire trip up by a few hours, and when he finally shown up, his eyes were bleary and he seemed sluggish, like he'd been up all night. When we had asked if he was all right, he brushed us off.
Yeah, thanks for the help setting up, Chase. You're about as useful as this fat ass here.
He swings the paw, holding the beer at Carl.
Flynn? So enjoy that swim while I set everything out.
Yeah, I will. Make my soda a diet while you're at it. I've had it with Flynn. He's souring the trip with his need to be an asshole.
Go fuck yourself.
I ignore him as I strip off my shirt and head to the riverbank. I pat TJ on the shoulder as I pass him before slipping into the water. We're currently in the middle of a drought that has lasted the past 3 years, so the water is low, only about 10 feet at its deepest. It's enough through, and God, it feels good. It's spring, so the water is pretty cold. I swim back and forth a few times before finally diving in. Eventually I settle on drifting to the bottom, laying and gripping on a rocky floor as I stare up at the shimmery light above me. I feel the gentle current run over my body. It's nice to be away from all that tension above me. I feel isolated, alone, and for now, that feels good. None of the others could come down this deep, only I was able to. I remember when I was younger, I would give the others rides around the lake, able to swim its entire length and back. Even Flynn the asshole had done it a few times. It was one skill I had that I was proud of, even if it was inherent to my species. It still made me feel somehow useful, or at least different from everyone else, in a good way. I'd always felt like the odd one out in the group, as strange as it sounds. Where everyone else has a strong, distinct personality, I was just average. Sometimes I wonder if they were just friends with me because we all had to be when we were younger. This whole trip kind of forced me to think back on all the memories I have of this place and my friends. They were always doing cool things, being different, while I was just sort of blended into the background. Even then, I wanted to do something, to stand out somehow. That's what I'm trying to do here, I guess. It's been about 7 minutes, and I only know that because but that's about as long as I can hold my breath. I decide I should go back up and help out, so I slowly let myself float back up to the surface, trying to stay in the same spot. When I surface, it's pretty quiet. For a second, I wonder if everyone's just gone. Of course, that's ridiculous, and as I come over the embankment, everyone's there. Predictably, Flynn didn't get my food out, so I go to the cooler and grab a sandwich and a soda before sitting in an empty chair next to Leo. Apparently, it was a good idea to bring lawn chairs, considering the tables looked like they were covered in a year's worth of bird shit.
How was the swim?
His tone is bitter and salty. He's not in his usual grumpy but good-natured mood. He's genuinely unhappy. What the hell is his deal? Amazing. I'm gonna have to come back here again sometime during the week. You lizard people just don't understand. You hardly even need water. It always scares the hell out of me when you're down there that long. I'm built for it. Remember when you'd give us rides? That was fun.
Remember when you'd always scream like a girl when Chase would go out too far?
Wow, I remember that now. Hey, I've never really liked water. Anyway, Chase would do it on purpose. He knew I didn't like it out past to a certain point. Carl looks at me.
You know what was really cool was when you would take us down for a dive. Oh yeah, Chase was like our own little submarine. I'm starting to get that otters are swimming clowns vibe again. Still, I kind of enjoy the attention. We'd get you to take us to the bottom so we could look for treasure. Leo makes air quotes around the last word. And you know, we probably would have found way more stuff if you guys hadn't been dragging me down. I remember when, are we really fucking talking about this? Everyone turns to look at Flynn. His voice is low and dangerous. There's a chill in the air because we all know what he means. I was actually feeling pretty good about it at this point, like we crossed the bridge, being able to talk about it for once. Apparently, we haven't. Flynn? No, I'm serious. Do you think it's okay to fucking talk about this when the lake is just a quarter mile away? You know what, Flynn? I think we should. Isn't that the part of the reason why we're here? No! If that was the case, we'd be over there. And we're here. And why is that? Everyone's quiet for a moment. I see TJ shrink into his chair, staring hard at his lap. Flynn, we came here because Chase needed footage. A change comes over Flynn. His face darkens and everyone sees it. Flynn turns to me and it takes some effort not to flinch back. Yeah, and why is that, Chase? You're gonna put that in your fucking documentary? No, Leghem is important it's an important part of Echo's history. Just what? Flynn raises his eyebrow bridge at me, and finally I just lower my eyes. This was a stupid fucking idea. You know what, Flynn? If you'd be a little more open, tell us what's on your mind, we'd be able to avoid a lot of this kind of stuff. Oh, you want to know what's on my mind? Flynn swivels and marches up to Carl. Alright, let's start with you. You're fat, lazy, no motivation, no future. What the hell are you even planning on doing with your life? Sit here, waste away in Echo, mooching off your parents until you're dead? Carl stares back up at Flynn impassively, though he's hunched in on himself a bit further. Flynn, don't do this right now. And you thinking you're better than everyone else. I can tell you think everyone at Echo is trash. Just because me and the others haven't left, you think we're lower than you. Just because we don't have an education, we're a bunch of retards. Yeah? Well, you let your whole fucking family behind you without even saying goodbye. You know what's even going on with them right now? What they're dealing with? Yeah, real fucking hero you are. You think I stop it, Flynn? Our unquestionable leader. We wouldn't have been friends without you, would we? That's why you brought us here, right? So we can all bond? Oh wait, was it just because you wanted to get back into Chase's pants? Leo's ears fall flat. Probably. You've been a mess ever since he left, so let me be the one to tell you. It's over. It's fucking unhealthy. You're obsessed with him. Slowly, his head turns to me and I brace myself. And I can't imagine why. You, Chase, have the personality of a fucking rock, and I wish you could see yourself. You just sit there like a creep watching everyone, weighing everything that we say. And don't think I haven't caught the way you stare at all of us, like we're all objects to be collected. What, are you just planning to cycle through all of us for sex? Sure seems like it. Flynn stops, then exhales. Seems like it's all over. I really hope it is. That proves futile, though, as Flynn turns slowly on TJ. I'd silently prayed that the Lynx would make a run for it, but while Flynn had his attention focused on us, but TJ looked apathetic. Looks like a statue, there's no soul in him. Flynn pauses, though, as if he's at a loss for what to say. Finally. What happened, TJ? Flynn. Leo stands up. From his posture, I can tell the wolf is ready to fight. Memories are starting to flow back. TJ, Flynn, thinking he'd done something, I stand up too. Flynn may sound like he's a hard ass, but physically Leo had him beat easily. Flynn can obviously tell that he might have a fight on his hands, though, and it's clear he doesn't want that. He drops his shoulders, seeming to shrink, as if invisible strings that had been holding him up were cut. He turns to us and gestures at TJ. I just want the truth. Can we put a stop to this today, right now? I don't think you know how much of a nightmare this has been for me, not really knowing. TJ. TJ stares up at Flynn, muzzle set grimly. What happened to Sydney? Dead quiet. TJ stares at his lap, not moving. Come on, let's. Flynn holds up a hand towards me, still staring at TJ. Slowly, TJ looks up, his face still stoic. He's still made of stone. I already told you what happened. Bullshit! Flynn steps forward, but Leo's there to grab the back of Flynn's shirt and swing him around. I dodge out of the way as Flynn is flung back to land on his ass, kicking up a big cloud of dust. Shit! Flynn, I swear to God, if you start a fight here, I'm gonna drop your stupid ass! Everyone except TJ is standing now, staring at Flynn. Flynn sits there, glaring up at Leo, obviously weighing his chances. He seems to come up short, though, as he spits into the side and stands up, brushing his pants off as he turns away. You're all okay with not knowing? Fuck all of you! He turns back around, hands in his pockets, a bitter look on his face. This whole thing was stupid, Leo. We're not even friends anymore. Flynn scuffs the ground before turning and walking towards the trail that goes back to Echo. God damn it, Flynn! Fuck off! Flynn keeps walking, and it's pretty clear that he isn't coming back. Ugh. I raise a paw and rub it over my eyes. What is he doing? He's a passionate guy that will sometimes just explode with all these insecurities before running away and hiding for a few days. He skewered us all like that before, but that was classic Flynn. But he was especially mean, dark. That part with TJ, I vaguely remember Flynn having some sort of suspicion, but that had been a long time ago. Had he been sitting on that this whole time? I look to the left and see that TJ's gone. Carl's sitting down, but now it looks like he's pulling out a joint. Leo's walking off down another trail, cursing while Jenna follows him. I stand there next to my chair, undecided.
I'm really worried about TJ. We might as well do a little bit with this route, because, I mean, we're here. It won't be a lot, but we'll do a little bit of TJ's route. He's a sensitive guy, and after a tongue lashing like that from someone like Flynn, I can't imagine what state he's in. I don't see him anywhere as I scan the area, but I do see some trees and bushes further up along the riverbank. Since there's really no other place to hide, I assume that's where he's at. Sure enough, I see him immediately. He's sitting down, knees drawn up with his arms folded on top of them. He's got his forehead resting on top of his arms, staring down at the sand between his legs. I stand there for a moment, wondering if it will just be better to leave him alone. After a few seconds, I finally decide to sit down next to him, legs crossed. His ears flick in my direction as he turns his head to the left, away from me. I notice a few wet spots between his feet. Say something, motherfucker, just say something. Speak to him. I decide that I need to break the silence. Hey, TJ. He doesn't say anything or move. You know how Flynn is. He's a dick. Again, silence. Everyone knows he's a dick. No one's mad at you. He does move then, sliding his legs out straight and leaning back on his paws. He's still looking away from me, rubbing his face on his shoulder. You want to go back and eat? Finally. I can't believe he did that. In front of everyone. I'm not sure what to say, so I stay quiet. After a minute, TJ finally turns his head looking into the river. The wind picks up, reflections from the river highlighting motes of dust that swirl up around us. His face fur is a bit messed up, spiked up in a few places from being wet. It's an unusual sight to see his fur unkempt. I mean, what the heck? Nice save. Good old Christian boy. TJ, unable to curse, even though it would probably be the best thing for him. He adjusts his legs to sit cross-legged like me and wipes his face again. Did you know what he was talking about? I take in a breath, unsure of how I should approach this. I think so. TJ's ears lower. Listen, no one else thinks anything happened. We were so little, especially you. I mean, I can't believe he's doing this. I trace a claw through the dirt, drawing some wavy patterns as I try to make sense of all this myself. I think it's just because he was such good friends with Sydney, and he wants more than the truth. I look sideways at TJ. He's just sitting there, looking at the ground. And I guess you were the only one that saw what happened, so he only has you to go after. I saw him drown. I don't say anything, but I feel myself cringe inwardly. Pretty soon tears are running down TJ's face, but he doesn't bother to wipe them away.
He's not just sad, though. He's angry. I hear it in his voice as he goes on. I saw Sydney drown, and Flynn thinks he's the only one that hurts. He thinks that he's the only one that feels like he's in a nightmare. Well, maybe. His voice cracks, and he looks away from me again, wiping his face. Maybe I haven't told him everything because I don't want him to have those images in his head. TJ takes a moment to steady his voice, working to get his breathing back to normal. I just wish I could go back to that day. TJ, there's nothing you could have done. I know my words are meaningless crap, and I hate myself for saying them, but I have to say something. Not one of us would have been able to do anything if we were there. You would have. Well, besides, I already know I couldn't have saved him on my own. That isn't what... TJ takes a moment to wipe his face again, and when he's done, he doesn't go on. We sit in silence for a long while after that, and I adjust myself so I can lean back against a rock behind me. I pat the ground. Sit next to me, Tej. He's calmed down for the most part, and after a moment he does crawl over to sit by me. I pick up a few pebbles and toss them into the river. Oh yeah, we're talking about someone drowning. Let's throw shit into the water. Fucking symbolism is a bitch. Remember when we used to call it Seesaw River? Yeah. He leaves it at that, so I drop it. What? Somehow I went back on my controller and I don't know how I did it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's awesome. Now I don't have to worry about plugging in my controller and whatnot. Oh, that's fucking sweet. Oh, I learned a new trick, guys. I rest my head back and close my eyes, only then realizing how tired I am. In some way, I can see why Flynn was so suspicious, or at least why he believes there's more to the story. There clearly is. But while I do want TJ to tell me more about what happened, I can never bring myself to ask him. I honestly feel that if I ever want to help him with his past, I should probably come to terms with it myself. I crinkle my brow, toying with the idea of going back. It's something I actively avoid thinking about. We all do. But like Jenna said, maybe talking about it, thinking about it, might actually help. I dig my fingers into the pebbles on either side of me. The images come in like a quick flurry, like someone cycling through a Viewmaster too fast. The sky is overcast, the air crisp, autumn. TJ sitting in a daze, Jenna running back to town, Flynn pulling me into the water. Me grabbing onto neck scruff, pulling back to shore. Carl sitting on a rock, bawling. Leo starts trying to do compressions. And Sydney just stares. Sirens, the helicopter rotors, adults everywhere. I'm home, Mom's holding me, Dad puts on my favorite movie I watch. But still, Sydney stares. I open my eyes again and the world is blurred. The light reflecting off the river makes me squint. I rub my eyes with the back of my paw and it comes away wet. My chest hurts and so does my head, throbbing and buzzing. I look over and, luckily for me, TJ is leaning backward with his eyes closed like I was. If revisiting that day is so horrible for me, I can't imagine what it's like for him. I decide right then and there that I'm not going to press TJ on what happened. If he wants to tell me more, he'll do it on his own accord. I kind of want to swim again, but at the same time I don't. That day really fucked up my view about water. He's ruined the whole trip. TJ speaks suddenly and I look over at him. Flynn? No, he hasn't. TJ does finally look at me then, and I'm struck by how disheveled and sad he looks. I feel anger bloom in my chest, all of it directed at Flynn. What a selfish prick, thinking he had the right to ruin everyone's good time just because he felt like shit. If he were here right now, I'm pretty sure I'd punch him right in the gut. Oh yeah, of course. If he was here, I would show him what for. Listen, we don't all need to hang out to have fun. We had fun at the park with just you, me, and Carl, remember? If Flynn wants to be a douchebag, then let him. We'll do our own thing. JJ sniffs and I see his tufted ears perk up a little. Didn't you want to go hike the trail? He smiles at that and looks at me. You didn't want to hike, I could tell. I grin. That's 'cause it's so freaking hot. But seriously, we didn't come here to lay at in a motel all week. And we can bring water, just dump it on yourself every half hour. That's how I manage, along with taking plenty of breaks. TJ leans back and spreads his legs out. I can see he's starting to get excited at the prospect of hiking, and that makes me feel better. Well, if you're able to do it, I guess I shouldn't complain. I look over his fluffy form, which by itself is enough to make me sweat even more than I am already. You know, I always thought you'd go back after you graduated high school. The Great White North. I say it dramatically, nodding upwards as if that's where it is. Your parents did. TJ's family moved to Echo when he was only 6 to a small town called Wasatchua sauce. His dad got a job in Echo to survey the land or do something with the wildlife. I can't remember what it is. Oh well, I don't really remember it, but I might after I graduate. They have some nice things up there that sound really nice. Free healthcare? Oh, he's talking about Canada. That, I guess. And snow. For a moment, I wonder if snow is to a lynx as water is to water. What did I just say? I feel like I said that completely wrong. It was as water is to an otter. I don't know what I just said. A lot of snow did sound kind of exciting to me, though. Here we'd be lucky to see a single dusting of it in a year. So, you're serious about hiking with me? Of course! I'm gonna bring some of my equipment, too. I think I want to get some shots of the canyon. Okay! He waggles his furry feet back and forth, and I hide a grin at his enthusiasm. Alright, so we're going to have to get up around 6. Oh. I want to be able to make it to the canyon for lunch, where we can rest for an hour or two. Then you can tell how excited TJ is by how much he talks. Duh. Well, if anyone's good at planning things out to a ridiculously meticulous level, Christ, it's TJ. We sit there for another 20 minutes or so and just talk, mostly about school and what our plans are once we graduate. I promised TJ that we'll meet up again before I do. That's when I get a text from Jenna asking where we are. I stand up, brushing off my pants before reaching down to help TJ up. I'm not fucking saying it. You can't make me say it. I don't care what game you show up in, whelp. I'm not fucking damn it. I said it. Motherfucker. We better go back. Guess they're all wondering where we are. When we get back, everything's packed up and in the van, along with Carl and Jenna. Leo's leaning against the van, waiting for us, his paws in his pockets like an edgelord. His paws are clearly in his armpits. He's not in his pocket. I could see it with my own eyes. I swear to God. He looks at me, then over at TJ, obviously trying to gauge his mood. Everything good? Yeah. TJ answers before I can, and whether or not he actually is okay, he sounds happy enough. Alright then. We get in the van at that point, no one saying anything as we make the short drive back to the motel. As we get out, Leo tells us that he's going to have a word with Flynn, and despite the spoiled afternoon, we still had stuff to do over the week. I'm not too convinced myself that will happen. I'm convinced that it's going to be awkward as fuck if we do. Leo leaves for work at that point, though Carl does end up coming in with us to the motel room. The rest of the day is pretty uneventful. We watch a few movies, then go to the diner for dinner. Afterwards, we just sit in the room and talk, Carl filling us in on how things have been in the town over the past 3 years. It's not long before the conversation drifts back to Flynn and his outburst. I think he's just angsty or antsy, I should say, because he's realizing how shitty it's been without you guys. Trust me, he's already kicking himself for it right now. Even if he is, it doesn't mean anything unless he apologizes. Oh, you know how he is, Jenna. He's sorry even if he won't say it. I don't care. He's gonna have to realize that none of us have to put up with him anymore. Hey, why don't we all get some ice cream? I've been wanting to go to Ray's ever since we got here. It's hard to tell if TJ is just trying to change the subject or actually wants ice cream. Probably both. If you want to drive half an hour to Peyton, sure. What? Why? They moved it there. It sucks. I haven't had their rocky road for a year now. Aww. Well, let's just stop by when we go to Peyton next. I assume we aren't staying in Echo for the rest of the trip. Oh, Chase, can you take us? I just smile at him from my spot on the couch. Sure, why not? Yes, I love the cookie dough. What about you, Jenna? Jenna's busy looking at her phone. Well, I've always enjoyed the butter almond. It's hard to find that flavor anywhere else. TJ looks at me and I open my mouth to answer. But for a moment I draw a blank. The memories of Ray's hazy and blurred. My head is still buzzing. Vanilla. I've been feeling pretty shitty ever since I'd had that talk with TJ by the river. I made a mental note to steal some of Jenna's aspirin before I go to bed. Well, Finn was right about one of us at least. Carl! What's wrong with that? No one doesn't like vanilla. I grin even though Carl's comment hurts me more than it should. He's just joking after all. But I mean, who loves it, right? Personality of a rock. I think it's a good answer, especially if you put toppings on it. I forgot what we were talking about. Buzzing picks up and I feel a dull pulse behind my eyes. The three of them continue to talk amongst themselves as I lean my head back against the couch. I close my eyes, trying to will away the pounding in my head. Really? That was it for the day? Oh, shit. Okay. I open my eyes. The room is dark. Jenna's in her bed. TJ is in his. Carl's wrapped in a blanket on the floor. I lurch for my camera bag, then look around wide-eyed. I sit on the bed next to TJ and stare at the door. What? What happened? TJ stands at the edge of the lake, staring across to the other side. He has one paw in his pocket, the other holding a beer. TJ? TJ's holding a... What? He takes a drink from it. TJ doesn't drink beer? He pulls the tab off the top, then flicks it towards the lake. It whizzes like a weed cutter, skipping across the water and kicking up a spray. Suddenly his ears snap up and he sees something I don't. He turns and starts to run. He's at a dead sprint when his leg snaps out from under him and he falls onto the rocks, beer splashing everywhere. Ow! A chain is pulled taut from the lake, connected to his ankle. I get up, wanting to help, but I can't. I look down, my wrist and ankle chained. Damn. Damn, dizzity damn, dog. Tuesday. This is some scary shit. Are we hiking again? The sun is bright and I'm pretty sure I can smell the fur searing on the top of my head. It's the end of March, so it's not nearly as bad as it can be, but being right under the sun like this... We've only been on the trail for about 10 minutes at this point, but I'm already regretting it. Chase? TJ, who's about 5 feet ahead of me, turns around. I thought we were gonna go get the stuff for Carl's birthday party. What are we doing out here on a hike? It's at that point that I realize he's said something, and I have no idea what it is. Everything okay? Yeah, sorry. What did you say? He looks concerned and walks back towards me. Remember, if you have a headache, or feel sick to your stomach, or if you start feeling like you're not yourself, don't worry, I'm fine. I try to give him a smile to show it's true, but he's already in the process of unscrewing a bottle of water from his backpack. No, wait, you don't have... He dumps half of it over my head, and I hurriedly unshoulder my camera bag. God damn it, dude, you almost ruined like $1,000 worth of equipment. What's the equipment? Sorry, Chase, but you're not having a heat stroke on my watch. You know, I've studied otter physiology. You guys don't do well in dry, hot environments. Then why do you keep taking me out on a hike, you daft git? He's pretty close to me, having to dump the bottle over my head. I keep holding the bag away from my body while I look down at him, water dripping from my whiskers. Otter physiology? Yeah, it's like your body, its parts, and what they do. It's a little awkward that TJ knows how my body works for some reason. Huh. So you studied all our parts? The attempt at humor is weak in the first place, but I realize too late that I'm talking to TJ and that he probably wouldn't have laughed even if it was funny. He looks a little taken aback. Oh, well, yeah, we all have different anatomies, so it's important too. He trails off, and I can tell that he's blushing. How? He has fur! How the fuck would you know that? He frowns at me. Are you making fun of me? What? No! I was just trying. He turns away suddenly and starts back up the trail. Aww. TJ. What? All-day hike? I thought we were doing Carl's birthday party. Maybe that's a different day. Let's just let the game do its due, and we will abide with it. Stop trying to make the game do something that you think it's supposed to do. We should keep going. It's an all-day hike. I follow him quietly. It's hard to judge the type of expression he just had on his face. It wasn't exactly angry, more flustered. Also, I thought Leo was supposed to go with us next time we went on a hike, but oh well. I'm pretty sure it's because he knows I like guys. Even in college, my straight male friends get uncomfortable when I joke about sex, like they think I'm coming on to them. D just never told me how he feels about my sexuality. In fact, I know nothing about his sexuality. I think he dated one girl in high school, but that fell apart pretty quick. She had problems fitting in, so he befriended her, and obviously she took it as him liking her, so she asked him out. TJ, of course, couldn't say no. He's always on a quest to make other people happy. Anyway, he definitely isn't homophobic. He seemed really happy for me when he found out that I was going out with Leo, and he seemed really sad when he found out that we broke up. He doesn't exactly follow any particular Christian denomination that I know of. He hasn't even weighed in on the whole Jesus species debate. Oh, furry life. From what I can gather, TJ just likes the spirituality of the whole thing. Once Leo told me that TJ is the type of Christian that Christians always say they are, but definitely aren't. I have to agree. Oh shit. 2 hours later, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to die. I'm practically stumbling after TJ, the link's 15 feet ahead of me. He doesn't even notice either, cheerfully marching along up the steep trail and over rocks as if they aren't even there. You know, these are the two worst species, possibly, to go on a hike in the middle of the freaking desert. And yet they're doing it. I don't... good lord. I'm dying. Literally dying. My foot slips and I faceplant. Ouch. I lay there waiting for TJ's god to take me. Chase! I hear some stumbling and TJ slides up next to my body, sending a cascade of gravel over my head. Yeah, that's nice. Good job. I'm really glad you stuck at the home base on that one. What the fuck, man? Oh my gosh, are you okay? I hear the telltale sound of an unscrewing bottle, and I turn my head to the side. No. A gush of water hits me right in the face, and I jerk up, spluttering and wiping at my eyes. For the love of God, TJ, stop it! Let's get you to some shade. What shade? As I can clearly see from this picture, the only vegetation around you is light brush. What shade are you going to find? He grabs me around the arms and starts dragging me towards a big boulder. Calm down, I can walk. Are you sure? Yes! TJ's looking incredibly worried right now, hovering over me as I make my way to sit against the boulder. Dude, I'm fine. I'm just tired. I don't know how you do it. TJ keeps watching me and once I sit down, he kneels next to me and runs his paw through my fur on my forehead, feeling it with his paw pads. You're a little warm. We should rest it. You're a little warm. We're in the middle of a desert, and and our character is a water-faring otter. No shit, he's a little warm. The fuck, man? We should rest here a bit. He takes out another bottle of water. It's like he brought 50 of the damn things. We should probably get your clothes wet. I put a paw on his shoulder. TJ, calm down. I'm fine. You sure? Because TJ... He stops babbling and looks at me in the eye. The water bottle in one paw and the cap in the other. What's up? He looks at me for a second, then breaks eye contact, slowly screwing the cap back on the bottle. Sorry, I just want to make sure that you're okay. I'm the one who asked you to come. Relax, I'm just being a little dramatic. Of course TJ's going to be a little overprotective of his friends. He's the one that couldn't save the last friend that died. He was the one who saw it and could do nothing about it. So of course he's going to be overly protective about another friend that he sees as possibly being in danger. Of fucking course! Jesus Christ! A little understanding would be nice about now. Alright, if you're sure. I am, but I could use a drink. He hands me the bottle. Good idea. Have you been making sure to drink a lot? I have plenty. Yep, my piss is crystal clear. Well, that's lovely. TJ's muzzle quirks as I take a long draft of water from the bottle. I cap it and burp. This is me. You know what? I think it's because I'm starving. When are we gonna eat? Not yet. We have to make it to the top first. I have some granola bars, though. Dude, I'm hungry for real food. It is real food. Anyway, it'll be so much better if we do it at the top. Besides, this is the hardest part, and it's almost over. It's all downhill after this. Literally. I can tell he's getting anxious to start moving again, so I take one last gulp and get up. I don't get how you're so damn unaffected by the heat. Oh, I am. I'm just keeping wet. While he talks, he starts pouring water on his shirt. It sticks slicked onto his torso, showing off his tight chest and flat stomach, his navel a dark indent through the fabric. I make sure I don't stare too long, not wanting to make him feel awkward again. Either way, I can feel my crotch area getting a little tight. Really? All that it takes is looking at a nice chest and you just, oh my god, it's just instant sex time. Being in a hotel room with two other people didn't exactly give me much time to relieve stress. You have a bathroom. Maybe my straight friends did have reason to be wary. I keep my eyes focused on TJ's. I guess it's how you can keep moving like you do, here in the middle of the desert. Well, I run a few miles on the track every day at school. Jeez! We start up the trail again, TJ sticking by my side now. Oh, like a courteous person would do. Like a friend would do. Dickwad. I feel bad about holding him back, but at least now it's less likely I'm gonna eat shit again. Oh, hey, we're at the top. We did it! TJ looks over the view as I stagger up behind him. I'm not as beaten up as I was earlier, but my legs are really starting to kill. I lean over with my paws on my knees, panting. Swimming is definitely a better way to work out. DJ turns on me abruptly and I straighten up, smiling. He holds up both of his paws, grinning. High five! I slap them with gusto and TJ laughs, pulling off his backpack and sitting down on a rocky bench. I look at it, a little confused. What's this? A rock bench. It's always been here. I think some seniors from the old school made it. See? Yeah, I can see it. He scoots over, pointing at the back, and I look closer. Etched out in large letters and numbers, it says Echo High, Class of '59. They used to paint the year on the canyon too. You can still see some of them. Sure enough, I see some white lines on the canyon wall. A 52 here, a 72 there. The school closed after 1980, so I assume there's nothing after that. I sit next to him and lean my head back, closing my eyes. While the hike had been a massive bitch, I still don't regret coming. Not just for TJ's sake, but also because there's something nice about being isolated like this, like we're the only people on Earth. I feel a weight fall on my lap and look down, expecting to see a tasty sandwich. Instead, I find a big, fat, hairy tarantula. I freeze as my brain processes what's going on. Nice cheesy sound effect. Then I scream and swipe at it, at the same time doing a sort of spastic dance to the right. I slide off the bench and onto the ground, where I roll several times to get away. My brother's on the phone right now, so I'm not going to be screaming that at the top of my lungs, because I don't know. The only people he usually talks to on the phone is his boss, so I'm not going to be screaming that in the background of my brother's phone call. I know, I should do it, but I'm not going to do it. I roll to my feet and stumble back further away from the bench, eyes scanning the ground for the giant-ass spider that was sure to be after me. That's when I realized TJ's laughing. I have is it arachnophobia? Arachnophobia? Whatever one. not me, but our character clearly has a phobia about spiders, and you're gonna fucking, you know, I was pulling for you. I was all understanding and shit earlier, but no, now you're being a bastard, so fuck you. Chase, calm down. It's ee-hee-hee. He holds up a giant spider. Its frozen rigidness tells me what he couldn't finish. Fake? TJ's still laughing, but I'm still hugging myself, shivering and flinching every time I see something spindly. I'm shocked, but not because of what just happened, but because TJ did that to me. Fucking TJ! Feeling betrayed, I glare at him as he beckons me with a paw, wiping at his eyes with the other. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Jenna made me promise her that I'd do it. That figures. Jenna's the type to always play pranks, and yeah, I hate to say it, but it's because she's a fox. Racist! I rub my arms up and down with my paws, shivering again. I can't believe you! You know how much I hate spiders! One of my worst fears had always been that of a tarantula getting into my room. I used to regularly shake out the bed sheets when I found out that they lived around Echo. I'm sorry, I thought you might not even fall for it. You know the ones here are blonde, right? Yeah, TJ, that's the first thing that comes to my mind when I find a fucking spider on my lap. His ears do lower at that point, and he stops laughing, though I can tell he's trying not to smile. Listen, Chase, I'm sorry. Let's eat. I know you're hungry. My stomach is painfully hollow right now, so I slowly walk back to the bench. I try hard not to be such a spoil sport as I reach out to take my plastic-wrapped sandwich from TJ. He squirts some hand sanitizer from a little bottle on my paws first before he lets me. We share a bag of chips and eat quietly for a few minutes, just taking in the nature. Still, even out here, I'm able to hear the train horns. I feel bad about the silence, though, since I'm worried TJ will think that I'm mad at him. I mean, I'm annoyed, but he's just too damn innocent to actually be angry with. The sun's beating straight down on us at this point, and it's uncomfortable feeling my semi-damp shirt rubbing against my fur. Setting aside my food for a moment, I strip off my shirt, the wetness giving me a bit of trouble. As I do this, TJ stiffens up next to me. I look over at him, and right away it's pretty clear he's trying not to look at me. I wonder if TJ is just one of those guys that's embarrassed about showing any kind of fur. He only ever took off his shirt to swim, and even then, he always seemed embarrassed about it. At that moment, both our paws slide into the chip bag at the same time. Oh! And TJ jumps and pulling his paw away. Oh my god! I look over at him, quirking an eyebrow. Sorry. For what? Never mind. I watch him take out his phone and look over his messages. When he turns the screen off, he pauses. I realize he's looking at his reflection, adjusting the fur on his face, pawing at both sides until he seems satisfied. Again, this is something he did when he was much younger, back when he was obsessed with his cheek ruffs being perfectly even. I don't say anything, though, and just keep eating, bouncing one of my knees up and down. It's damn awkward, and I can't figure out why. Usually it's really easy to talk to TJ, mostly because he had a lot of things to talk about. I try to think of something to say. Remember when I made fun of you for the way you used to say sorry? TJ gives a bright, high-pitched laugh, and that makes me relax, feeling like I just broke the ice on a first date. Yeah, it's one of the first things you said to me. I was trying so hard to fit in, and you just put me on the spot in front of everyone. The scene plays out in my mind as TJ talks, the image of a 7-year-old lynx looking way too small for his puffy white and winter fur. He had just backed into me while trying to catch a ball thrown by Leo and had turned around full of smiles. Sorry. I pointed and laughed. Don't you mean sorry? That mortified look followed by what would have become TJ's trademark run back home crying. I must have practiced that word 100 times when I got back home. There's a little pang in my heart at the image of kid TJ saying sorry over and over again, trying to get it right. I'm sorry for making fun of you over it. Why? It was so long ago. Besides, you were just assimilating me into the culture, sort of. If it makes you feel better, Leo did get mad at me after you ran away. TJ's having trouble keeping his lettuce-wrapped turkey together. So, are you and him, doing alright? I think so. We had a good talk a few days ago. That's good. He gives up on holding the wrap together and instead just starts picking up the remnants from the plastic. Were you lonely after you left? I try not to act surprised that TJ's asking me these questions. Yeah, really lonely. Had a terrible first semester. Ah, well, what about now? Kind of. I guess I just haven't been able to find someone I connect with like I did with Leo. And again, the GSA at the university is practically dead, so who knows? Maybe after I graduate. We eat in silence for a while longer, and though it's less awkward, I'm still trying to figure out what brought TJ to ask me those questions. It's obvious. I mean, he looks innocent, so he can get away with shit, and he's obviously into you. I mean, he's clearly just dripping. Ugh. I crumble up the plastic and toss it in my backpack before getting up. Alright, now I gotta find a good view to get my shots. Shouldn't take too long.
Oh, there's a great view of the canyon just up the trail there.
He gestures in the direction with a half-eaten wrap. I wave to let him know I heard and make my way up the trail. The town's namesake isn't much of a canyon. You probably wouldn't even realize that it is one without being told. I sidle up as close to the edge as I'm willing, taking a look over the side. Oh, Christ. Feet press pebbles over the side, they clatter down the edge of the cliff. It's dizzying as I dig my toes into the rocks, feeling as if I'm going to tip over. Tears and rain mingle, finally letting go, going limp, wind taking the final push. I back away. Impact instead of release, pain. I feel the buzzing starting up in my head again, and I sigh as I bend over and reach in my camera bag. I almost wish I could stay here until sunset, since the canyon would be a great backdrop for it, but I definitely don't want to hike back in the middle of the night. It doesn't take long, and about 5 minutes later, I've got all the footage I need. Hiking all this way definitely isn't worth it, but of course, that's not the reason why I did it. You finished? TJ walks up behind me as I'm bending over to put my camera away. Yep. He hands me a water bottle, and I take it from him gratefully, pouring it over my head and chest, the fur flattening down over my body. TJ looks at my torso, his muzzle quirking at the corner a bit. You know, you kind of look like Jared Grease. I don't know who that is. Raise an eyebrow at him. The survivalist from the Discovery Channel? Wait, just because I'm out in the wilderness and shirtless? Well, you're saying all otters look the same?
No, I mean, not just because you're an otter. I mean, your bodies are... I mean...
Again, TJ's got me questioning certain things about him. TJ, I'm kidding.
Ah, yeah, right, of course.
He rubs his shoulder sheepishly as he slowly walks up to the edge next to me.
Wow.
He gets closer to the cliff, though he does it in a manner which he's spread out his legs and arms, bracing himself against the ground. He peers over the side, looking absolutely ridiculous.
We're so high up.
I smirk, sneaking up on... No, don't fuck around at the edge of a cliff. Are you stupid? Are you fucking ridiculous? Don't. Do not do anything. Fuck you. Don't grab him, because he'll squirm and could fall off. Don't shove him. That's a fucking asshole thing to do. Do nothing. It's tempting as hell, but I'm worried that scaring the cat will make him jump right off the cliff. Goddamn right. Instead, I stand next to him and look out over the small canyon. We stand there a while, not really ready to head back yet. That's when TJ lets out a sudden loud yell that almost makes me jump out of my fur. Yeah! Yeah! I put both paws over my ears. TJ, what the frick? He frowns.
Where's the echo?
Huh?
It's called Echo Canyon. Isn't it supposed to echo?
Hey! I yell too, TJ lowering his ears a bit as we wait for the response. His ears perk.
I think I heard it.
Maybe we're just in the wrong area.
But we're like right in front of it.
TJ leans forward as if that'll help and cups his paws over his muzzle before yelling as loud as he can. Yeah! This time I do hear a return. It's muffled, scratchy, ugly, but it's an echo, alright. TJ makes a face.
Oh, that sounded kind of creepy.
Well, what'd you expect? Everything's shit crappy here. Including echoes. Blah! Again, we're answered with a raspy, ugly response, my voice twisted and distorted.
Seems a bit silly to name an entire town after that.
I think it fits. I grunt as I sit down, spreading out my legs with a sigh. TJ does the same, except with his legs crossed. You really hate this place, don't you? He looks sideways at me. You don't? Of course not. All my best friends are from here. I mean, some of it is bad, but why let the bad taint the good? I make a non-committal grunting sound. I wish we all could have come up here. He really does look disappointed, and I feel bad about that. What, am I not good enough? TJ giggles. I really am glad you came. It means a lot. It would have been pretty lonely otherwise. I look over at him, and he's looking me right in the eye. His powder blue gaze is really pretty with the sunlight hitting it like that. He's smiling, and I smile back. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. He breaks eye contact to adjust his sitting position so he can get out of his pocket. Probably Jenna checking in on... I turn to look back at him, and he goes quiet. He's furrowing his brow at his phone as if trying to figure out what it says. Everything alright?
Someone's dead.
Slowly, his face relaxes, but now his expression dulls, his eyes glazed over. TJ? I start to lean sideways to get a look at what the message might be, but TJ quickly shoves it back into his pocket. Nothing, just a long message from my mom. Uh-oh. I can tell right away he's lying, which is fucking crazy, because I don't think TJ ever lied to me. At least not so easily. Is it bad? No, just something about when I come home for the summer. Oh, okay. It's weird because I know he's lying, and he probably knows I know he's lying, but still here we are, playing along. He stares quietly at the canyon for a few seconds, then stands up, brushing himself off. Alright, let's go. The cheerfulness in his voice is forced. It just sounds like he's about to cry. Like I said, it's all downhill from here. Literally. He turns away quickly and starts back down the trail, wiping his face. I hang back, wanting to give him time to get over whatever it is that's bothering him. I wonder if it's something to do with family, like a grandparent passing away or something. I'd feel too intrusive asking about it now, so I decided to put it off until tomorrow. The hike back is, like TJ said, literally downhill, so it's way easier than coming up. TJ's still a little overbearing, making sure I have water and dumping a few unsolicited bottles over my head. Even then, he's still acting a bit detached. I try to stay upbeat, though, and since TJ's never been one to sulk for long, I get him warmed back up pretty quick. By the time we get back to the car, he's in a talkative mood again. So I'm thinking we get Jenna and go to the diner for dinner. Sound good? Sure, I'll text her. I reach out to turn on the radio, then I remember where we are. So now that we've got hiking out of the way, what are we going to do for the rest of the trip? We've got like 3 days left. TJ rests his elbow against the door, tugging at the fur on his chin. Well, there are more trails than just that one. We could hike those too. I cringe inwardly at the thought of more hiking, but I don't say anything, and I'm pretty sure TJ knows I'm not into it. But you still need to do stuff for your project too, right? I could help you with any research you might need to do. Maybe. It's pretty boring stuff. Well, the work, yeah, but hanging out together would make it fun. I grin at his eagerness. Oh, alright, but I warn you, it's a pain in the ass. I mean butt. TJ smirks at me. Chase, you don't have to try so hard. Anyway, I just want to help. Turns out Jenna just walked from the motel to the diner, not really wanting to wait for us.
Me and TJ step inside, greeted by the smell of what you'd expect in any diner, burgers and fries. I'm flooded with old memories. It's a place that I had gone to eat every weekend over 10 years of my life. Despite myself, I smile. While I complained a lot about Echo, this place held incredibly happy memories, most of which involved my 5 friends. Wonder, Carl, Jenna, Flynn, Leo, and TJ didn't count Sydney. Well, apparently they're not a friend anymore. We see Jenna right away as she steps out from a booth next to the door. Hey, boys. Hey. Sup? We make our way over to the booth, TJ sitting on the opposite bench, while Jenna steps back to let me pass and sit next to her. She wrinkles her nose as I do. Whew, maybe you should have showered before you got here. Wow, way to be a bitch, Jenna. Thanks, Jenna. TJ probably smells too.
Nah, he smells fine. Fuck you, of course he does.
Thanks, Jenna, and don't blame Chase. Otters are, naturally musky.
I decide not to say anything and instead pull a menu out of the metal holder and flip through it. The table is greasy, so I try not to lean on it, anything on it.
So did you guys have fun? Yeah, made it all the way to the top. We did it faster than I thought we would, actually. Did you know? Yeah, he really freaked out.
I knew it! Did you film it?
No.
What? That's the reason you pull pranks! Why didn't you film it?
I forgot.
I glare at the menu. Shouldn't let her corrupt you so easily, TJ. I try to think of some Satan metaphor that I can use, but that's when the giant plastic spider lands with a smack on top of the menu I'm looking at. Motherfucker! He has a fucking phobia. You don't fuck around with that shit. That's not cool. Ah! I can't help myself and shove the menu and spider away from myself to fall over onto TJ's bench. I look up at her and it's filming me with her phone, grinning. Bitch! That's stupid. Fuck you! Fuck you, man! Stop it! I half-heartedly grab at the phone, but Jenna easily pulls it away. Oh my word, is that Chase? I don't know who the hell. I look up to see a massive girth of an old coyote making her way from the back kitchen and around the corner. And Tobias, too!
Hi, Janice.
I smile politely, only now realizing how loud our bantering must be in a small diner. Now what in the world are y'all doing back here? Thought we wouldn't see you again after the graduation. I've known Janice as long as I can remember, her having always worked at this diner. In fact, she started here when she was about our age. Just like most of the town, though, once you're comfortable, you don't move much.
Chase is filming the town for a school project. We decided to make a little reunion out of it.
Well, it's that nice. I bet Leo's mighty happy. He's been talking non-stop about you three since y'all left.
Janice suddenly makes a face.
Phew, it's ripe over it.
God damn it. Everyone's making fun of this shit. Ugh. My face burns and I sit harder on my tail, staring at the menu.
You know, I think Duke's out here. Forgot to spray the scent neutralizer. You know how weasels are.
I feel Jenna stiffen up next to me, but thank God she doesn't say anything.
Yeah, anyway, how have you been, Janice?
Janice leans her hip against TJ's bench, clasping her paws and leaning an elbow on the back of it.
Oh, can't complain. You haven't missed anything, trust me. Actually, I've been meaning to do a little spring cleaning. Not looking forward to it. My back doesn't bend like it always did.
All the small town smog talk niceties and speciesism starting to make me zone out when suddenly TJ pipes up.
We'll help.
Janice beams. Aw, shit.
Well, you know, I could never ask that of you, especially while you're on vacation.
TJ chuckles.
Actually, me and Chase were talking about how we had nothing to do, and I think it's a good idea.
Dude, you're volunteering me when I got a project for school. That's fucked up. I can see from Jenna's tight smile that she's feeling exactly the way I am. TJ and his goddamn need to be a good Samaritan.
Oh, Tobias, you're an incredible young man. You know that.
Just wanted to be of help, ma'am. When can we come over?
Oh, I don't know how does sometime tomorrow evening sound when it's nice and cool.
Sure.
Well, thanks again, two of you. Really one of a kind.
TJ beams up at her, then at me, then frowns as he sees the look at my face.
Now, what can I get for you?
After Janice takes our order, she bustles off back to the back, leaving me and Jenna to glare at TJ. TJ at first pretends he doesn't notice and starts to adjust the salt and pepper shakers, trying to place them evenly between the menu holder.
That was nice seeing her again.
We don't say anything. Finally, the tension becomes too much and he gives up on the salt and pepper shakers to look up at us.
What? You know exactly what. We didn't come here to clean up Echo's mess. Speaking of which...
Jenna reaches past me to grab a towelette and starts wiping our table, wrinkling her snout.
Disgusting. There's no harm in helping someone. Chase, you told me you didn't know what else we could do.
TJ starts to doodle on a napkin with one of the coloring pencils from the pack they leave at the tables. Honestly, TJ, I'd rather hike another trail.
Please don't. I'm marinating at you
in your otter musk. Ew! Why would you say that to someone? God damn it.
Chase!
Glaring, I nudge Jenna to slide off the bench so I can get out. When she does, I stomp my way over to the single restroom.
Oh man, this looks like a prime real estate. I sigh as I let the heavy door ease shut behind me, pressing on the push button style lock. The quiet coolness is a welcome relief, even if it is a restroom. I put my palms to my eyes and rub them in circular motions, trying to ease the headache that has been building up since the afternoon. I stand in front of the sink and run my paws under the faucet for a while before bringing some water up to my face. It feels good, but the headache continues to pound. In fact, it feels like it's getting worse. I squint at the mirror, and light suddenly becoming too bright for my eyes. Is this a migraine? I've never had one before. Have I? I continue staring at my face, feeling the pressure build. Pretty soon there's a strange sound in my ears, like a tuning orchestra. I feel my heart rate pick up. The hell? Is this a stroke? Am I having a stroke? Oh, Christ. That is fucking terrifying, dude. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh, Christ. At that moment, looking at myself in the mirror, my eyes just drop. They move in towards the center of my... Ugh. At the same time, the sides of my muzzle curve up unbelievably high, giving me a ghastly smile when it goes up and past the top of my head. Blatantly, I remember playing with my laptop camera once, putting some effects so that my face would distort in ridiculous ways. It looks almost exactly like that. What on earth? Then the earth gives way, falling out from under me, and my paws slap the sink as I hold onto it to stop myself from falling sideways into the wall. The fuck? My voice squeaks as I try to find my footing. I shut my eyes to stop myself from throwing up, and suddenly the roaring dies down and I feel myself regain my balance. That's fucking terrifying! Oh my god! I crack my eyes open and I see my face is back to normal. The light at a tolerable level again. I open my eyes and rest of the way and stare at myself, my reflection staring wide-eyed back. I'm breathing hard, my chest heaving, pupils dilated. Looking down at my knuckles, I see the skin is white through the fur. I slowly go to the sink and look back at my shaking paws. What the hell? My muzzle is dry and I swallow a few times. I take a drink, but I don't trust the dirty faucet. After a few moments, I'm able to calm down, realizing that I'm probably not dying. In fact, my head feels pretty clear at the moment. I'm pretty sure it was a migraine. Migraines can do that to people, right? Yeah, everyone has a migraine, sees themselves fucking melting, going Joker. That's fucking terrifying, dude. I draw in a shaky breath again before grabbing a few paper towels from the dispenser. I run them slightly under the water, adding a few pumps of foamy soap as well. Mom has migraines all the time. I'll call her about it tomorrow. Able to keep my paws steady now, I run the soaped-up towel under my arms a few times. After a quick look to make sure the door is locked, I undo my belt, push down my pants and boxers around my thighs. If I really want to take care of the musk smell, I'm gonna have to go down under. I run a few more paper towels under the faucet and soap dispenser. Just as I'm sliding the towel against my tail base, I hear a knock and the lever-style handle rattle. I jump and look back, not really worried since I know it's locked. Because this place is a fucking piece of shit, I'm just in time to see the button lock pop out. The handle swings down and the door opens up for a lynx head to poke through. There I am, pants down, paper towel under my tail, looking like I'm wiping my ass while I moon my Christian best friend. If you knock, why would you then try to open it? If you know he's in there. Stupid moron. I think we stay like that for at least 10 seconds before TJ blinks first. Oh my gosh, sorry! He squeaks it out so fast I can barely hear it before he yanks his head out. The door closes with a snap. I snarl between my teeth as I scrub myself, but then throw away the towel. Dude, you just wiped your ass. Wash that shit, put that shit down the toilet, please. It's unsanitary. Like I'm gonna cry. It's like the entire universe is conspiring against me right now. I sigh, wash my hands, realizing that the longer I delay going out there, the stupider I'm gonna look. When I come back out, I see TJ stand up immediately, eyes straight ahead as we walk past each other as he heads into the bathroom. Jenna stands up to let me back into the booth.
Everything all right?
Yep. As we sit back down, Jenna sips from her glass of water, then starts sucking on an ice cube.
So I know TJ had fun, but did you?
I drummed my fingers on the table, feeling a bit numb from embarrassment. Yeah, I was fine. I mean, I almost just died in the bathroom a little bit as I was melting and turning into the Joker at the same time, but you know what, that's fine. About as miserable as I thought I would be, so no surprises.
Honestly, I actually kinda wished I'd gone with you two.
Yeah?
Then I remembered that AC is a thing, so I didn't feel that way anymore.
At least you're built for that kind of weather.
True, doesn't mean I have to like it.
So what'd you do, sit around all day?
I studied for a while, then Flynn and Leo came by, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they wanted to have lunch with us. Leo was pretty disappointed when he found out you weren't there. They brought a bunch of presents for Carl and had me choose which one I wanted to give him.
How thoughtful. Jenna shrugs.
Anyway, Flynn was pretty quiet.
She doesn't say anything more, so I press her.
Oh? Yeah, just kind of subdued. I guess he might be feeling sorry. I don't know.
Well, here's hoping he comes around.
Anyway, they're planning a surprise birthday party for Carl.
Isn't that not for a few weeks?
Yeah, but we want to have it while we're all here.
Jenna drags a drop of condensation around the outside of her glass for a moment.
Just between you and me, and don't tell TJ this because I told him I wouldn't tell you, but he said he was really glad to have you along. He says you're what he misses most about this town.
Really? That kind of surprises me. We're really good friends, but to say I was what he missed most... I look outside. Again, the sky is painted red, orange, and what almost looks like purple.
He drew this so I could see what happened when he pranked you to make up for not recording it.
I look back down at the table as Jenna slides over the napkin TJ had been doodling on. A stick figure with a thick tail, I assume me, is lying on the ground, his mouth bigger than his face as he screams. Next to him is a giant spider. Standing over them is both a stick figure with big, tufted ears, I assume TJ, with its stick arms put up over its face, clearly feeling guilty. Oh, damn. Cute.
Isn't it, though?
Despite my sarcasm, I really do think it's cute, especially the TJ figure.
Shit.
What?
Forgot my purse.
She stands up.
I'll be right back.
Huh? Why, I'll pay for you.
Don't worry about it. The motel's like 5 minutes away.
You can pay me back, and she's gone. She's already out the door. I sigh, watching her make her way down the road through the window. That's when TJ slides back onto his bench. I quickly look down, feeling my cheeks burn all over again. She did that on purpose.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to wash up too.
And had to do it at the exact moment. Ugh, fucking hell. Enemy logic. I don't know why, considering TJ looks kempt no matter what he does. I force myself to look up. Funny drawing. He looks at the napkin and gives a little laugh.
Oh, she showed that to you? Wait, where'd she go?
Forgot her purse.
Oh.
We sit in an unbearably awkward silence for a while before I finally sigh and lean my face against a paw as I stare hard out of the window. Alright, so I wasn't wiping my ass. You know, otters have glands.
Chase.
I look over at TJ and he's smiling.
I know, I shouldn't have opened the door. You were just taking a while and we were wondering if you were alright.
No, well, he clearly wasn't. He was having a stroke. I look up as I see Janice making her way over, our food on a giant tray. I guess it's really the lock's fault. I'm having problems with the restroom door. Make sure it's jammed shut real tight. Should lock in. Thanks. As the plates are set down, I'm faintly surprised at the portion sizes. Not used to getting this much in the city. Janice immediately bustles off to another customer.
And you know...
I look over my giant sandwich and fries, grabbing the ketchup bottle.
It was kind of cute.
Oh, shit. DJ immediately looks down, pretending to read the menu even though we've already ordered our food. Oh my. I feel like my brows are almost going to shoot off my forehead as I stare at him.
What does Applewood smoked even mean?
You can't just steamroll past that shit. Yeah. Oh, you're not getting off that easy. Did you just call my butt cute?
No.
TJ's ears fall flat, and I'm kind of satisfied that he's the one feeling embarrassed right now.
I like... otters have cute tails, that's all.
I snort. Yeah, I can see by the way you drew mine here.
Sorry.
Don't be.
So yeah, I'm testing the waters here. It's been a while since I played this game with a guy, and who the fuck thought the next one would be TJ, but here I am. I keep looking over at TJ, waiting for him to look up. Finally, he does look up at me for a moment. We lock eyes. I smirk and he smiles in return before looking back down. Now that's something. Oh, here we go again. This shit is always creepy. These are his dreams as far as I've been able to assess. They never directly said it, but it always seems like they are his nightmares. He sit on a big rock next to the shore, watching the tiny waves lap on the smaller rocks. Across the lake, maybe a half-mile away, I see my friends, all of them floating on something. It's my car. They're all in my car. Leo's driving. He's got sunglasses on. Even from this distance, I see him look across the lake at me. He waves, then makes a finger gun, shoots it at me before a clicking sound with his tongue, and makes a clicking sound with his tongue. Flynn sits next to him, head back, sleeping. Carl's drawing on his face. Jenna sits in the back and reads at TJ. Where's TJ? And there he is. He's swimming after the car. Colors fall flat. I feel sick, sticky and sick. Something isn't right. I'm at the canyon again. I'm looking over the edge. TJ's on the ground. He's staring at me, maggots in his eyes. Something moves in the bushes next to him. Something, a paw? Is that a paw? It reaches out towards TJ. The lake. I'm staring at the lake, but the day is clear. The sky is blue and there are things in the water. 5, 6 things float in the water. Bodies float in the water. I watch the bodies float, bobbing up and down. One looks really familiar. This isn't right. This isn't me. What is this? Something across the lake. I see something across the lake. There's a tool shed. A tool shed is across the lake, and I see the door open. There isn't a tool shed next to the lake. Something steps out. What was any of that? What the fuck was any of that shit? Apparently no one can get in touch with him. Jenna leans back against the dresser, running a brush through her fur on her neck and head, still a little damp from the shower. Did they try his landline? Maybe he just muted his phone. He sleeps in like every day. Jenna shrugs. I'm going to assume that they have. So no one told him he was going to have a party. Oh, they're talking about Carl. Oh, the poor bastard's living in a haunted house and he's just trying to sleep. I remember this. Jenna turns around and leans towards the mirror above the dresser, brushing away loose fur. It's a surprise party, right? I guess. It's just that it's not really his birthday. Jenna sighs. It's just an excuse to do something in this shitty town. I see Jenna glance at the door to the bathroom, as if worried TJ can hear her curse, even with the shower running. I let out my own sigh. I'm sorry I dragged you here, Jenna. I thought it would be fun, is all. Jenna finishes whatever she's doing in the mirror and turns back around to face me. Hey, it's not the town I came to see. It was you guys. Well, you don't seem very happy about that, either. Jenna frowns.
If I didn't want to be around you, girl.
If I didn't want to be around you guys, I'd have left by now. I have friends in Peyton that could take me to the bus stop. I don't say anything, choosing to lean back on the bed and close my eyes, still tired from the fucked up dreams I had last night. Sorry, I'll stop complaining. I massage my forehead with one hand. It's still the beginning of the week. We've got time to turn this around. It's really just Flynn. I look over at her. Is he coming? Yep, Leo said he had a talk with him, so... I mean, Flynn gets over stuff pretty quick. I think it won't be awkward if we don't let it be. Jenna looks at the shower door, the sound of the dryer blowing loudly behind it. It's not really Flynn that I'm worried about. It's the things he said to TJ. I rub my eyes. If it gets to that point, me and Tej will just cut out early and go somewhere else. Maybe Janice's place. I open my eyes to look at Jenna. You going with us? Jenna smirks at me. I think I have some studying to do. Oh, of course you fucking do. Well, come on.
Anyway, what if Flynn has another... She immediately cuts herself off as the door suddenly cracks open. I see one of TJ's blue eyes looking through the opening. The eye widens and the door quickly closes again. Suddenly, it swings back open and the lynx comes striding out in just his pants.
Excuse me, Jenna.
Jenna moves over and TJ reaches into one of the drawers and pull out a polo shirt.
I forgot my shirt.
He mumbles before turning back around and hurrying to the bathroom. I catch a glimpse of the insides of his ears, which are bright red. The door snaps shut again. We both stare at the door a while before Jenna speaks up again.
If Flynn could keep his mouth shut until the end of the week, then we might just be able to get through this.
I stare out the window as we roll down the dusty streets of Echo. Honestly, it doesn't look much worse off than how I left it. The roads might be a little worse, but I assume that's because they haven't done any maintenance since winter. Did you have a bat apple ready? Do I fucking need a bat apple? I mean, we have the contingency. If anything does happen that I need to be like, oh, I gotta cut away from it, I go boom. And that's what you'll see.
I'm regretting not letting him know we're coming. You know, you'll be lucky if he even gets his ass out of bed.
We'll call him then.
And what if he doesn't answer?
Leo doesn't say anything, instead focusing back at the road. TJ fills the silence after a while. Oh, I wonder if it'll happen again. Because I remember when we were doing Carl's route, they all said that that they saw, I guess it would be Janice. They didn't give her a name in that one, but they saw Janice like going nuts on the side of the road. So if something does come up, because people are saying that I might need to censor it, the mouse is over the button, so I can just be like bam, and then it's super boo, and that's all you'll see until we get past that point. So let's keep going.
Well, I don't think it's too weird. It's just like we're hanging out again. Nothing wrong with that.
Sure, but making it about Carl is just weird. Maybe if his birthday was like next week, 2 weeks tops.
Oh, hush, Flynn. It'll be just like we're hanging out. You acting weird about it isn't going to help anything.
The car starts slowing down and I snap out of my daydream to look up, knowing that we definitely aren't at Carl's house yet. That's when I see a round canine figure standing further up on the side of the road. She's standing in the dirt that separates the road and the field in front of a broken and rusted barbed wire fence. Apparently be warned, because shit is about to happen.
I think that's Janice.
I look over at Leo and he seems concerned, his brows furrowed as he carefully steers the car right up next to the coyote. I can see why. She's crouched over, elbows on her knees, staring at the ground.
Roll down your window, Chase.
I do as he says, struggling a little with the old crank handle.
The hell is she doing out here?
We come to a stop next to the coyote, kicking up some dust.
I don't know. Hey!
Leo leans over me and smiles out at Janice, who's still looking at the ground.
Everything all...
Leo's voice cuts off in a weird choking sound. I look at him confused, then look back out the window, and I can't help myself but I gasp. It was hard to tell from the angle, but all the dust kicked up from the van. Now I could see that Janice has her pants down around her thighs. I could also see everything else. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively switch it to this. And for the record, just in case I think people saying some shit's going to happen, I sit back quickly and avert my eyes, looking out the windshield instead.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, Leo, keep going!
Jenna whispers it, her voice strained.
Oh, sorry,
Leo stops talking and I chance a glance at the window again. Janice is looking at us now. She's smiling. It's a weird smile because it isn't touching her eyes. It's unnerving. Leo stares back. Leo, go! I hiss out of the side of my mouth, staring out of the windshield again. He seems reluctant too, though looking concerned.
Janice, do you need some help?
His tone is one you might use on a toddler or a crazy person. I don't hear her say anything, except maybe a grunt. Leo bravely keeps trying, though.
We can give you a ride.
Leo stops talking in time for me to hear a pattering sound, a sound I recognize well from my time as a kid pissing on the dirt roads of Echo.
Boo has seen some stuff.
That is where we got this. She's peeing. Ew. Van lurches forward, then resumes a smoother acceleration back to the empty road.
Holy shit, what the fuck was that?
I don't... Leo's frowning, looking as confused as I've ever seen him. Should I go back? No! I look back and see TJ's covering his face. Maybe she could be having some kind of psychotic episode.
Or maybe she's just trying to piss.
I don't think so. Did you see the way she looked at me? She was probably just on something. Isn't everyone? No, she doesn't do stuff like that. Well, maybe she does. You never know with people. Again, Leo doesn't say anything, and neither does anyone else. I glance back at TJ, who's sitting in the very back seat with Jenna. He's got his ears down, looking into his lap where he's fidgeting with his hands. I know he's probably thinking the same thing I am, which is that we're supposed to help Janice with her spring cleaning or whatever. I want to ask him about it, but the dead silent van is making me feel now it isn't the best time.
I fucking told ya!
Leo stabs the doorbell again, frustration etched across his face. Can you please keep the cursing down just a little bit? Why? Oh, 'cause TJ. Yeah. I can't help but notice TJ wins at every F-bomb. He's been keeping his distance from Flynn, always standing on the opposite side of our little group. I shift to the bag I'm carrying around in my hands, trying to look through the frosted glass on the sides of the door. Maybe he's getting high. He should still be able to hear. I mean, maybe he just doesn't want to. TJ holds up his phone. He's not answering his phone either. Leo knocks on the door hard, his bicep bulging. Well, I guess breaking the door might get us inside. Leo stands back, paws on his waist, and he takes a deep breath. He's determined. And I guess he should be, considering he set all of this up.
We should have just told him to meet up at the diner or something.
Do they lock their windows? What? Leo growls. It's not like we're breaking in. TJ's ears pin back, a frown on his face. The wolf puts a paw to his forehead, closing his eyes. Sorry, but I think he's just asleep, and it shouldn't be too hard to get in there and wake him up. I look over at the side of the house and see a window well. I point at it. What about that? Too small. I could probably fit. She hops off the front porch and crouches down next to the window, pushing at it. Wait, there's a security sticker here.
Well, you gotta arm it first, and Carl's such a lazy ass, I know he didn't. Besides, if we set it off, we can just run. It's not like they'll show up anytime soon. Jenna hesitates, then pushes at the window again, but it doesn't bulge. I say bulge, damn it. Budge, idiot. Locked. Let's try the one above it. That's too high. I'll boost you up. I think this is going a little too far. Leo ignores him and stands next to the window before making a platform for Jenna's foot with his paws. Steadying herself with her paws against the wall of the house, Leo easily lifts Jenna and she manages to grab the ledge. Look at hell, this is so fucking stupid.
Flynn mutters next to me, but I ignore him. Jenna pushes against the window and it glides open easily. Yes, now I'm going to boost you all the way up. Hold on. Careful. Like there's some kind of cheerleading duo, Leo shoves Jenna all the way up with one paw and she disappears through the window. Her bush tail is the last thing we see until she pokes her head back through. Kitchen, I fell in a sink. Great. Now unlock the door. She disappears again and we make our way back to the front door.
Leo, you're fucking crazy.
If you don't shut your fucking mouth, Flynn, I'll kick you right in your vag. Damn. Jesus, calm your... Leo turns on him, one foot in front of the other. Flynn shuts up. Damn. I'm on Flynn's side on this one. Flynn ain't doing nothing wrong. He's calling him on his shit, and Leo's being way too damn aggressive. TJ's eyes are wide, even though he's staring down at the steps. I'm gonna put my arm around him. Finally, we hear the door rattling and it opens. Called his name, but he didn't answer.
Well, he's gotta be here. It's not like he can go anywhere, or want to.
Carl's house is as massive and immaculate as I remember it. It is a mansion, after all. Well, maybe less immaculate than I remember. There are a few wrappers and pizza boxes on the marble counter. I assume that's because Carl's parents aren't here to tell him not to be a slob. Flynn immediately heads up the stairs. Yo, Carl! I set the bag down on the table and TJ sets the cake there too. I look over at him. You alright?
I'm good. Why?
Just asking. So, I read the back of my head, trying to think of how to bring it up.
What is it?
Janice.
Oh, yeah.
TJ mirrors my pose, rubbing his own head.
I'm actually really worried about her.
I mean, should we still go? TJ looks at me, surprised.
Of course, especially now. We need to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, maybe we should. I actually don't feel like we need to do that at all, considering she's probably just really, really high. I was going to suggest that we could at least postpone the visit until tomorrow so she had time to calm down. But TJ's shock at my suggestion has me holding my tongue for now.
Chase, you check in the back. TJ downstairs.
Leo barks at us before hustling past towards the hallway. Jesus Christ, Leo, chill! We both look at each other before I shrug and head for the back door. I stare at the glass of the window for a while, wonder why Carl would even be out here. The old playset with the swings is gone, and so is the treehouse that used to be in one of the two trees. The branch near the base of the tree that we used to as a step has been cut away too. Carl and I used to play up in that treehouse all the time when we were younger. I open the door and step out onto the concrete steps. I feel a pang of sadness seeing it gone. I had a lot of memories up there. I can remember the day when we started building it. I mean, Carl's dad had built the base of it, but left the rest up to us. Duke, the old weasel, had a pile of random junk in his backyard he gave us permission to take from it as long as we cleaned it all up. I told TJ that if we cleaned up the pile, my dad would take us to the movies that night. We pretended to help clean up, even though we were just taking what we wanted for the treehouse. We hauled it away in a wagon, telling TJ that we were taking it to the corner for recycling, or something, and that he should keep going. Of course, we didn't go back. I don't know why I thought we'd get away with that. Apparently, TJ was there for 3 hours before Duke came out and found out what happened. I was grounded for the longest I had ever been. I cringe and close my eyes, face getting hot at the memory of being forced to apologize to TJ. Fucking asshole. I mumble it to myself. We were especially cruel to TJ those couple of years. It was probably because of the age difference. Me and Carl had been 10, and TJ was 8. For some reason, 2 years feels like 2 decades when you're that old. Still, there really isn't an excuse for how shitty I was to him. Even after that happened, we never let him up into the treehouse. I was a real shitty kid, but I know TJ doesn't hold it against me. Still, the idea of taking advantage of TJ's trusting nature is just so terrible. I sigh, giving the rest of the yard a cursory glance, even though I know Carl's not out here. I'm a little worried, but I'm sure there's some sort of explanation for where he's gone. I turn back around, deciding to help with the search inside. That's when I see a flash of a fat orange and gray tail disappearing down the downstairs steps. I blink. Jenna walks past.
I'm gonna look in the garage. I don't think he's even in the house, though.
Okay. As Jenna heads for the garage door, I head for the stairs. Oh, here we go again. The cool air wafting up from the dark hallway ahead of me is a marked contrast to the heat from outside. I fan out my shirt a bit as I look at the multiple doors lining the hallway. They only open one at the end of the hall, though, and I can hear a low voice coming from it. It's Flynn's for sure. As I pad up to the opening, I can start to make out what he's saying. But I just wanted you to know that I'm not mad at you, okay? I don't hear a response as I stand just outside the door. From here, all I can see is a few cardboard boxes and a neatly made bed that's probably hasn't been touched in years. I guess / storage room? Come on, man, I'm trying. I was mad yesterday and I shouldn't have fucking sent that. Flynn's voice comes from further into the room, on my left. I grit my teeth, wavering between going in now or just hoping for the best and letting it play out.
I need to go.
I was just trying to figure out... Don't... I hear some rustling in the room, and that's when I realize that I have to step in. I hold on to the door frame as I poke my head in. Flynn has TJ backed up against what looks like the doors to a closet. TJ's cowering in the corner while Flynn has a hand on the length of his shoulder grabbing onto the fabric of his shirt. TJ's ears are pinned flat against his head and he's looking up at Flynn with a grimace. Then his eyes flick to mine as he notices me. "Let me talk for a sec." Flynn notices TJ staring over his shoulder and he jerks his head in my direction. The second he sees me, his hand drops away from TJ's shoulder. We stare at each other for a few seconds and I swallow loudly. "You guys find Carl?" My question sounds all the more stupid in the dead silence that follows. Flynn's gaze drifts over to the wall over TJ's head, where he stares coldly for a few seconds, his jaw working furiously. I start to worry he's summoning up another one of his tantrums. Instead, after about 5 seconds, he turns on his heel and stalks out of the room. I have to move out of the way as he brushes past me. When I look back into the room, TJ's already moved to stand in front of a mirror on the wall. He straightens out his shirt, then vigorously combs the fur on his face. He does a weird back and forth on his cheek ruffs with one of his hands, even though they look fine to me. "TJ?" TJ snaps his head in my direction, one of his ears twitching. "Are you okay?"
"I'm okay."
TJ says it fast and loud, giving his shirt one last tug.
"Let's keep looking for Carl."
He makes a point of looking around the room.
"I don't think he's here."
As he moves past me to leave the room, I grab on his arm. He jumps and looks back at me, eyes wide. I quickly let him go, realizing just how closely I'm mimicking what Flynn had done just a minute ago. "Do you want to talk?"
"No!"
I blink in surprise.
"No, I don't want to talk about it. Sorry."
His ears are down again and he's looking at the floor.
Let's just keep looking."
He turns away again, but I feel like I should say something more. I want to make him feel better, get him away from Flynn. "Do you want to go for a walk or something?" TJ turns back around to stare at me questioningly. "I mean, to keep looking for Carl. He's not in the house, so maybe he's gone out somewhere around town?" TJ nods in understanding, the distressed look melting off his face.
"Oh, that could be a good idea. We should tell Leo."
I feel a surge of relief at having been able to distract TJ, and now I want to keep that going. Luckily, we don't see Flynn on the way out. A distracted and frustrated Leo quickly waves us off as he continues his search in the ground floor bedrooms.
"Probably got high and passed out somewhere."
He mutters absent-mindedly as we head out of the door. I immediately realize what a bad idea it is when I step out into the sun. TJ, on the other hand, brightens up the second we step out of the mansion. That, at least, makes me feel a little bit better. We walk in silence for the first few minutes, looking at the rolling hills and mountains, cacti, and sagebrush. It's one of those days where I'm not sure if the heat is worse coming from the sun above me or the baking asphalt under my feet.
"How is school going for you?"
Why are we getting sad/spooky music? It's just a conversation. I blink out of my burning alive trance and try to focus on the question. "Oh, it's okay, just kind of tedious, you know?" At the same time, I get a pang of panic, realizing how much work that still needs to be done on my project. I'm able to convince myself that I still have half the week. I'll figure something out. What about you?
"It's great."
Athletic training, right?
"Yep."
"So what exactly do you do? Train people for sports?" TJ laughs. "Ha ha ha."
"Well, it's more to do with injuries, recognizing them, preventing them, treating them if I can."
I didn't know that's what you do. So you're like a doctor or something? Kiss the girl, wow wow, sha-la-la-la-la-la. He laughs again, but like always, TJ's able to do it in a way, whoa, whoa, that you know he's not laughing at you. Definitely not. That would be really... I just popped the shit out of my knee, bruh.
I guess you could say an athletic trainer is a healthcare professional.
I try to keep from panting. I thought you had been more like into coaching or something. You like sports. TJ shakes his head.
"No, I'd be terrible at that. I can't yell at people all day." "Is there even a degree for coaching?"
I think most people that want to coach just get a teaching degree in history so they can teach. I make air quotes.
At high school, while also coaching, they teach to coach.
Oh yeah, that's how it was at our school.
I step and a particularly sharp rock and bite my lip to keep from yelping.
I really just want to do something involving athletics.
Do you like it, the whole athletic training thing?
Yeah, it is my first year, so who knows, but I think I do.
So you just like helping people?
That, and I just like sports.
TJ's quiet for a second.
It probably sounds silly, but it seems to make life seem more simple.
Sports?
Yeah, or exercising. There's a goal and something in your way, like the other team, or a big hill.
TJ kicks a pebble up from the ground and catches it on the top of his foot before launching it down the road. Damn, that dude got skills!
And your only job is to get around that and to get to your goal.
The lynx laughs. Ha ha ha!
I don't know if it makes any sense.
I think it does. I'm kind of like that with video games, I guess.
I can see that.
I tried to kick a pebble up on the top of my foot like TJ did, but I end up just kicking it off to the side of the road. How do you do that?
Oh, I just got lucky that time. Usually it doesn't work. I am on the soccer team, though.
I think about how I didn't even bother trying out for my school's swim team for otters. I already knew how mediocre I was.
But I also just like being on the side of a field with all cheering and lights. It's fun.
As we continue down the road, we walk past the charred foundations of an old trailer. While the brush has mostly grown back, scorched earth and black sage brush skeletons still remain. At that moment, my phone goes off and I pull it out, having to cup my hands over the top so I can see the screen under the bright sun. It's a text from Leo. Found him. They found Carl.
Oh, where?
Didn't say, just that they found him.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. I smile as a little ball of tension in my chest that I didn't know was there dissipates. Boom, boom. I send Leo a response. I see where Carl was. I look over my shoulder at the mansion resting at the base of the mountains, distance and heat making it hazy. I really don't want to walk all the way back.
Maybe he just took a walk like us and just got back?
Maybe. My phone buzzes in my hand as I get another response from Leo. No party, Carl isn't feeling good. Aww. Says he's getting possessed all the time. We know what's happening to him, but not in game. Meta knowledge. I frown.
What?
He said Carl isn't feeling good, so there's not going to be a party.
Oh.
Jesus looks back at the mansion with me, airing out his shirt with both hands while he does. As much as it sucked for me to be under the sun, it's always worse for TJ with that thick fur. I copy him, is what it says. Airing out my own shirt, starting to feel self-conscious again about my musk. Ugh.
Should we head back? I hope he's okay.
I think about all the shitty tension going on back there and grimace. I don't know. We could do something else? TJ appears to think, his hands on his hips. Then his face lights up.
Hey, Janice's house is right down the road. We can get a head start on the work.
I'd almost forgotten about that. Well, I definitely planned to go. I didn't want to do now under this heat. TJ jumps in place like he's warming up for a game.
It'll feel good to do something after sitting around all day.
Boom. I stare at TJ, absolutely baffled by his enthusiasm.
What?
Well, first of all, it's work. Second, aren't you worried about how she's going to be when we get there? Staring out of the road with the approximate spot where we'd seen her just an hour ago. She's not there now, obviously, but the memory still sends chills on my spine.
Well, I want to make sure she's okay, too.
I don't know. We should give her at least a few hours to recover. TJ stops bouncing and rubs his arm.
Sorry, if you don't want to, I can just go.
I glare at him. Oh, don't guilt me.
I'm not. I just don't want you to be mad at me.
I stretch, feeling sweat trickling down the sides of my face. That's gross. I hate being sweaty, dude. I fucking hate that shit. We could wait until evening at least.
Yeah, I guess we could do that.
The disappointment on TJ's face is so obvious, there's no way he's not doing it on purpose. Okay, what if she opens the door and she's still got her pants down? TJ blanches.
Chase!
I'm just saying, that's what could happen. There's no telling what she's on.
Janice isn't like that.
So maybe she was just having some sort of episode. Everyone's crazy here.
All the more reason to check on her.
I rub my face. Come on!
It's fine, I can just go.
TJ folds his arms and leans in closer.
Or maybe, she just had to pee.
He whispers the last few words like they're the worst cuss words in the world. I snort and close my eyes. Fine. I wipe the back of my hand across my forehead. But if I have a heat stroke, it's all on you.
Oh gosh, don't say that. If you feel dizzy or sick, you're going inside.
The thought of sitting inside with Janice while I cool down is almost as unbearable as the thought of manual labor. Still, TJ looks happy, which is worth it, I guess. Well, I gotta say, I didn't expect you two down here this early. We follow the old coyote around the side of the house, weaving through sagebrush and tumbleweeds. I guess she's fine. It's a bit hot right now, but if you're feeling up to it.
Yeah, we just don't have much else to do today.
Janice, as far as I can tell, has been acting completely normal. At least expected her to be embarrassed knowing what she'd done for in front of us. Assuming she remembered at all, I'm fine with not ever bringing it up again, though I'm sure TJ feels the same way. Once we reach the back of Janice's house, I'm amazed to see a pile of tumbleweeds, maybe 10 feet high against the house. The pile sticks out another 5 feet from the wall. Whoa. Janice puts her hands on her hips, looking at the mess. Whoa, that's right. Been a few years since I got around to doing this. Can't see out the back window anymore. Janice chuckles. TJ clasps his hands and smiles.
This won't be hard at all.
Just set it on fire. That'll get rid of him right easy. I feel like he's saying that for my sake. It's so hot. I just want to lay down and die right here in the dirt. It'll be pretty quick. That's why I got another job. Corner of my eye twitches. Janice turns to point ahead towards her backyard. Or at least that would be her backyard if there was a fence or something to separate it from the wilderness beyond. See that pile of wood over there? She indicates what indeed a pile of old crumbling wood. Used to be a shed there, been there for God knows how long. You boys might have enough to be good bits of firewood. Janice turns back to the small shack-like abode that is her house. You piled up against the side of the house. I give TJ the dirtiest look I can while he helplessly tries to keep a smile on for Janice. She shields her eyes to give him the sun. Wow, it's real scorching today. I'll have lemonade made in a few. And with that, Janice heads back around the house, her heavy footsteps crunching through the brush. We're quiet for a few minutes, both staring at the pile of tumbleweeds.
She seems okay.
I crouch in the dirt, putting my head in my hands.
I think she just had an embarrassing moment and acted awkward about it. I do it all the time.
I don't say anything.
Chase, are you okay?
I shake my head silently.
It's not that bad. We can do this.
I sigh, deciding whether or not I'm actually going to leave TJ and then come back when it's not so hot. Oh, Jesus. That's when I hear running water. I look up and see a grinning TJ standing at the corner of the house holding up a green hose. He was peeing again. Water trickles out from the middle capped end.
I thought I forgot about you and water. Remember, every 15 minutes at least.
Despite my bad mood, I can't help but smile a little at his continued enthusiasm. I stand up and walk over to the hose, taking it from TJ and letting the icy water run over my head while he looks on approvingly. I have to keep myself from moaning at how good it feels. Once I'm done, I look back at the pile of tumbleweeds. So what are we supposed to do with all these? She didn't tell us where to put them.
We'll just throw them off to the side. The wind'll take care of them.
So we set to work. And the music changes to a very chill and relaxed. It's very nice, it's very it's jazzy. Janice had at least left gloves for us, so we didn't have to worry about anything sharp going through our hands. I still get poked through my shirt or even in the face if I pull one out awkwardly. TJ, I can't help but notice, is a lot faster than I am. He's working at a quick and steady pace, not caring at all when a tumbleweed hits him in the face. I get a few more messages from Leo asking where we are. When I tell him, he doesn't reply. Soon enough, I'm sweating buckets, dark circles forming into my arms and around my neck.
10 minutes and I have to take off my shirt, letting it hang on a rusty metal outcrop under the window. I notice TJ giving me sidelong glances after I do. I grin at him. What, enjoying the show? TJ jumps.
What? No!
TJ quickly looks away again, working faster than ever on the tumbleweeds, which are already half gone at this point. I notice he's got some the same sweat stain pattern as I did. You can take yours off too. Feels really good. TJ stops and pants for a while, staring at the rest of the tumbleweeds. I mean, might as well do it now. We still have a ton of wood to move after this. He flicks his ears and I can see him blushing. Are you embarrassed? Don't you shower naked with other dudes at school?
Well, yeah, but...
But what? TJ huffs and finally pulls his shirt off, going over to hang it up next to mine. Chaffee Gaming! Thank you for subscribing! I noticed that he does it with crossed arms, the way girls do. Oh shit.
They're happy.
What's with you and being all weird about having your shirt off? You were the same way this morning. TJ sighs.
I was trying not to make it weird, but you two were just staring at me when I opened the door.
I laugh and TJ puts his hands on his hips.
Just remember that when we're done, we're going to have to check our torsos for ticks, too.
Yeah, that dampens my spirits. And this sucks. TJ pants quietly for a few seconds.
It is a little hot.
So you do admit this was a bad idea?
No, I mean, maybe, but at least we'll have the evening to do something once we finish, right?
Ow. He smiles at me hopefully, and does brighten my mood a little. Want to go to the diner? TJ smiles before bending over towards the tumbleweeds again.
Yeah, sure. I was wanting to try the...
I jump a foot in the air, almost falling into the tumbleweeds.
Go, go, go!
What the fuck? TJ's off like a bullet, running away from the pile in my direction. Confused, I jump out of his way, then follow him around the side of the house as I look where he'd been standing. I don't see anything, but his reaction is enough to get the fur standing up on the back of my neck. The hell? TJ comes to a stop in front of the house. The hell? What happened? Finally catch up to him, panting under the heat. Big Smoke has arrived! Welcome, Big Smoke!
Tarantula.
Oh, man. Attack of the Spider, Jude called it. A reflexive shiver runs up my body and I wring my hands out. No! I'm suddenly very conscious of everything around me, all the little twigs and branches and the sagebrush looking like spiders. Are you sure?
Yes!
TJ's voice is high-pitched as squeaky as he shakes his hands.
I was reaching down for another one, and when I touched it, it moved, and it was a giant freaking spider!
He must have been really freaked out. I rarely hear him use that last word. We both stand there for a minute, and TJ looks towards the back of the house again, biting his lip. There's something a bit off with the way he's acting, though. Maybe he's a little over-exaggerated. I narrow my eyes. Is this another prank?
No!
TJ looks back at me and shakes his head, his eyes wide.
It was right there! It's probably still there now!
Dude, you better not be joking around with me on this. It's gonna make the rest of the today so much worse. He shivers again, but I'm still suspicious. TJ could be a good actor when he wanted.
It was definitely a tarantula.
The front door suddenly opens and Janice pokes her head out. Oh my stars, who are these two handsome men in my yard? The little coyote comes out looking us up and down, especially TJ. That's creepy. Lynx notices he grips an arm with one of his hands as if trying to cover up under her gaze. What's all that hollering? I frown at the old coyote's forwardness. I look at TJ, but he didn't want to say anything. TJ says he saw a tarantula. Janice claps a paw to the side of her face. Well, I'll be darned, a blonde?
Maybe. I've never seen one before.
Oh, they're all over around here. You just never see them because they only come out at night. Janice shields her eyes again. This time of day is way too hot for him. It's probably a huntsman. I mean, it was under a bunch of tumbleweeds, so I wouldn't be surprised if it had a simulated night.
All this talk about spiders make me want to just walk the fuck back to the motel right now. I mean, you ain't even get paid for this shit. You should get the fuck out.
It wasn't.
TJ mumbles next to me, but I don't think Janice hears him. Just wanted to let you know that I made some lemonade and I got some cookies in the oven too. TJ forces a smile onto his face.
Thank you, Janice.
She grins at him. You're just the most adorable thing. She moves forward to pinch his cheek ruffs, and somehow he manages to stay smiling while she does it. Finally, Janice bustles back inside, and as I give TJ a long look, he throws his hands up in the air.
I'm not lying!
I can see him turning red under his fur, so I leave it at that for now. We look around for a while, but can't find any trace of the spider. Getting back to work is difficult, and I keep jumping at the sight of anything long and spindly. Which, if you're clearing out tumbleweeds, is everything! On top of that, I see several smaller spiders, and every time I do, I jump and run a few steps away before I try to shoo them off. I fucking hate spiders, dude. TJ recovers a lot faster, though, and pretty soon he's tossing out tumbleweeds at the same pace he was earlier. Well, that's because he doesn't have a phobia, motherfucker. This makes me even more suspicious. Anyway, it's not a bad sight. TJ's way more in shape than I am. The tight muscles in his back easily standing out and gliding under the fur. I catch myself staring several times, and I'm pretty sure he does too. Once we're almost finished, I have to straighten up, push my hands into my lower back to make it crack.
Sore?
A little bit. It's sore a lot, though. TJ tosses out one last tumbleweed before walking up to my side.
Does it always hurt?
He puts a hand on my lower back and starts sliding it around. Not really. Just when I'm bending over and stuff. He's quiet for a moment, teasing through the fur on my back. I start to blush, but that's when he applies some pressure to a muscle. I grimace an arch.
Wow, that's stiff.
I hiss and try to writhe away, but he puts a hand on my shoulder to hold me in place. He giggles.
Hold still for a second.
Well, when you're digging in like that...
It's because you're all tensed up. Just relax.
I try to do as he says, even though it's extremely uncomfortable.
So, otters are known for having bad backs.
I know, my dad can barely move these days.
That's terrible.
I shrug. He still gets around, he just needs pain meds.
Which you don't want to have to rely on.
My shoulder bumps TJ's chest, and his long whiskers brush my ear.
It's the short legs and long back.
Rude.
You have to bend over more than most of us. Keep a good posture and lift heavy things with your knees.
His fingers dance a bit lower before pulling back.
You'll thank yourself 20 years from now when you're not in constant pain.
I put both of my hands on my back, feeling warm and a lot more loose. I actually do feel a little better.
Great!
I'm impressed with how much TJ knows about otters. He probably knows the same amount about all the other species, too.
I doubt it, because he's secretly obsessed with you, and he wants that otter bod.
You know, you're really smart. TJ ducks his head modestly.
Oh, I'm just repeating what I've learned.
That's what intelligence is.
I mean, I forget everything I learned within a week.
I do too sometimes. I just have to keep studying until it sticks.
TJ looks around.
Actually, I really wish you could lay down somewhere. Then I could give you a real massage. Oh my.
That would be amazing.
I could give you one tonight when we're back at the motel.
You sure? The thought has me feeling warm, and not just in my back.
Of course. I mean, I did sort of drag you out here.
Don't worry about it, it's actually kind of nice. Haven't done work like this in a few years. TJ smiles back at me.
It is, isn't it?
He leans back and stretches, and I have to force myself not to stare at his arching torso.
I think that's it for the tumbleweeds, though.
I look a little forlornly at the pile of boards. TJ follows my gaze and gives me a sympathetic smile.
Remember, with the knees.
TJ smiles brightly as he marches over to the pile.
We find out pretty quickly that while there aren't any tarantulas, the ruins of the shed are infested with spiders. Several of them black widows. Because those are actually dangerous compared to blondes, TJ goes in to ask Jenna for bug spray.
Jenna? I don't think that's the right name. I go back to water myself again with the hose, letting the freezing water run down the sides of my head and off my snout. Fucking spiders fucking everywhere, fucking. I shiver again. I've been uptight ever since TJ had faked seeing that tarantula. I stand back up, letting the water run down my back and front, sighing at how good it feels. Something's gonna happen. I hear the front door open and shut and the sound of TJ's footsteps coming around the house. Looking back down at the still running hose in my hand, I smirk. TJ did start this little prank war, so I don't feel too bad at what I'm about to do. Oh, fuck. He's gonna do some shit. And it ain't gonna be good. Hell. I press myself up against the side of the house, making sure there aren't any spiders first. The second I see the lynx's foot stick out from around the corner, I swing the hose up. He's got cookies or lemonade or something. He's holding something like his phone. You can't, no, you're fucking. My original intention had been wet the front of his pants so that it looked like he pissed himself. Unfortunately, he's too far away from the house, but instead he's left staring at me while an arch water falls short of him by a good 3 feet. Okay, so that's better. He's holding stuff, but I don't take the time to see what he's holding before I press my thumb to the opening of the. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Did it guess like he fell into ice water and stumbles back, almost tripping. I laugh.
Chase, what the heck?
I finally cut this stream of water, revealing a furiously blinking and dripping lynx. In one hand is a broom, and the other is a plate of what probably used to be cookies. I called it! They look kind of mushy now. Ah, crap. I told you. You just don't prank people. You know, it's not nice. TJ drops the broom to examine the plate of cookies. He tips it to the side and lets a stream of murky, crumb-filled water slosh out from the plate. They smelled so good, too. Damn it! Oh, fuck. I walk over and take the plate from him. Well, the ones on the top aren't so bad, just a little soggy. TJ wrinkles his nose. Just throw them into the desert. I'd feel bad if Janice saw. I pick up a cookie and take a bite. It's a bit soggy on the surface, but it's warm and gooey in the center. She looks at me in horror. Chase! What? It tastes freaking amazing. Quit being so uptight and take a bite. I take another. Stop! What are they? That's irrigation water. That makes me pause for a second, but I shrug. I swallow the water all the time when I swam in the lake. I wonder right after I say that if I shouldn't be mentioning the lake at all around TJ, but he just shakes his head. If you start throwing up tonight, then we'll know why. I'll have you take care of me, but I'll have you to take care of me, doctor. I don't know much about actually being sick. He watches me anxiously as I take another bite. Still, it really is good. I point at the broom in the dirt. What's with the broom? TJ bends down to pick it up. Janice didn't have any bug spray, so she said to brush off the boards with this. I groan. I was thinking you could do the brushing and I'll do the lifting since your back is sore. I groan. Don't worry, Janice says if we get bit to let her know she can take us to the hospital. Comforting. Yeah, listen, I'm sorry about all this. I didn't know it was going to be so tough on you. I swallow guiltily. I'm mostly joking. It's really just how spidery it is. That's the worst part. I'll buy at the diner when we're finished, okay? I smile at him. I'm not hurting for money at all, but I know it'll make TJ feel better if I let him. Alright, that's a deal. Oh, it's nighttime. It's afternoon at this point, and the sun low enough at Janice's house is casting a shadow across the backyard. Of course, that shadow is a good few feet away from where we're working. I set to work trying to sweep away spiders, their egg sacs, and all kinds of other bugs while TJ grabs the big boards and drags them across the yard. I'm pretty bad at it, trying not to yelp while I jerk the end of the broom back and forth like an idiot. TJ tells me several times that I can sit it out, but I'd feel way too guilty if I did. At one point, I almost flick a spider onto TJ, which sends him screaming. And several apologies and nervous laughs later, we're back at it. It takes a lot longer than it should, mainly because of all the sweeping I'm doing. But a few hours later, we're down to the last few boards. Most of what's left is rotting, crumbling wood. TJ wipes a hand across his forehead.
Well, I'd say this is the last one.
I give the board a cursory brush, happy to not see any spiders on this one. Hey, I was thinking, you want to go on another hike tomorrow? We could invite the others to go with us. Wow, we're volunteering to go on a hike? Definitely not something I would do. TJ looks up at me.
You sure? I thought you didn't like it.
Again, I complain a lot. I had fun. Oh, Jesus. TJ smiles.
All right, that'd be awesome.
He's grinning now, and that makes me feel even better.
All right, let's get this done and we can go get to the diner and plan it out.
With that, TJ flips the board and reveals a massive tarantula. God damn it. Oh, God. 8 beady black eyes reflecting the sun as soon as I'm almost blinded by it. They bore into me and the spider turns slowly, crab-like on its legs so it can face me. Oh my God. My stomach turns and the ground tilts. I feel like I'm falling off the edge of the world. I grab for something, anything, but all there is air around me and I fall into the darkness. Oh, he passed out. Just count when the shoulders are down, alright? What? Is this wrestling? What? I feel like water's rushing through my ears and I have to widen my stance to keep from falling.
Are you listening?
Huh?
Chase!
What? Try to focus on the kid in front of me. Oh, this is the first time we've ever, heard anything from Sydney. Was Sydney a guy or a girl? I don't remember.
Did you die or something?
It's a kid, so high voice anyway. I don't know. I was just thinking of something else.
You're dumb.
Well, that's nice. You're dumb.
I don't feel good.
Toby stands there. Wow, and when it's in the past, it's Toby. Grew up into TJ. Toby stands there with his arms around his stomach, his ears down.
Quit being a baby, Toby. Just one more round. I don't want. Go.
Sydney grabs Toby by the shoulders and sticks a leg behind his legs. TJ is so easily tripped that he goes down on his back in the dirt. I get the feeling that the lynx is purposely losing so he can be done with it. Sydney doesn't like that and tries to pull TJ back up before rolling the lynx onto his stomach. He yanks on Toby's ears. Ow! I step closer. Okay, Sydney wins! I raise a hand and point at Sydney, just wanting this to stop. Sydney keeps going and grabs his shirt that... Oh no. I don't want to presume anything, and I don't know anything about the future of this game or where it's going or anything like that, but we're seeing that we've already heard that Sydney is a bit of a bully, and that Sydney is way rougher than the rest, and we know that TJ was the only one to see Sydney go to die. When you're a kid, you don't know. When you're a kid, you sometimes can overlook the severity of your actions. Is it possible that TJ played more of a role in Sydney's death than he's letting on? I'm not saying that TJ murdered Sydney or anything, but more that he maybe could have done something and didn't. I mean, he's very apprehensive about it. There's obviously seems to be that there's more there, more than meets the eye. Sydney keeps going and grabs his shirt in that he'd thrown to the ground earlier and wraps it around Toby's neck. Sydney! Hardcore rules, it's all legal. Fucking ECW.
Come on. Toby grabs at his neck and his eyes widen at Sydney, leans back, pulling Toby's head back with him. Lynx's arms flail around, his mouth wide open. I stand there confused. It's okay if it's not against the rules. See, as a kid, you don't know sometimes you don't know the severity of the situation. Sydney laughs and leans even further back, looking excited and happy. Toby stares at me with wide, bulging eyes. Stop! I reach forward and grab onto TJ. Chase, can you hear me? TJ is looking down at me with his wide blue eyes. Toby? What? I blink up at him, feeling sick. TJ feels my head and then stands up and starts pulling me along the ground. Shit, what are you... Gotta get you inside. He grunts as he pulls me, and that's when my stomach lurches and I roll over and vomit up the cookies. Crap! I can hear TJ starting to panic, so I grab at him. I have to cough and spit several times before I can speak. Oh, I'm fine, oh, yeah. No, you're not. Can you stand up? Yeah, I'm good. I get up on wobbly but stable enough legs. TJ puts an arm around me. We're calling an ambulance when we get inside. No, I'm all right. No, you're not all right. This is serious. He starts limping me around towards the front of the house. I should have been keeping an eye on you. TJ's voice cracks and I stop him. Hey, look at me. I'm all right. I look him in the eyes and see tears threatening to spill over. I'm just really hungry and stood up too fast, then got dizzy. TJ looks back at me, studying my face. Just don't call an ambulance for me. Not yet, at least. I force a laugh. Definitely can't afford that right now. TJ's quiet for a moment, then starts pulling me to the front again. We're getting you inside at least. I should never have had you work under this heat. I'm just tired. We should go to the motel instead. Inside now, just in case. Janice is happy to let us sit on the couch for a while, drinking lemonade. TJ doesn't tell her about what happened, but he glances at me every now and then, as if worried I'm gonna faceplant off the couch. I feel a bit dizzy, but otherwise fine. I keep thinking back to that tarantula, but TJ hasn't said anything about it, so I decide not to bring it up yet. Meanwhile, TJ is making awkward conversation with Janice. I lay my head back, hungry and tired. Mainly it's the wood chopping that'll be the hard part. My back isn't nearly as good as it once was. Oh, yeah, I imagine. I guess I was hoping I could get just a little bit more help. Oh? If you didn't mind, of course. I lift my head from the couch to look at TJ. I got tomorrow off as well, and I'll be free to show you what needs to be done if you're willing. TJ's stuck with his mouth open and he smiles. Of course. Damn it, dude. I frown. Janice beams at him. You're just a little lifesaver, Tobias. No problem, ma'am. And so proper, too. TJ avoids making eye contact with me, a smile plastered to his face all the while. Janice suddenly turns her gaze at me, and I'm forced to wipe that glare off my face. Oh, what are those cookies? Oh, good. They were good, huh, TJ? TJ, still smiling, gives a curt nod. Good. My secret recipe. She winks at me, and I feel a little uncomfortable because the smile doesn't touch her eyes. Uh-oh. One of those just... It's a short walk to the diner, and I berate TJ the entire way. I'm sorry, she just sort of pushed it on me. Well, don't show up. You don't live here. You can just fuck off. Just I can't. It just happened. You can always say no. I can't just say no. Or at least that you had other plans. TJ stays quiet, and I push up the door to the diner. I was kind of looking forward to hanging out again. She just keeps quiet, and then we sit down. So I give up and just lean my head back, eyes closed. It's quiet for a few minutes before TJ finally speaks up. How are you feeling? I rub my eyes gently, a headache now replacing the dizziness that I'd felt earlier. Tired. My head hurts. I really shouldn't have done that. I'm so... Stop apologizing, please. It's fine. It wasn't the heat. TJ frowns and sits back, looking out the window at the sunset. Sorry, I'm not mad. I just don't want to see you beat yourself up over it, you know?
I don't tell him that his constant fretting and apologizing is grating on my headache.
Well, make sure you try to eat. You might just need energy.
Here's hoping. At that moment, a young stag that I vaguely recognize comes up to our table. It's weird seeing someone so young and fresh in Janice's position. Once he gets to our table, though, his eyes light up.
Cage?
I don't fucking... We've never seen this person. TJ sits up suddenly, a big grin spreading across his face. So this is the replacement for the other person. There's always a +1.
Julian!
Julian? It's been a while since I've seen him. He's bigger, and so are his antlers. I barely recognize him. Julian and Chase 2. Oh, this is a format error that you're seeing right here, folks. This is a classic format error, as depicted in the wild.
And Chase 2? What in the world are you two doing here? Visiting. I didn't know you had a job here. That's cool.
Julian grins. Again, a format error in its natural habitat.
Not really, but it pays some of the bills.
At that point, I phased out of the conversation, letting the two of them catch up. TJ had a lot of friends in high school. He had been technically popular. It's a good few minutes before the stag finally takes our orders. Since Julian bustles off to another table, TJ grins at me. Julian low-key cock-blogging.
Oh man, it's great to see him again.
Yeah, that's cool. With the stag gone, the awkward silence quickly closes in on us again. I'm too tired to do much about it, though. I lay my head back again, closing my eyes, feeling like I might fall asleep right there.
So...
I open them and see TJ looking at me before quickly looks away again. What? He fiddles with the stack of napkins.
You called me Toby earlier.
Did I? But I remember, even as I say it.
Yeah.
TJ forces a laugh.
It's been years since you called me that.
Yeah. We're quiet for a moment.
So, why'd you call me that?
I don't know. Guess I was just a little loopy after passing out.
Ah.
I eye him carefully. Do you mind if I call you that?
TJ is fine.
So yes. I study TJ. The way he's sort of hunched in on himself, ears twitching. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I go back and forth between deciding if I should bring up the whole Flynn incident or not. Despite his best efforts, TJ isn't fooling anyone that he's bothered by what happened. Of course he would be. Do you want to talk about what happened on Monday? TJ's quiet and I kick myself. I'm given a little more time to think of what I'm going to say next as Julian brings our food and strikes up another conversation. TJ, again, is able to easily slip into a smile and chat away with the stag. The smell of a burger has my mouth watering and incredible when I take a bite. It's striking how easy it is for TJ to just put on a smile and act cheerful. It makes me wonder how much of it is actually genuine. I'm almost halfway done with my burger by the time Julian is angrily called back to the kitchen by the cook. TJ goes quiet again and starts plucking at his salad. I swallow and set down my burger, my stomach turning a bit, what I'm planning to say. I was thinking about this before we got here.
About what?
That maybe we could use the time we have here to remember what happened and to find... TJ finally looks at me, and the sadness I see in his eyes makes my heart plummet. Find closure? TJ's quiet, staring at his salad. I don't know, man. I just know how bad it is for you still, and I just want to figure out how we can search for the right words. Be at peace with it. TJ's still quiet. I don't know, man. I finally say and slump up in my booth, feeling like I ruined the evening.
How would we do that?
His tone is shaky, but genuinely curious. I don't know. Talk about it? Talk about it with the others?
Not Flynn, just the others. TJ looks out the window again. Maybe even go to the lake? Talk about it there? I don't know. I almost choke on the word lake. Still worried about saying it in front of TJ.
Maybe.
Maybe? TJ sighs and finally looks at me with a small smile.
Maybe. But right now, I just want to hang out with you and have a good time, okay?
Okay. So stop being so angry. It's making me sad. I pick up my burger, my stomach loosening up enough that I feel like I can eat again. Sorry, I was just looking forward to...
And stop apologizing.
He says it with a smirk, and then almost immediately frowns. I mean, I'm sorry, that was rude. I laugh at him, and he smiles back. I take another bite and look out the window. I feel a lot better now, and now I'm pretty sure I only passed out because I didn't have any food in me. By the way, did you ever see that tarantula again after the first time you saw it? TJ shudders.
Ugh, no, thank goodness.
Look out the window at the brilliant sunset. That's good. He tries to walk away from me, but I kick him in his lower back and he goes stumbling forward onto his knees. What the shit? He stays there, not bothering to move at all. I glare at the back of his head, breathing hard. How does it feel when it's happening to you? My voice shakes as I yell at him. I'm not used to doing anything like this. It felt so gross. But at the same time, I feel like I'm finally teaching him a lesson. He's had this coming for so long. Why are you always so mean to him? He doesn't answer and sits slowly getting up to his feet, wiping his face with the back of his hand. I told him to come out here to make one of his treasure hunts so I could confront him like this. It's not going how I thought it would, though. He's just standing there, not saying anything. Finally starts to walk away again, shoulders slumped, ears and tail down. I feel another burst of anger following him. I quickly overtake his slow pace and shove him as hard as I can in the back. His head snaps back before he falls flat on his stomach on the ground. He stays there for a long, long time while I stare at him. I can't remember what happened after that. Damn.
Well, there's a dull throbbing in my head when I wake up, a repetitive raging headache I had yesterday. I take some Tylenol when TJ goes into the bathroom, so he does not say. Why the fuck would he be against you taking Tylenol? I don't want to worry him. Oh, okay. Well, he's taking one of his insanely long showers, buddy. I feel you there. I have to go down to the lobby to get some breakfast. When I come back into the room, balancing 2 plates of bagels, bacon, and eggs, I'm surprised to see TJ is already done. He's busy brushing his fur in the mirror, trying to tame his comical, fluffed-up look he has going on. I can't believe I forgot my shampoo. Look at how ridiculous I look. He holds his arms out to me and Jenna. Jenna grunts, not really paying attention, as she types away furiously on her laptop. I think it's kind of cute. My leg is itchy. Why? TJ smiles. You mean funny? No, just look a little chubby. I just look at TJ's mortified look as I set the plates down on the table, which faces Jenna, to push her laptop aside for a moment. TJ opens a packet of jam and butter before spreading it neatly on a bagel cut in half. I watch as some of it sticks to the long fur around his mouth while he nibbles at it. He wipes it away with a napkin, only to start the process all over again. It's so sad that you're gonna to spend all your time doing homework, Jenna. Finals are way too close to do much else, TJ. Jenna doesn't even look up from her laptop as she responds, focused solely on whatever it is she's typing. I'm pretty sure she just shoved half a bagel into her mouth before she went back to work. TJ sits there quietly for a moment, taking another bite. You think you'll have much time to do anything today? Jenna doesn't answer for a few seconds, the only sound the faint patter of the keyboard. Finally, she stops and looks up at the fur for the first time in probably an hour. I don't think so. I have a lot of work to do. Why don't you two go out and do something? We will! It would just be nice if you could go with us. I snort. Yeah, come with us and do more work at Janice's house again. TJ lowers his ears. Again? TJ takes another bite of his bagel and doesn't look like he's gonna say anything. I sigh. Yeah, she kinda cornered him and got him to say he'd do more work. Jenna rolls her eyes and returns her attention back to the laptop. Janice taking advantage of people? Shocker. Jenna. TJ protests quietly. You know, she used to give me some sort of sob story at the diner to get me to tip better. TJ frowns. Well, she does have a tough life, Jenna. Despite being annoyed at having to go back to Janice's, I find myself siding with TJ. I think you do whatever you can here to make money. It's probably hard to own a house just as a waitress. Yeah, well, maybe don't be a waitress in a crap town. She should at least try to find something else if it's that hard. TJ is still frowning, his ears down. I can tell he wants to say something more, but Jenna's an intimidating figure to try to argue with. It's quiet for another minute before Jenna sighs loudly. Sorry, I'm just a little stressed out right now. I have a lot of stuff to get done. It's alright. I wish we could help you out. Jenna laughs without any humor. I wish you could too. TJ falls silent, staring at the small piece of bagel held between his fingers. My phone buzzes in my pocket and I take it out, surprised to see a text from Carl. Yo! I stare at it for a moment. I type a quick hi back. Who is it? TJ asks around the last bite of bagel, holding a napkin daintily in front of his mouth as he chews. Carl. Jenna's typing stops again. Really? How's he doing? I don't know. He seems okay. I realized then that I hadn't really had a chance to ask Jenna or anyone else what happened with Carl yesterday. Where was he? Leo says you guys found him? Yeah. Jenna pauses, staring at the screen of her laptop. What happened? I really don't know. Flynn found him in the crawl space, apparently. Oh, shit. The crawl space? For some reason I get chills running down my arms. What in the world was he doing down there? Jenna shakes her head. When I went down there, he was just sitting on the ground, and Flynn told me to leave. I raise my brows and give TJ TJ gives me a confused look. He was standing in front of him, so I couldn't see him, like if he was upset or something. What was he doing? Jenna shrugs. Flynn took him upstairs, and we left after that. Was he, like, drunk or something? TJ seems to try and word it delicately. Jenna shrugs again, and then turns back to her writing. He's always high, isn't he? I look back down at my phone. Is he that high right now? It takes a second to figure it out. When I do, I look up at TJ. What time does Janice want us over? We'll go in the evening, when it's not so hot. TJ looks down and lowers his ears again. Because I don't want TJ to get all apologetic again, I keep talking. Do you want to go hang out with Carl? TJ smiles. Yeah, that could be a lot of fun. Alright then. I thought we'll reply back to Carl telling him I'd be bringing TJ over for some reason, though I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Stepping out into the parking lot, TJ immediately starts heading for the road while I pause by the car holding my keys. TJ turns around. Are we walking? I look up at the road, toward the foothills of the mountains, Carl's house, an intimidating speck in the distance, barely visible through the heat haze. Oh, did you want to drive? I shield my eyes against the sun, only just over the mountains, but still promising a hellscape by noon. I mean, did you want to walk? I can see TJ's demeanor deflate a little bit as he starts walking back towards me in the car. Oh, you fucking putz. We can drive. He smiles at me, but I sigh and shove my keys back into my pocket. You asshole! Dude! Oh, we can go for a walk. It'll give us more time to talk, you know. Fucking... No, I would have been like, alright, cool. Like, if you want to walk, fuck it. I'm driving. It's fucking 9,000 degrees, and it's going to be even worse later when we're trying to get back. So, and we got work to do later. I can't fucking get dehydrated right now. You selfish cunt. Okay. TJ smiles and waits for me to catch up to him before we start up the road. While I'm not looking forward to trekking back to Janice's house in the heat, I'd rather TJ be in an upbeat mood, like he isn't fucking always. We're pretty quiet on the way up. It isn't until we're passing Janice's house that I finally break the silence. Man, why'd you have to say yes? I groan half teasingly, shoving my shoulder into his, sending him stumbling away a little ways into the road. I'm sorry. Is it so hard to say no? Well, yeah, it definitely is. I sigh. It would be fine if we weren't on vacation, with friends we might never see again. TJ sulks a bit. Don't say that. It's kinda true. I remember that the trip is already sort of ruined because of Flynn. Anyway, it's not that easy, Chase, especially when she's all smiling and expectant like that. You should stop letting people take advantage of you. TJ stares at the ground. Sorry. And stop apologizing! TJ flattens his ears, and I realize my tone might have been a bit too harsh. Okay, now I'm sorry. I was mostly joking, but it's frustrating to see you get pushed around. I don't really get pushed around. I ignore him. And get taken advantage of. She doesn't take advantage of me. Why do you think she only asked you for these things? He opens his mouth, but I don't let him answer. Because she knows you'll say yes. That's basically the definition of taking advantage of someone. I nudge him again with my shoulder, but he manages not to fall into the road this time. You gotta be a little more assertive. Stand up for yourself more often. TJ shoves his hands in his pockets. So just saying no to people? Not just when it comes to saying no. Stand up to people who are being mean to you, too. I don't mention Flynn, but I'm pretty sure he knows what I'm getting at. I try to give him an encouraging smile, but he doesn't look at me. It feels great, man. Once you do it once, you can't stop. TJ looks away out into the desert. It sounds like you just want me to be mean to people. I shake my head. You can be nice and assertive at the same time. It's a good combination. TJ's quiet for a few minutes, and we start the painful uphill portion of the trek towards Carl's mansion. I do it because I like to do it, you know. I'm starting to pant a little, my short, stubby legs already burning. I like to help her out. It feels good. Like, it makes you feel better about yourself? It makes me feel better about a lot of things. There's a sudden shift in his tone that cuts me off from saying anything else. It's a tone I'm not used to hearing from him, and I wonder if I went too far with the whole being assertive thing. I feel like there's a lot more going on under the surface, but now doesn't feel like the time to delve into it. I try to think of something else to talk about, to change the subject. Anyway, maybe the apologizing thing is just part of your heritage. TJ laughs, dispelling the tension easily. Maybe. Well, if you do go back, at least you'll fit in with all the nice people. It's just a stereotype, and not all that true. There are mean people in Wasatchua! Not like there. Not like here, though. TJ nods. Yeah, not like here. We're quiet for a few more minutes. Carl's house promisingly close now. I'm distracted, looking up at it when TJ's shoulder checks me right off the road, tripping me over my own feet and into the sagebrush. The hell! I shout as I lay in the dirt, a dust cloud clearing to reveal a mortified TJ still standing on the side of the road. Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to knock you over, I'm so... He catches himself, though, though the horrified look is still on his face. I stare up at him for a while and burst out laughing. I see his tail and ears relax, his floofed-out fur laying back down. He smiles, seemingly relieved. You're learning! He rubs his shoulder sheepishly. I guess so. We stand a good couple of minutes on Carl's doorstep, ringing the doorbell over and over. I can hear the heavy beat of some hip-hop song through the door and ground. I swear the windows look like they're about to bust out when how much they're shaking. Finally, I send him a text that when the music finally stops and the door swings open. As it does, TJ and I are blasted with a wave of pot with just as much booze lingering underneath. Carl grins at us, his eyes bloodshot and fur messed up. What fuck took you guys so long to get here? TJ frowns, rubbing his nose inconspicuously. I don't think I've ever seen Carl this far gone. I stare at him as he stares back at us, his grin never wavering. I finally break the silence. Are you okay? Carl suddenly gets a very serious look on his face. Chase. Bravely he reaches out and puts both hands on my shoulder. I have... He smirks and then sets his face sternly again. Never felt better. Oh, God. Substance abuse is hilarious.
That's the thing about this game and, like, extracurricular activities and, like, repeat and stuff, is that these aren't tropes. We know that Carl is going through a lot of shit. And so to see him delving deeper into this thing because he doesn't have us to rely on isn't he, like, using it as a way to give comedic whatever. It's actually underlyingly dramatic. So it's very smart how they're implementing it this way. He brings me into a hug and whispers fiercely into my ear.
I'm so glad you're here.
Okay. He suddenly shoves me back and whirls on TJ, who cringes. I can, like, if we had started with the TJ route, this would be way more alarming. But now that we know that he's, like, living in a possessed house or some shit, like, and the only reason he's probably drunk and high at the same time on an airplane with some crazy is, the fact that he's trying to escape the hell that he's living in right now. And it's not just like he's scared hell, because he does have anxiety, but also his house is fucking haunted, and legitimately so, and there's a fucking portal to some godforsaken, I don't know what the fuck. I just want to know more. I want to know everything. Carl goes after him, sweeping him off his feet like the lynx in his brand new bride. Is his brand new Carl! Get inside before you get a heat stroke, fluff cheeks. I stand there on the doorstep as Carl takes the cat inside, TJ throwing me a wide-eyed look over the ram's broad shoulder. I stare back, wondering if this was such a good idea before stepping in. Pot smell aside, the coolness of a mansion is a welcome relief to the quickly rising heat behind me. I'm just in time to see Carl toss TJ onto a two-cushion couch before flopping onto a bigger one across from it. He smiles at me and passes the cushion next to him. I sit down on the last cushion, leaving a space between the two of us. I'm just a little worried about how handsy he's being right now. Carl shrugs and kicks up his feet on the cushion between us, tapping me with his hooves. We sit there for a moment, agonizingly awkward. 10 seconds before TJ clears his throat. Ahem! So, Carl, have you been? Carl rolls his head on his shoulders to snap his gaze in the direction of TJ, who gulps. TJ, I've been peachy, you get me? TJ's ears twitch. Yes? Super. Carl giggles quietly to himself. He stares at the ceiling for a while, continuing to tap me with his hooves. I look down and see that they're leaving hoof-shaped prints of white dust on my pants. It's a crawl space. Man, I'm glad you guys are here. I thought I was gonna go crazy. How come? Carl interlocks his fingers behind his head. This house, man, you go crazy in it when no one's around. Flynn spent the night, but then he had to go to work. TJ seems to have run out of things to say, leaning back on the couch as his tail twitches around nervously. Carl doesn't seem to mind, though, staring peacefully at the ceiling. I exchange glances with TJ, who shrugs worriedly at me. I look at the massive flat screen. You wanna watch something? Carl flicks his eyes to the TV. Have you seen the new Lucha Lobo movie? I have to think about that. Not since last summer, I think. I haven't. It's the fucking shit, dudes! Carl sticks his legs in the air, swiveling on his butt before launching himself off the couch to land on his hooves awkwardly. He stumbles, falling into TJ's couch. The Lynx tries to steady him, but the ram is off before he can, grabbing the remote. Suddenly he spins around and tosses his phone at me, and I have to learn to catch it. Chase, please order us a goddamn pizza. I'm starving. What? I stare at his phone. He sighs loudly at me. The Keanu Zap, duh. It takes me a second to find it in a sea of random game apps. So what do you guys want? I'll shove anything from gals into my fat face. I stare at him. So order anything. Okay. By the way, this is not my typical Carl voice. It's 'cause he's so fucked up right now that I'm making him feel like that. I end up letting TJ pick the toppings since he's the vegetarian.
Once I've ordered an extra large pizza, Carl's already started up the movie. I don't know anyone delivered out here. Carl sits down with a beer in his hand, and I wonder if I should tell him not to drink anymore. Honestly, I don't know if the way he's acting is more due to the pot or the drink. He grins. That's what's so great about Gano's. They'll deliver anywhere if you pay. He takes a swig and belches. Price of delivery's the same as the fucking pizza, though. Damn. He stares at me before pointing at his beer. You want one? I glance at TJ, who's staring hard at the screen. Maybe I'll have one with the pizza. Me and TJ have some hard work to do for Janice. Hard yard work. Carl wrinkles his nose. Lame. Do you want to go with us, Carl? Why would him saying lame make you think he'd want to go? Also, he's fucking pickled as shit right now. You want him out in the sun? He's gonna fucking melt. Carl thinks and gives a massive shrug. I can tag along. Really? Might not be able to do any real work, though. He pats his stomach. Swear to God, I'll hurl. That's fine. TJ smiles, but Carl seems to be watching the movie now, which is already a few minutes into the intro. The pizza doesn't arrive for another hour, and when it finally does, the slices are almost room temperature. Still, with the pizza, beer, and a movie, I start to kind of enjoy myself. By the end of it, Carl seems to have sobered up a little bit. Not a whole bunch, but to the point where he's at least coherent. He turns off the TV and sighs, flat on his back on the couch at this point, his legs across my lap. I'm fucking stuffed. I agree, and now I'm feeling even less inclined to go over to Janice's place. TJ's pulled out his phone, and now he's staring at it with his ears lowered. I'm about to ask him what's wrong, but that's when Carl nudges me with his leg. Hey, you guys want to play a game? I look at him cautiously. What kind of game? Carl looks around, then finds a row of 3 bottles on the ground next to the couch, 2 of them empty, 1 half empty. Never have I ever. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. This one's great. TJ gives a nervous laugh. But Carl, I don't drink. Give it a try. Oh, fuck. I frown, giving Carl a look. Or we could just do 10 fingers. You don't have to drink for that one. Carl pouts. Wow, you're boring as hell today, Chase. Alright, we'll do both. You guys can do the 10 fingers bullshit. He struggles to sit up, burping again as he does. Well, he leans over with a groan and picks up his beer. Okay, I'll go first. I hold up 10 fingers and TJ does the same, somewhat reluctantly. Never have I ever... Carl seems to think hard, then grins. Had sex. TJ's ears flatten and I glare at Carl. Really? We're going there already? Carl shrugs. What? That's the first question everyone asks. I lower a finger, still glaring. Isn't this game about getting to know things about people that you don't already know about? It was about winning, like all games. You shitting me? I look over at TJ, not surprised to see all of his fingers are still up, though he's still blushing. I'm surprised you haven't, though. You've had girlfriends. Carl sneers at me. Turns out having to lift up my own gut so they can suck me off turns them off. Never gone past that. So they've still sucked you off. Christ. Blowjobs don't count. We learned that from Bill Clinton. Yeah, they do. It's called oral sex. Nah, man. I suddenly become very aware of the bead red link sitting across from us. I cough loudly and sit up straight. Trying to think of something that's interesting, but still G-rated for TJ. Never have I ever been in a fight. A physical fight. I mean, we know that's not true. You've been beaten up a lot. Carl takes a drink. TJ's fingers stay up. Who'd you fight? The fuck have you been? Remember Clint? Oh, yeah. TJ starts to lower his finger, too, then stops. Well, he mostly attacked us, so he didn't really fight back, so it's not really a fight. What the fuck? What the hell? Grab him by the neck, throw him to the ground, kick him if he tries to get back up. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't... What the hell? Throw him to the ground? Carl shrugs.
Me and Flynn have gotten into it before. What the flying fuck was that? I don't... Whoa! Whoa! This game fucks with you, man. I already took a drink, so I look over at TJ. Your turn. TJ looks off to the side, seeming to think hard. Never have I ever failed a test. TJ grins. I lower a finger, smirking, but Carl lets out a snort. Cute. The amount of disdain in his voice has me looking over at him, but he's already chugging down his beer. His burp seems to shake the couch. Alright, never have I ever kissed a dude. Carl! What? I've never actually seen you kiss Leo, so... Oh, wait, maybe I have. He shrugs again. I lower a finger, rolling my eyes. TJ, of course, doesn't. As I'm trying to think of my own question, I suddenly feel something warm pressing against the side of my face. I blanch away out of instinct to find Carl with his eyes closed and lips puckered. Carl! TJ sits on the couch, his face a portrait of comically cartoonish shock. Alright, now I have. Carl takes a big gulp of beer. What the fuck? I'm not sure how to react, but TJ's reaction is enough to make the whole thing seem funny, instead of like sexual harassment. I mean, you can't do it after the question's been asked, right? Carl puts his chin on a fist, fluttering his eyes in a way he probably thinks is seductive. You can look it up if you want. I shake my head, wiping the side of my face as I try to think. Never have I ever flown in an airplane. Carl and TJ both lower a finger. Really? That's crazy. I shrug. Hardly ever been out of state in my life. That's tragic. It kind of is. And so it goes. The game continues for another 20 minutes. Most of the questions innocent enough. Still, I notice every time TJ takes a turn, Carl gets more and more agitated. Never have I ever done drugs. Never have I ever been late to class. Never have I ever gotten less than an AA minus in a class. Still, I can tell TJ's directing it mostly at me. Partly because he's being mischievous. And partly because I think he's genuinely trying to figure me out. Carl's mood continues to sour, though, and it all seems to build until the 6th round. Never have I ever been in a car accident. Oh, shit. We know Carl's been in a car accident. I lower a finger. You've crashed before? I mock glare at him. Why do you automatically assume it was my fault? Oh, sorry. I mean, my dad was driving and we got rear-ended. Oh. That's when I noticed that Carl hasn't spoken at all since the question was asked. I look over at him and see he's got the bottle resting on his knee as he watches TJ. I lean over to poke at him. You okay? He glances at me before turning back to TJ. You knew I'd been in an accident. TJ looks at Carl, confused. I did? Yeah, I told you at the motel when you first got here. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. TJ continues to look confused. Carl stares at his lap for a while, and I start to wonder if the game is over. And he looks up and stares at TJ, rubbing his chin. He seems to be thinking hard. Never have I ever... We wait. Carl smiles. Never have I ever killed someone. Oh. This ain't good. This ain't good. Ooh, this ain't good. This ain't good. This ain't good. What follows is dead silence. Carl stares straight at TJ, still with a smile on his face. TJ looks confused. That's a weird thing to say. Is it? TJ freezes up as if ice-cold water had been dumped over his head. I look at Carl slowly, but he's not looking at me at all. TJ's clenched paws rest on his lap, his face expressionless, almost as we both realize what Carl's getting at. We sit in that silence for what feels like almost a minute. Carl finally breaks the frozen portrait that we're all in, leaning back into the back of the couch.
My life has been going downhill since that happened.
TJ and I don't say anything, both of us watching Carl.
School, grades, drugs, whatever. I don't know. Seems like it all started after whatever it was that happened.
Carl looks pointedly at TJ again. Carl. My voice comes out shocked and bewildered. Oh, well, I wish this game would fucking start saying that shit before the thing. Because the amount of times I've said shit that weren't in the way it wasn't intended. It seems to get through him a little bit. His long ears flick down briefly. TJ continues to stare back at him, and I'm reminded of how he looked when Flynn was having a go at him. Carl finally looks down, away from TJ.
So I was in the crawl space the other day, and I found an old letter from Sydney.
I don't say anything, neither does TJ. Carl waits a while and goes on.
I haven't opened it. It said it was a treasure hunt on the front.
A treasure hunt? Sydney absolutely loved treasure hunts. He was always making them in his spare time. They were usually pretty bad, and the prizes at the end were always pretty awful. It would always take some convincing on his part to get us to go on one.
I don't know why I have it, but it's made me...
Carl stops talking and closes his eyes, pressing himself deeper into the soft cushions of the couch.
Maybe if we knew what happened, we could fix some of our problems.
TJ finally stands up and Carl's eyes snap open when he does. I watch him too, having no idea what he's about to do. Because of the look on his face, I wonder if he's about to actually do something violent. Attack Carl or something. His expression is dark, not like I've ever seen him, even when Flynn was yelling at him. Instead, though, he just stands there for a few moments staring at Carl. Carl looks away again, his ears lowered. Self-improvement starts with realizing what the actual problem is, Carl. That didn't sound like TJ at all, not even the voice. Carl seems shocked as well as he finally looks up at Lynx. Stop blaming others and start blaming yourself. His voice is calm and smooth, but ice cold. TJ turns on his heel and stalks toward the door, his fur fluffed out. I finally snap out of it and stand up as TJ opens the door. I take one last look at Carl as he's slumped on the couch, his head down. I'll call you later, okay, Carl? Carl didn't say anything. So with that, I hurry out the door that TJ left open. I catch up to the Lynx about 100 yards down the road, trying to match his brisk pace. It's late afternoon at this point, and the heat hits me like a ton of bricks. Sweat already threatens to drip off my chin as I approach TJ. He slows down when he hears me panting, letting me catch up. We walk in silence for a good 15 minutes, and I almost jump when TJ finally speaks up. Can you believe he did that? I take a few deep breaths, gathering the time I need to form a response. I think he was just really high and drunk. TJ shakes his head. He knew what he was saying. Sure, but his inhibitions are down. TJ isn't as upset as I thought he would be. At least not in the way I thought he would be. Instead, he seems more angry than anything. I think it's because he's been talking to Flynn. Who knows what he's been saying to him? That could definitely be the case. TJ finally sighs and stares at the ground, his ears falling. I could tell he's about to finally start crying, so I quickly put an arm around his shoulders. Hey, it's okay. He was seriously drunker than I've ever seen him. He's not going to remember any of this. He doesn't look up. TJ, you are a huge reason why we've all stuck together at this point. TJ didn't say anything, and I see his eyes watering up. I could be making it worse, but I give his shoulder another squeeze. You're the glue. And like you said, Carl's blaming his problems on everyone else. This has nothing to do with you. TJ sighs, leaning against me a little. I take this as a good sign and nudge him. Listen, let's get to Janice's place and get those chores out of the way. After that, we can get some ice cream at Rat Ray's, okay? Alright. TJ lets out a small laugh, and we continue down the road for another 10 feet like that. And he suddenly pulls away from me, faces me, and hugs me tight. He buries his face on my chest as I feel his fingers clench into the back of my shirt. He holds me like that for a long time. We get to Janice's house, and a good half hour later, me covered in sweat, TJ airing out his shirt. It's 5 at this point, but the sun's still pounding on the back of my head like it's like a dead weight. Janice opens the door almost the second we knock, and I can tell immediately that something's off. First of all, she's got no pants on. I catch a glimpse of her large white panties before I snap my eyes back up, staring hard at the coyote's face. I can't see TJ, but by the funny way he's breathing, I'm pretty sure he noticed as well. Janice spreads out her hands, grinning. Well, I'll be, you made it! We gawk at her for another few seconds before TJ finally squeaks out, Yeah, of course, Janice suddenly steps forward toward the lynx and cups his face in her hands. I keep my eyes up, trying to focus on her face. She squishes TJ's face to the point where his lips purse out a little bit. You TJ are a lifesaver, you know that. She says it sincerely, and I can see TJ trying to pull back. Unfortunately, it also looks like the coyote has a good grip on his face because everything but his head moves back. Thank you, Dennis. TJ tries to speak from his squished face. Janice, what did you want us to do today? I break in, hoping to move her attention away from ripping TJ's cheeks off. She seems to be really enjoying the tufts of fur there. Oh, Chase, you here too? Oh, fuck, she's fucked up. Yeah, we're gonna work on it together. Well, alright, how about I head out there and show you two? My eyes flick down to her bottom half for just a second and I immediately regret it. There's no way around it. You want to get dressed first? Janice looks down. Oh, that. Well, I just got to apologize now. I was in the middle of getting ready for work. I just forgot what I was doing. I glance at TJ, then quickly back to the coyote. Oh, well, we can wait. Nonsense. It'll only take a second. I'm left open-mouthed, following the coyote automatically as TJ follows closely behind me. A quick glance around reassures me that there isn't anyone around at the moment, but if someone does come around... Janice marches us out to the back and to the few wooden remnants of the shed we had moved earlier. She points at the ground. I want you to dig a hole right here. TJ stares just silently behind me, as if using me as a shield to Janice's shameless modesty. A hole? Yep, in a rectangle from here to... Aw, Jesus! From here to here. Janice marks a line in the dirt with her foot before me, walking about 5 feet in the other direction, marking the other line. And 3 feet line, at least 3 feet deep, if not more. I nod, throw her instructions, just trying to get through this as quickly as possible. Okay, what are we doing this for? Janice stops, scratching the back of her head. A pool. Gonna have a pool back here. That's an awfully small pool. A pool? Yeah, a nice little pool. She grins at us. I quickly nod at her. Okay, we'll get right to work. Shovels in the garage, right? I'm doing everything I can do to get her back inside. Yep, need anything else? I can make a lemonade before I leave. No, we'll get water if we need it. Well, alright, no need to finish it today if you can't. I know how hot it is. Janice turns to leave, but not before reaching out and pinching TJ's cheek almost viciously. He squints his eyes, ears flattening as he just stands there and takes it. And with that, she hums her way back to the house. I wait until I hear the door close. Oh my god, she's gone insane. TJ stays quiet, staring at the spot in the ground that Janice marked out. Seriously, maybe we should go. No, she's probably just having another off day or something. I shake my head. And this is definitely not a pool. TJ kicks at the dirt, and I shiver as I see a small spider skitter across the ground. Either she's lost it, and we're doing nothing here, or we're digging a grave. Oh, come on, Chase. This was a bad idea. I hear the garage door opening and shut my mouth. A car engine starts up, and I see the old, rusty, white sedan pull out of the driveway. Janice waves at us and blows a kiss, which I'm pretty sure is directed at TJ. And then she peels off like she's drag racing to the diner that's less than a mile away. So who do you think she's on her way to murder? Stop. I look at TJ.
You think she even put her pants on? TJ shudders and looks back at the ground. Let's just get this done, and promise I won't do any more chores for her, okay? I sigh. Alright, just remember whose fault this is if it ends up being our grave. The work is tougher than I thought it would be. We both start at opposite ends of the little trench thing we're making. Janice said we should do more than 3 feet if we could, but this whole thing is bullshit, which I'm sure it is, and I'm not doing any more than the minimum. I'm just at least glad to see TJ returning back to his cheerful, bubbly self. We even almost got into a dirt clod war, but that comes to a quick end when I hit TJ in the thigh with a rock-filled one. Ow. About 2 hours later, the sun is comfortably low, and we're a little over halfway done. It's at that point that I get a text message from Carl. Sorry. I know that wasn't his voice. I look at it for a while until TJ finally looks up. Everything okay? I debate whether or not to tell him, now that he's in such a good mood. It's hard to tell exactly what will make TJ feel better or worse, I've come to realize. Still, I think he can tell who it's probably from already, judging by from how slanted back his ears are. It's from Carl, just as sorry. TJ stops digging, pressing a shovel under the darker, moist dirt at the bottom of the trench. That's it? That's it. You gonna respond? I don't know. Should I? TJ starts digging again. Yeah. TJ tilts his head down. I need to apologize too. Now that seems more like TJ. Well, what should I say? TJ stops digging again and looks up at me. I look up unexpectedly. Okay, so I'm trying to be more assertive, like you said. Oh? I didn't expect him to say that. Is that why... TJ looks down, so I stop myself. Is that why he acted so strange at Carl's mansion? Sorry, never mind. What were you saying? So I'm just gonna say this. I was thinking about that treasure hunt Carl found. For a moment, I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, the thing he found in the crawl space? I was thinking... TJ leans on the shovel's handle, looking away. Thinking that we should open it. Together. Okay. I say it slowly, realizing how delicate of a topic this is. Is there a reason why you want to open it? TJ sighs deeply, looking up at the deep red-orange sky. I always feel like things happen for a reason, and we were just talking about finding closure yesterday. Okay. So, I feel like this might be a way to do it, maybe. Read what he had to say. Maybe go on one of his last hunts. TJ swallows hard. I can sort of see where he's coming from. Sydney always wrote stupid riddles and stories with his treasure hunts. It might mean something to read something he wrote so long ago. Okay. I keep coming up short with what I want to say. Again, I could see TJ might think this is the answer, but I'm not so sure. Well, I guess I can ask Carl about it. Did you want everyone there? Maybe just us. We can let the others read it later if they want. I don't think Flynn... I nod quickly. Yeah, that makes sense. So you want to do that tomorrow? See if we can do it tonight. We've only got a few days left, and this is making me nervous. TJ gives a tight laugh. So, that. Yeah, Sydney's treasure hunts could be pretty elaborate. Oh yeah, definitely. We're starting to be able to talk about him normally again? Maybe TJ's right about this. Okay, I'll text him back and ask if I can call him. Okay. Takes me a little bit to figure out how to word TJ's request, so I just decide to ask if we can come over and talk. While we wait for Carl's response, TJ abruptly looks back at me. Are you and Carl friendly with each other? Huh? I mean, how he kissed you. What? No! I laugh. That was just Carl being drunk. Okay. TJ goes back to digging, his ears twitching around. He doesn't want people encroaching on his property. I grin. What, are you jealous? No! He says it way too fast and loud.
Hey, if you want to give me a kiss, I don't mind. TJ doesn't respond, instead focusing hard on the ground he's digging up. Aw, if you're shy, I can do it instead. Ooh, buddy. I see his eyes widen, but he doesn't say anything. I make kissy sounds at him, and that's when he flings some dirt up at me, splattering my pants with dark brown spots. Aw, come on. I see TJ smirk as he goes right back to work. I'm thinking about picking up another dirt clod, but that's when my phone starts buzzing again. Okay. We walk slowly up the length of Carl's driveway, our shadows covering the entire length in the light of the sunset. TJ's starting to drag his feet again as we get closer to the door, and I stop to look back at him. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
You sure? We don't have to do this today. We can come by tomorrow. TJ shakes his head, taking another swig of water from a water bottle we bought from the convenience store on the way here.
No, I'm just a little tired. It's been a long day.
Yeah. I wait for TJ to catch up, then match his stride as we make our way up the sidewalk. Then up the steps to the door. TJ doesn't do anything, instead just gripping into his water bottle, making the plastic creak. I wait another second, then reach out across TJ to press the doorbell. The faint, fancy chime emanates from behind the door for a few seconds, followed by the clopping of Carl's hooves on the wooden floor. There's a pause when she reaches the door, and I imagine him hesitating as he reaches for the door handle. A second later, though, it swings open, revealing a very bleary, red-eyed ram. Carl blinks at us for a few times through the bright orange sun behind us. Finally, he steps aside, opening the door wider. Hey, guys. There's a pause as I wait to see if TJ will say anything. When he doesn't, I clear my throat and step forward through the door. Hey man, you okay? Not really. I don't say anything in return, instead spreading my arms out in the cool air of the mansion. I turn around and wait as TJ steps through the doorway, the lengths framed by the golden sunlight, the fine hairs on his fur lit up in white-hot wires. I see Carl's hand that's not on the door sort of twitch, like he's grabbing something in the air. Hey. TJ stands next to me looking back at Carl. Hello? Carl rubs vigorously at his arm. Listen, Carl pauses. I get the idea that he's wanting to tell TJ to tell him that everything's okay so he doesn't have to explain anything. That would definitely make things easier, but he doesn't say anything, just watches the ram. Carl rubs behind his head for a second, looking back out the door. I'm not sure why it's so hard for him to apologize to TJ. I had thought it was weird that Carl had apologized to me instead of the Lynx in the first place. Listen, Carl takes a big, shuddery breath, blowing it out loudly. I was really messed up earlier. I wasn't thinking right. TJ continues to watch Carl silently. His ears are up, at least. Carl stutters and stumbles over a few more syllables before he continues. And I just wasn't thinking straight. He scuffs the hardwood floor loudly with his hoof. And I don't think you did anything like that. I was just pissed off. TJ is quiet for a few more seconds, but Carl doesn't offer anything more. So, why were you angry? Carl sighs and leans his head back against the door, his horns knocking loudly against it. You said some shit I'm assert about, okay? It wasn't your fault. TJ folds his arms, looking down.
Oh, what was it that I said?
Carl shakes his head.
Stupid shit. I mean, stupid shit because of me. Stuff about school, car accidents, just brought up old stuff for me.
Oh.
But I don't think you ever did anything like I said. I was just being a huge dick. Sorry.
His voice breaks a little at the end, and he quickly looks at the door, his ears down. TJ is again quiet. I think about changing the subject now that the apology is out of the way, but TJ speaks first. Thanks, Carl, and I'm sorry I brought up stuff like that. I'll try to remember in the future. Carl shakes his head, looking back up.
Not your fault.
We stand there awkwardly for a few more seconds.
I guess I thought maybe Flynn had been saying stuff to you. That was why you said it.
Oh.
Carl's non-denial hangs heavy in the air.
I haven't seen Flynn in days, and I'm wondering what he's been up to in that time. I'll have to ask Carl when TJ isn't around.
He's dead. He's in a hole in the ground.
As of now, though, I want to change the subject because things are getting awkward. So, TJ had an idea about the scavenger hunt thing. Carl looks at me as if just now realizing that I'm there.
Scavenger hunt?
Oh yeah, the treasure hunt.
TJ scratches his arm, looking embarrassed.
Sydney's treasure hunt?
TJ scratches harder at his arm, looking more and more flustered, so I jump in. Yeah, we were actually thinking about doing it to maybe find some closure? Carl frowns.
Really?
TJ stops scratching at his arm, his ears coming back up. Yeah, I believe things happen for a reason. That you found it now while we're all here means something, I think.
Man, I mean, it's really old. You even think any of that stuff would be out there right now?
Maybe, but I guess I'm not really looking to find anything. It's just like a thing we can do while we remember him. I think it's a good way to find closure. I try to back TJ up under Carl's somewhat bewildered stare. The ram strokes his chin.
I guess that sort of makes sense. I mean, if you're okay with doing it.
TJ squares his stance.
Oh, looking up.
I am. It's been so long feeling this way. I feel like this might be our last chance to do something. Carl looks over at me. I nod, indicating I feel the same way. I don't fully understand this new direction in TJ either, but I sure as hell am supporting him.
Well, okay then. I'll go grab it. You wanna just open it now?
Let's go to the motel or something, with Jenna there too.
Okay.
Carl finally shuts the door before making his way to the stairs. TJ seems to deflate then, his shoulders hunching back in. That wasn't so bad. I mumbled to him once. I think Carl's out of earshot. Yeah, it was okay. We stand there awkwardly as we wait. The whole situation is so strange. Carl comes back with a crumpled-looking white envelope in his hands. TJ eyes it, the fur standing up on the back of his neck.
So, you dudes want to drive back to the motel, or...
Actually, we didn't drive. Carl drops his hands to his sides.
Are you freaking serious? I can't walk in that heat.
TJ did. I tug up some of the fur in the lynx's neck just to show Carl. TJ actually jumps a bit, and I quickly let go. I want to ask him what's wrong, but Carl keeps talking.
Man, I'm gonna smell like shit once we get there.
The sun's almost gone anyway. Carl smirks at me.
I sweat walking in the wintertime.
You can take a shower at the motel. Carl blows his breath out loudly, frowning.
Okay, but I'm gonna put on more deodorant before we go.
The walk back isn't so bad. Carl makes it out to be a lot worse than it is with all the gasping and wiping his face constantly. TJ gets a text from Jenna to meet at the diner instead of the motel since she's going there for dinner anyway. Once we walk in, Carl lets out a gasping groan of relief that turns a few heads. Jenna looks up from the corner booth and waves at us. I wave back and start making my way over.
Going to the bathroom, gotta wipe my pits.
TJ makes a sour face as he follows me to the table. Jenna scoots in so we can slide in next to her. So what's this all about? Carl found a treasure hunt that Sydney made. Jenna toys with her brown leather purse, staring at it. Okay, like a map or something? A letter. What are you gonna do with it? Well, I look over at TJ, but he doesn't say anything, instead looking out the window at the sunset. We're thinking about doing it. You're thinking about going on a treasure hunt? Yeah. I mean... Jenna pauses, clearly trying to choose her words carefully. I mean, would there be anything left of it at this point? It would have to be at least 11 years old by now. Jenna looks over at TJ, studying his reaction. He doesn't give her anything, though, still staring out of the window. I spread my hands out on the table, instantly regretting it as I feel the grease slide out under the pads. We're seeing it more as a closure sort of thing, a send-off. We're not really expecting to find something. TJ finally looks back at us. He made it for us, so I feel like we should do it. For him. Jenna stares back down at her purse. I guess Flynn won't be involved? No. And Leo? He's gonna be busy for the most of the week. I don't think he'd really want to anyway. Why not? Now TJ looks like he's trying to choose his words carefully. He pretends like it never happened. I don't want to bring it back up for him. No one says anything else until Carl shows back up, the fur on his head and face a little wet.
Hey, Jenna.
Carl? Jenna nods at him as he sits across from me. He reaches across the table, snatching up a menu and from a metal holder in the center.
I'll pay if anyone wants something.
Jenna curls a lip in disgust, but I'm starving, so I start browsing the menu as well. TJ goes back to staring out of the window, and I can see his ears twitching around. So, where's this treasure hunt thing? Carl looks up and sees that Jenna is staring at him.
Huh? Oh, I have it. I'm gonna order real quick, though, if Chase is ready.
I nod, and Carl waves his menu at Janice, who quickly bustles our way with a tray of glasses of water. She's wearing pants now, but there's definitely still something off about her. Her eyes are wide, her smile more like a grimace as she sets down our glasses and straws. She's on meth! Meth man! Woman! She takes our orders well enough, though, and Jenna waits patiently as Carl and I order a meal and TJ gets a smoothie. Carl methodically tears off one end of the wrapper of his straw before he blows at the other end, shooting the rest of the wrapper at me. I flinch and try to catch it, failing as it falls to the floor. Jenna clears her throat loudly. So where is it? Carl looks at her, the straw still in his mouth.
Huh? Oh, right.
Carl reaches into his pocket and pulls out the envelope. He pushes it onto the table, face up. There's writing in black marker on the front. Treasure hunt number 7. We all stare at it.
Should I read it?
Carl sets a hand down on the letter.
Or someone else?
Carl's eyes briefly flick over to TJ, then quickly look back down at the letter. TJ's hand comes up, then surreptitiously scratches at an ear before letting it fall back into his lap. It does seem appropriate that TJ open it, but if he doesn't want to... Carl looks just as hesitant, so I finally reach out and gently slide it out from under his hand. I can read it. No one objects, so I open it carefully, not wanting to rip anything as I pry the adhesive apart. A chill goes up my spine for some reason. A strange, surreal vision comes to my mind's eye of inky blackness leaking out of the envelope, spilling slowly across the table. I can feel it, too, like a cold draft is wafting from inside. I pause, feeling an emptiness in my chest. The hell? I give my head a small shake, breaking out of the trance. I guess it's only natural I feel this way. That's Sydney's handwriting on the letter, sealed after he licked it. He loves making these treasure hunts. It's really sad, so it makes sense that I'd feel a sudden drop in mood. I swallow as I continue to pry it open, the feeling getting worse and worse as I do. When it's finally fully open, the feeling slowly subsides. Tension in the air seems to melt away too, like the whole town just let out a sigh of relief. I look up for a moment at the others, wondering if they're feeling the same way. It's hard to tell as they're all looking intently down at my hands. I quickly look down again and stick my fingers inside, feeling a piece of paper catch on the pad. Gently, I press down on it and slowly slide it from the envelope. It's bright white copy paper, folded once in half. It's been creased so long that it starts to part at the fold in the middle part, so the edges are barely holding it together. Black blotches bleed through the paper, probably written with the same thick marker that was used for the envelope. I gently unfold it, not wanting to rip it apart more than it already had been. The big blocky black letters are sloppy and childish. Even though it's only a few sentences, it covers the entire page. The last few words trail off into tiny, almost ineligible scrawl. It droops off down the side of the paper as Sydney realized he'd ran out of room at the end. Okay, I clear my throat and then start reading aloud. Welcome to the treasure hunt number 7. This is the biggest one so far, and it took a long time. So no cheating this time. I'm talking about you, Carl and Chase. No skipping steps. First clue. These things fly really high. It's in their home with my comb. Chase, you don't have to do this one. I know you hate it. You'll see if you figure it out. Good luck, guys. Sid. I feel my throat close up just a little as I stare down at his name. He always wanted to go by Sid, but it never stuck, so none of us ever did. It just didn't suit him. I look back up at the others. Carl is still staring at the paper, and TJ's looking out the window again. Jenna has a hand up to her mouth, staring as well. Wow. And she wipes her eye, and I look away. I guess I never really thought about how this might affect Jenna. She and Sydney never really got along because of the way he treated TJ. But still, he was just a kid like the rest of us. Carl lets out a ragged cough.
That whole cheating thing was totally you, Chase, not me.
Look up at Carl, raising a brow. You're the one that told me to do it. Carl smirks.
And you're the one that did it.
What'd you do? TJ asks quietly from the corner, finally looking away from the window. Well, Sydney liked to reuse certain hiding spots. I mean, there were only so many places he could use.
Yeah, and Chase went straight to Sydney's mailbox and ruined the whole thing like a boss.
I was like 8.
Turns out it was the last spot and he got the prize.
Carl makes finger quotes around the last word. Yeah, one of those plastic clapper things we used to get in elementary school for reading a lot.
He was so mad.
Yeah. I remember dropping it on the ground because of how lame it was. I also remember Sydney crying, but I'm not going to bring that up. Carl seems to have at least lightened the mood, though, and Jenna stopped wiping at her eyes. I'm starting to think TJ was right about this whole closure thing. I know where he's talking about for this one, though. I tapped the paper with a finger.
Yeah, it's the birdhouse.
Birdhouse? Where's that? The forest. TJ, there's a forest in this desert now? What the fuck? TJ sits up straight, her ears up as well. Their birdhouse is on one of the trees close to the road. Oh, well, I never went in there because of all the stuff that would get in my fur. And TJ looks back out the window. The sun gone now, though the clouds in the sky are still tinged red. You guys want to do it tonight?
Really? It's getting kind of late and we still gotta eat.
Carl looks eagerly over at the front counter, though, the small rectangle that leads to the kitchen. We can use Chase's car. Besides, it might get kind of fun in the dark. Yeah, and dangerous, asshole. AJ heads the last bit meekly.
Hell no.
As long as you guys know where it is, it shouldn't be a problem. I gently fold the litter back up and start tucking it back into the envelope. What did he mean by you didn't have to do that one, Chase? I look up at TJ, then back down on the letter as I gently press the lid of the envelope closed. I thought I saw something and got scared one time. Was a long time ago, though. At least that's what I think he was talking about. Jenna clears her throat, seeming to have collected herself. I think I remember that. My parents told me about it. I frown. Really? I didn't like the idea of that. What'd you see? I shrug. A person in the trees. A hanging person. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, man. Oh. TJ shudders.
So hell fucking no, we're going there tonight then. Sorry for using the F word, Teach.
It's fine. I saw a lot of things as a kid. I'm not gonna tell him how I'm definitely still scared of that place. Besides, TJ looks really eager to start this, so I'm not gonna ruin it for him. But really, that's not what's bothering me right now. I look down at my hands as I try to work out a timeline in my head. When was it that this incident happened in the forest? I thought it had been 10 at the time, since that was when I started going to a psychiatrist. And I'd started going because of that. But that would be impossible, because... Here we are! A plate with a massive burger and steak fries lands in front of my face. The big coyote sets a smoothie down for TJ, and an even bigger veggie burger down for Carl. Hey, Janice, is Julian working today? Janice smiles at TJ. No, he's the only one here when I'm not. He'll be in tomorrow if you're looking to find him.
This episode is taking a long time.
So now look at look, y'all aren't seeing this. I don't know what you're seeing.
Right now, I'm transferring the files because my phone camera, I use in order to record my face cam, I use the old phone I had. It's a Galaxy something. I think it's like a 3 maybe. Problem is that the storage space on it is so fucking small that it doesn't fucking last a while. And I would just use my new phone. Problem is the thing I use to prop up the phone I use to record the face cam won't fit with my new phone because I got the S8 Plus. And I only got the Plus because I didn't know it was bigger because I'm fucking stupid. But, yeah. Right now I'm just sort of sitting here waiting for files to transfer, but I can't stop the audio or the game recording or else everything will get desynced and I have to fucking sync it up again. So that's lovely. I guess I'll take this moment to thank all of you, if any of you have gotten this far. If you have, comment down below your favorite color of makeup. I don't know, like lipstick. What's your favorite color of lipstick? And make sure you use the word lipstick so I know what the fuck you're talking about. If I just get a bunch of like red, blue, and some people will see that and just start commenting colors. So, just like my favorite lipstick, me personally, I really like more subtle tones. I've never really liked the bright red fucking lipstick. Pink can work because pink is kind of subtle. Probably just like, I don't know what the lipstick stuff is, but it's just like it's on the little stick. It's like a gloss. Lip gloss, I think is what it's called. I like that, but yeah, anything that's too loud or too dark, I'm not a big fan of for lipstick because it seems impractical and unnatural. I don't know. I've never really been into the appearance of looking like you have makeup on. I have nothing against people who want to use it, and I fully believe if you as long as you're not hurting yourself or others, you do whatever the fuck you want. And if you want to fucking paint your face up, there are a lot of people who do very cool, very nice looking, very intricate, and it takes a lot of talent to do makeup properly just at a baseline, but people who do makeup like for cosplay can make themselves look like other characters and shit. It's super fucking talented, and I really admire people who can do that. But for me, I've just when it comes to personal tastes, that it really is just like a personal taste type of thing, and it's like the same thing goes for guys, because I'm bisexual. Something that Daystorm Power doesn't believe exists. Yeah, fun fact. If you ever heard Daystorm Power, he's a big YouTuber, does music, also was big on Vine. I remember watching a video of his a long time ago where he basically, he flat out said he doesn't believe in bisexuality. He says if you're a guy and you like guys, you're gay. And he even made this joke. He's like, I'm trisexual. I like men, I like women, and I like horses. It was like, bruh, if you honestly believe that there's even anything remotely close to that, like, just being bisexual doesn't mean you're into horses and shit. It just means you're into different variety of humans. But the point is, oh, hey, Bree. What's up?
I'm hungry.
I can get food.
No.
See, this is the kind of shit. She says, I'm hungry. I say, get food. She says, no.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Like, when it comes to guys, like, I'm not as attracted to the huge muscle dudes that you see on extracurricular activities. When it comes to me, I much prefer, oh fuck, is Audacity fucking up again? Oh shit. The whole computer fucked up for a little bit. But, I much prefer the smaller, kind of somewhat feminine looking guys. And that, you know, I've been told before that it's like, if you are bisexual as a guy, but you only like feminine looking guys, then you're not really bisexual. And I think that's fucked up. I really do think that's fucked up, because it's like, if I like what I like, then why the fuck do you give a shit? Because it doesn't matter to you, or at least it fucking shouldn't. It doesn't affect you in any way. Anyway, I'm gonna start the fucking face cam back up again because the file's finally transferred, and we can finally get back to the feckin' game. So I'm going to start the face cam now. It should be starting up any second now. Maybe it popped up. Bree's dancing. Bree's dancing. Dance, 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 dance. Oh shit. See, when it says break a leg, maybe don't actually fucking do it. Just saying. Just fucking saying. I don't know what to do.
Okay, thanks.
Janice then clutches her tray to her chest and watches us for a moment. Listen, Chase and TJ, why don't you come by my house again when you get the chance? I look up at Janice and see that she's got a strange look on her face, confused and worried looking. What's wrong, Janice? TJ's voice is full of concern. Did we do something wrong? No, you did everything wonderfully. I just want to have a talk about the way I acted the past few days. Janice lets out an exasperated sounding laugh. Not really sure what came over me, just now realizing how strange it all was. She glances at Carl. But we can talk about it later, in person. Enjoy your dinner. She bustles off, tray still held against her body. Carl watches her go, stuffing a few fries into his mouth.
What was that about?
The way Janice had looked at Carl makes me think she doesn't want him knowing about what had happened. I think she just feels bad for making us work so much. I look over meaningfully at TJ.
Yeah, maybe.
TJ quickly starts sucking on a straw.
Well, she should.
Janice sitting back in the booth, having taken out her brush and started grooming her fur on her face and head. I inconspicuously slide my plate a little further away from her. Well, once we finish, we can go get my car and head to the forest. As I lift my boiga to take a bite, I look over at the counter and I see Janice leaning over a notepad. Her shoulders are shaking, and it takes me a moment to realize that she's crying. And we're just gonna cut away from that. She's crying. Well, it's fine. The forest is really just a patch of trees on the side of the road near Leo's house. While it's technically small, it still covers several acres, which is enough to get lost in. The sky is a soft blue now, just enough light to see by. It won't take long before that won't be the case, and what the fuck? Shut up. Well, that won't be the case, though. I pull off to the side of the road into a spot where I think the birdhouse might be. It's been well over a decade since the last time I've seen it. It's probably where the treasure hunt is going to end, considering the time that's passed. The birdhouse probably isn't even there anymore. We all step out of the door into the warm evening air. Carl folds his arms on the hood of the car and grins at me.
See? Even with the sun gone, it's roasting. The least you could do is drive me home now.
I look over at Leo's house, but his truck is gone. TJ catches my glance.
I might tell him what's going on if we find something, and you want him to join us.
TJ picks at his claws. It's alright. I give him a quick side hug as we step up to the edge of the trees. I can see why TJ doesn't want to tell Leo about this. He was right about Leo's pretending it didn't happen. I can't imagine it would go well for him if we told him about dredging up old Sydney scavenger hunts.
So where is it?
Jenna looks into the empty ditch between us and the forest, wrinkling her nose at the old scraps of garbage inside. Carl looks up and down the tree line, squinting.
Kinda looks different now, but I think it's about here. It's only like 10 feet in, right?
Carl looks at me. Sounds about right.
We can fan out and check all the trees that close to the road.
TJ jumps across the ditch lightly, much more lightly than the clumsy hop I execute right after. I land unevenly on the opposite incline and windmill my arms as I lean back. Carl starts laughing before I even fall, but TJ reaches out and grabs me by the shirt, yanking me back up from the ditch. I fall into him awkwardly and quickly step back, brushing myself off, even though there isn't anything on me. Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks. I glare over at Carl, who's still laughing.
Did you even try, man?
He leaps over easily, clearing the ditch along with a few more feet. It's not fair, I'm an otter.
Don't let that hold you back from achieving your dreams.
Jenna elects to delicately step around the garbage before climbing up the other side.
It's okay, you swim better than any of us, Chase.
I sigh. Thanks, TJ. I turn back to the forest, which is much darker than as the light struggles to filter through the branches and the leaves. Well, let's start before it gets too dark. As we spread out amongst the trees, I'm struck with how quiet it is. The only sound is the crunch of our feet on the dead vegetation that starts to fade as the others move further away from me. I zigzag through the trees, trying to get a look at their full circumferences. From what I remember, the birdhouse was a plain wooden thing that hardly stood out from the trunk it was attached to. We might not see it if we're looking right at it. While it's been a long time, walking between these trees does bring back some memories. We stopped coming here after what happened to Sydney, mainly because it was one of his favorite places to hang out. He liked to play capture the flag here. I can still remember how fast he was, how I'd only catch glimpses of his tail between the trees before he disappeared with the flag. His team won almost every time. The summer of 2002 was the last time we played. Sydney had even been getting along better with TJ then. That might have been the best summer of my life until it happened. It was almost like Echo saw us having too much fun and wanted to end it. For good. Sydney had still been a dick, though. The image of Sydney whipping TJ mercilessly with a towel we used as a flag comes to mind. I moved closer to the edge of the tree line before slanting back in again. Looking up between the branches, I see that the sky is darker blue now. Pretty soon it'll be pitch black. It was about this light the last time I was here. I'd come alone when I was 10, maybe 9. It's hard to remember now, but I think I'd gone there because I was sad. I'd had good memories of the forest, though I thought going there might make me feel better. I was standing in the forest waiting to see if I did feel better. It didn't happen, so I sat down in the leaves and started crying. I was there for maybe 5 minutes before I heard some branches creaking above me. I looked and saw feet swinging around. This confused me, so I stood up and backed away, staring up as I slowly realized I was seeing a fox hung by his neck. A fox. Do we remember? That was Jenna's ancestor, probably. Even now I can remember the way he looked, his overalls and his white shirt. His head had been tilted down towards me, his tongue lolling out of his muzzle, his eyes blank. I can even remember what looked like pinkish red blood on the white fur of his chin. Then I tripped over a branch, and when I looked back up, he was gone. I can't remember much after that, except that I had gone home and told my parents. That ended up with me seeing a doctor. They never found anything wrong with me, at least anything that might relate to seeing things. In the end, we were told that sometimes kids hallucinate, that it would stop happening as I got older. I hugged myself, feeling cold and a little scared now that I've brought up that old memory. While I know that I was at the age where kids hallucinate most often, I still can't get out of my mind how real it had been. Still, that's not exactly what's giving me chills right now. Because I just realized that that had been the summer after Sydney passed. That's why I was sad, because I remembered how happy the summer before had been. So what Sydney wrote doesn't make any sense. Unless I'm going crazy. A creak behind me makes me jump and I whirl around, eyes scanning the branches, terrified of what I might find. But there's nothing there, just branches creaking in the wind. I stare for a while longer before a shout from far down the line of trees makes me jump. I found it! It's TJ's voice, high-pitched and excited. I shake myself out of my trance and start jogging towards where the lynx's voice came from. Maybe I've confused things and I'm just remembering things incorrectly. It's the only thing that makes sense. As I come up on the lynx, Carl and Jenna are already there, standing around the tree trunk. Sure enough, a little wooden birdhouse is tied to the trunk with rusty wires.
I can't believe it's still here.
It does look pretty beat up. Jenna points to a little wooden plug in the opening. It's closed up. Think it's been closed this whole time? I don't know, maybe.
TJ pokes at the plug with a claw, then grips around the edges with all of his claws before gently pulling out the wooden cork-like thing out. A thick, sticky-looking trail of cobwebs follow it. We all stare into the dark hole that's revealed.
Chase, want to reach in there? I'm sure there aren't any spiders.
I shiver involuntarily. I don't really want to either. Jenna sighs before pushing past TJ. Bending over, she picks up a twig and sticks it into the hole before swirling it around. When she pulls it back out, it's made a cotton candy-like cone of spider webs. She drops that and then takes out her phone, turning on the flash before holding it up to the opening. Well, we all wait anxiously for her to say something. There is something here. With that, she reaches in with her fingers. After that, a few crinkling sounds. She pulls the Ziploc bag, and inside is a folded up piece of paper and a blue comb.
Holy shit! Holy shit, no way.
Well, no one ever comes back here, so I guess it makes sense.
He actually put a comb in there to make it rhyme.
Jenna makes a few jerking motions away from the birdhouse to get rid of the cobwebs. She looks around, the sticks, then sticks it out to me. Since you read the last one. Okay. I glance at TJ, but he doesn't make any indication that he might want to read it. The bag is covered in what looks like dirt and cobwebs. A few clumps of both dangle from the bottom. I open it carefully, and when I pull out the paper, I can tell it's been wet a few times. It's a little crumpled, but when I unfold it, the water damage isn't bad enough that I can't read it. Still, the paper immediately splits in two this time, and I have to hold them together as I read it. It's dark to the point where I have to use Carl to hold up his phone. Where I have to have Carl hold up his phone to give me some light. Good job, but that was a little easy, right? Next, we will find out how brave you are. I know this was already a scary test for Chase, but that doesn't count. Do you really remember? Get a what? Oh, fuck me. Get a flashlight and make sure Leo is with you. Here it is. Stay in school. It will be cool. We'll have fun in 301. I hope you don't die. Sid. What the fuck? We're all quiet for a moment, then TJ giggles. I look at him, but he's covering his mouth with a hand so I can't see him smiling. That's not really a riddle, is it? I smile. Go easy on him, he was a kid. Sorry. So the old school in room 301? I assume that's what he meant by a test of courage.
Shoot! He went in there all by himself? I wouldn't even do that now.
Yeah, that is a little weird. The feeling that something isn't right grows inside my chest. Well, we have to break the law to get in there. We'd be trespassing. Jenna glances at TJ because we all know TJ wouldn't break the law. Besides, it's getting late. Maybe we can go check it out tomorrow. One of us can go in for you, TJ. TJ looks up at the sky where stars are starting to twinkle through the branches. Well, if we're gonna trespass, we should do it at night, right? Jenna's mouth falls open. What? I mean, we don't have all that much time left here, so we should probably get as much of it done as we can.
So, you're okay with breaking the law?
Well, yeah, if it means we can finish this. We all stare at him. I don't know what else to say. I just really want to get this done. It feels right. We're quiet for a moment before Carl claps his hands together.
Well, alright then, let's go. We've still got a few hours before I'm going to bed.
Jenna sighs loudly. Alright, but I want to get back before 10 so that I can finish my papers.
Yeah, don't worry. Onward!
Carl marches ahead of us, taking a running leap to cross the ditch. Like a TJ who's still looking fidgety again. Hey, we'll finish this up before we have to leave, okay? TJ gives a small smile. Okay.
Oh, that doesn't fucking look ominous at all.
Carl says that a cop still patrols Echo randomly at least once a night. Because of that, we let Jenna sit out in the car and keep watch. If someone shows up, she'll text us, which should give us enough time to get out the back of the school. It'll still look suspicious as hell, but as long as we're not caught on the property or have some sort of excuse, we should be fine. At least that's what Carl says. We stand there in front of the door, and I notice that a couple of chains hang loosely off the doors. No lock to be found. Well, at least that hasn't changed. Carl shrugs.
Teenagers break in all the time. No point in putting a lock back on every time.
Carl gives the door a shove, and it slides open very slowly, letting out an unearthly squeal as it does. The three of us stand there, staring into the darkness. TJ fidgets next to me. Having second thoughts?
No.
His voice comes out in a crackly squeak that Carl snorts at.
Just so dark.
Nighttime has a way of doing that, my man. Good thing I charged my phone before we left.
Carl takes out his phone from his pocket and holds it up before turning on the light.
Mine's almost dead.
We can share. Carl sweeps the light inside, revealing graffiti-covered walls and dirt-covered floors.
Nice.
I look back and see Jenna staring at us from the car. She gives me a thumbs up. I inhale deeply. Well, let's go. I take out my own phone and step inside, and TJ follows me. Carl stands next to us, spinning in a circle.
Well, it's not that creepy.
Okay, so the rooms here are in the 200s.
TJ points up at the doorway next to us, small label above it reading 203.
So that means we have to go up one floor.
Carl sweeps his light around and points at the staircase.
Shall we?
Those things better be stable. Carl points his light up at the staircase.
I can see some graffiti up there. It should probably be fine.
Graham leads the way, at first tentatively, setting a hoof on the first step before testing the next.
Yeah, that's good.
And with that, he strides up the stairs, while TJ and I follow a little more hesitantly.
Why don't they just demolish this place?
Heard they wanted to turn it into a museum. Can't see why, though.
Carl shines his light on the railing. That is funny. The old school in my town, that has been my hometown, that has been shut down, some of the rooms got turned into a museum. That's actually pretty cool. Carl shines his light on a railing, the wood rotted and broken.
Hey, do you guys remember when Chase saw someone staring out of one of the windows up here?
Oh my gosh, please don't talk about this right now.
Do you even remember that, Chase?
Yeah, actually. That was a long time ago. I hardly remembered it, but I do remember seeing a dark form in one of the windows. I'd been positive it was just an object sitting in the room, but I'd wanted to tell my friend that I'd seen a ghost. It was nothing like what I saw in the trees. Thinking about it is creeping me out, though. I'm seeing a trend!
Stop!
TJ whines as we reach the top of the stairs, then, clearly trying to change the subject, points up at the door.
Alright, 305, so maybe this way.
Chase, let me see your phone. TJ takes it from me and points it up at the next door over. Yeah, 304, so the last one down. He hands me back my phone and stands there a moment. Carl chuckles.
Want me to go first? You scared?
TJ glares at him. Come on, guys, I want to get out of here too.
Okay.
Carl leads the way again down the hall to the very end. There's more stuff in the way of the floor with a lot of desks and chairs. Carl keeps his light up, counting down the doors.
303, 302,
33, oh fuck! TJ jumps a foot in the air and I point my light at Carl. What? Carl turns around sheepishly, rubbing his hip.
Ran into this stupid desk, hurt like a mother.
Really, Carl? TJ clings to me, taking a deep breath.
But here's the door.
Carl points the light back up at above the door, and sure enough, there's a 301 up there. TJ and I stand next to him, both staring into the dark room.
Hey, I think this might actually be the room you saw the thing staring at you from.
Of course! Carl. There's a warning tone in TJ's voice. I rub my chin. Actually, yeah, I think it is. TJ sighs loudly and closes his eyes. Guys, please, can we just...
Yeah!
Ah! Carl thrusts his hands into TJ's side as he yells, sending TJ into a hysteric fit of screaming and grabbing onto me. I stumble as I try to keep the lynx from rending my flesh with his claws. Oh shit, sorry, ow! Carl reaches out to, I assume, comfort TJ, but gets backhand across the face in response. You ass! I watch the two of them with wide eyes, never having seen TJ so indignant. Carl stares back, a hand up to his cheek.
Whoa.
Alright, let's start looking.
Fuck. You know what I'm starting to think? Okay, so Carl gets possessed with the soul of his ancestor. Jenna gets possessed with the soul of her ancestor. Maybe fucking TJ gets possessed with the soul of Sydney. Maybe. I don't know, because Sydney's aggressive. TJ's getting aggressive. I don't know. I'm probably reading way too much into it. Or it could be exactly true. I don't fucking know. As nothing happened, TJ takes my phone and strides into the room, his tilt twitching in irritation. Can't believe you slapped me. Carl calls after him, but gets no response. I smile, trying not to laugh as I walk past the ram. Can you? He asks me, rubbing his cheek as he follows me in. Hey, you asked for it. Probably not the best time to be scaring him. Whatever. What the hell are we leaving looking for anyway? I look around. From what I can see, there's not much left in the room. A few desks are pushed up against a wall on the side of the chalkboard, and a map on one end of the room. There's nothing else. I go over and stand by TJ on the other end of the room, looking at the desks. There's not much in here, is there? TJ sweeps the light around the room, frowning. Not really. He points the light at Carl, who's on the other end of the room by the chalkboard. Anything written on the chalkboard, Carl? Carl shines. He's light on the board, then gasps. What? There is. It's a whole lot of dick. Carl steps to the side, pointing his light at the board, and sure enough, it's covered in countless drawings of dicks. TJ sighs. I mean, we're bound to hit a roadblock eventually. I trail off, staring at the window at the far end of the room where I see a small-looking box on the ledge. What's that? I point and TJ shines the light over at it. A metal toolbox glints back at us. TJ immediately walks over to it and I follow him. Carl joins us as TJ fiddles with the latches, popping them open. There's a soft creak as he lifts the lid, a tray extending out as he does. And there, sitting in the tray, is another paper. There's no way. Yeah, that makes no sense. Why not? TJ gently picks up the note, handing me back my phone. Shine that on this for me, please. Someone would have had to taken it by now. Well, they didn't, see? TJ unfolded it and shows me more of the handwriting, the exact same we'd seen the other two notes. I frown, but I don't say anything more. Maybe it did just sit here for the past 10 years, no one wanting another to bother with an old-looking toolbox. But this place was broken into regularly, with the whole point of being either graffitiing or taking stuff. Someone definitely should have taken it by now. This was all on top of the idea that Sydney came in here as a little kid just to hide a note. Something isn't right, and I'm starting to feel uneasy. I don't have time to dwell on that, though, as TJ begins to read.
So you went to the school. You found it with some tools. Next, go to where I sleep. It's where I keep my secrets. Something Chase can't keep. Sid. It's silent for a moment as we take that in. I feel my face flush and my fur prickle as I wonder what the hell the last line is supposed to mean. Carl and TJ don't look at me, but I can sense that they want to. Carl's the first one to make a sound, clearing his throat. So, Sydney's bedroom, maybe? That's what I'm thinking. This is a kid writing this stuff, so it should be pretty straightforward. I shake my head. Really, guys? TJ finally looks over at me. What? There's a defensive tone in TJ's voice, and I know he knows what I'm about to say. This is way too much. TJ frowns at me. Too much what? You know. I trail off, not used to TJ looking at me this way. He lets the silence drag on, and I look over to Carl for help. He clears his throat again. You know, Tej, this is pretty weird. Like, someone should have probably taken it by now. Why does that have to be the case? People could have just messed with it. We almost did. TJ looks back down at the note, holding it in both paws. I reach out for it, but TJ pulls it back, like I'm going to try and steal it from him. Can I look at it for a sec? TJ hesitates, then holds out to me slowly.
I eye the links as I reach out, taking the note from him gently. TJ's behavior alone has me deciding that this whole thing is definitely a bad idea. The note looks old, just like the first two we found. The writing looks the same, too. Maybe it's possible that Sydney came in here to hide the note, wanting to make this scavenger hunt especially scary for us. But still, I can't shake the feeling that something is off about it. I need to find time to really think about this. For now, though, I hand the paper back to TJ, who takes it from me gingerly as if worried it'll fall apart. Carl, do you know who lives in Sydney's old house now? Carl tips his head back as if thinking.
I can't remember his name, but he's a red panda, I think.
Well, let's go then. I give a start. To the house? His family moved out right after it happened. There's no way it's still there, TJ. The other two were. This is different, though. Might as well try. I can't imagine going up to the new homeowner and telling him about Sydney and this posthumous scavenger hunt and him just letting us in. But the determined look on TJ's face tells me right away that I won't be able to talk him out of it. I sigh. Well, can we at least do it tomorrow? I look at my phone. It's almost 10. TJ doesn't say anything as he looks out the window, his face barely visible in the darkness. Carl shifts around next to me.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired. Well, we'll have all day tomorrow.
TJ suddenly turns around and heads for the door. Fine, but we are going. I am, at least. Carl glances at me, probably feeling as uneasy as I am.
Hey, I'm coming too. Just think it'll be easier.
TJ doesn't respond, and we make the rest of the treacherous journey out of the school in silence. Jenna looks up from her phone as I slide into the driver's seat.
Find anything?
Yeah.
Another note?
Yeah.
Well, what did it say?
I busy myself with searching my pockets for the keys, so Jenna turns in her seat to look back at Carl and TJ.
Well?
Next one's at Sydney's old house.
What, really?
Yes, and we're going there tomorrow. TJ doesn't offer anything more, so Jenna turns back around in her seat and gives me a look. She seems to sense the mood, though, and doesn't question any further. As I stick the key into the ignition, TJ speaks up again. Chase, what did he mean by you not keeping secrets? A moment of silence goes by before I answer. I don't know, or I don't remember. It's been a long time. I lay awake next to TJ, listening to the lynx's steady breathing. I've been tossing and turning for the past 3 hours, trying to get some sleep, and my mind won't settle. This whole scavenger hunt has left me with such a bad taste in my mouth. Something about it is especially unsettling, and I've turned it over and over in my mind, examining it from every angle, and now I'm sure of it. I saw that fox hanging in the forest after Sydney died. That's why I was there in the first place. That's why I'd been so sad. I turn over on my side, gripping my pillow in both paws as I stare at the wall, still listening to TJ's soft snoring behind me. So how the hell is any of this happening? It's scary, but not because I think Sydney's ghost is riding scavenger hunts or some stupid shit like that. No, someone wrote the notes pretending to be Sydney, then planted them around the town for us to find. And that someone is likely one of us. Leo, Carl, Jenna, Flynn, or even TJ. Are any of us sick enough to do something like that? And if so, who? I try to remember if I'd told anyone about that incident in the forest before today, and I honestly can't remember. Apparently my mom had told some people about it. Jenna's parents, for one. I really can't imagine Jenna being the one. Whoever's writing them seems to be singling me out too, mentioning the forest and how I told secrets. I roll back to stare at the ceiling and start wondering about TJ. He's been acting really strange the past few days, his bright, cheerful demeanor almost completely gone after we started the treasure hunt.
I guess it's possible that he's upset enough to do something as crazy as this. Maybe it could make him feel like he's connecting to the person he'd watched die over a decade ago. Maybe he did it a long time ago, and it's only now that we've come across them. Maybe he can't remember because he's buried those memories. Those papers do seem pretty old. But I can't shake the feeling that this person has it out for me in some way. I think about how Carl was the one to find the first letter, but I almost immediately dismissed the idea that Carl might be involved. He would have no reason to do it, unless the only other person I can even imagine doing this is Flynn. He was the one most upset about Sydney's death, aside from TJ. Carl and Flynn seem to have grown pretty close over the past year or so. Could the two of them be involved somehow? It's pretty suspicious that it would just show up in Carl's basement. I roll back to my side, preferring to stare at the wall. I don't like suspecting my friends like this, but this whole thing is messed up on so many levels, and I'm really worried about TJ. Depending on how this all ends, it could make things even worse for him. Considering how Flynn treated TJ at the river, I wouldn't be surprised if it's leading up to something terrible. And on top of all that, there's the insidious way that these rhymes refer to me. I decided that I'm going to have to do something after we find the next note, depending on what it says. If we even find it at all. I'm hoping that we don't.
If you go in, I'll give you $1.
No.
$5.
No.
10.
No.
You could buy like 20 candy bars with that money.
I'm not going in.
Alright. Quit yelling.
Carl and I swing side by side, synchronizing our legs so that we swing back and forth at the same time. As always, it doesn't work because Carl's so much heavier than I am. The wind feels good on my fur, finally cooling me down after being out in the heat all day. Toby sits on top of the slide next to us, watching us with a bored look on his face. It's my turn, Chase. In a minute. It's been like 15 minutes. Nuh-uh. Toby sighs and sits back, pouting. I look back at the old school and smile. But if you go inside, I'll let you. No! This is obviously a flashback or a dream of some sort. Toby's shout seems to echo, said the thing, around us, and I giggle. Fine. We swing a little longer, the rhythmic squeaking of the chains being the only sound.
When's Sydney coming back with the popsicles? He's taking forever.
Apparently it was a pothead even back then, because I haven't changed his voice. Maybe his mom caught him and made him stay home? Carl leans back in the swing, and I feel the entire thing shift around. I wonder if it's going to collapse.
We should go to your house, Chase. It's too hot.
I want to swing. I lower my feet and let them kick through the dirt as I slow myself down, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This talk about Sydney reminds me of something. Something I'd been told about yesterday, and now that he isn't here... Hey guys, my mom told me something about Sid yesterday. Toby's already slid down the slide and walked up next to me, holding one of the chains of the swing as he tries to push me out of the seat. Push me, Toby? Don't you want to hear it? It's a secret. Oh, he told a secret. He told a secret. He is a bastard. I move to stand between the two swings as Carl kicks his hooves into the dirt next to us. Keep swinging, Carl. I want to swing with you.
Wait, what's the secret?
Swing, Carl! Wait a minute. It's really weird. That seems to finally catch Toby's attention, and he settles down. What? Carl and Toby stare at me for the first time, and I feel a little worried about telling them, but having their full attention like this is kind of cool. You know what happened to Sid's dad a while ago when school started, right?
Yeah.
Carl's completely stopped in the swing now, staring at me.
Well, my mom says the cops think it's really weird what happened. Sydney's dad died. He's in heaven now. Toby says this matter-of-factly and starts to swing a little again. Even if you're a Mormon, you can go to heaven. My dad said so. Yeah, but do you know how he died? I start whispering, "Oh, how he died," and looked over my shoulder at the dirt road to see if Sid is coming. It's empty for now. He accidentally got shot when he was hunting with Sid. That's what the adults told us, and he was accidentally shot, maybe while he was loading his gun. My mom said they aren't sure if that's what really happened, though. What do you mean? Toby seems to have taken interest again and stopped swinging, staring at me. Well, maybe Sid did something. Carl frowns. Like Sydney did it? I mean, I don't know, but my mom said to be careful around him, just in case. Toby's eyes suddenly widen even more as he suddenly understands. Sydney killed his dad? Shh! Toby flinches as I grab his muzzle with one paw, squeezing it shut. You have to keep it a secret. Toby just sits there staring at me. Carl does the same. Now I kind of wish I hadn't told them. They don't know, though. My mom just said to be careful, that's it. It might have been an accident. I talk kind of fast, like I'm trying to take back what I just said. I let go of Toby, but he just sits there and doesn't swing. Carl just stares at the ground, then his ears flick up. A few seconds later, I hear scuffling footsteps make their way up the dirt, and I turn around to see Sydney jogging towards us. His arms are filled with colorful ice pops wrapped in plastic. I don't remember what Sydney's voice was supposed to be, but... Hey, sorry, I had to go into the basement freezer to find some. They're super wolf pops. He stumbles up next to us, kicking up another cloud of dust. He stands there for a second, breathing heavy, sweating through his thick fur. Grab one? The three of us reach out automatically and take one of our own. Mine is partially melted already, blue liquid pooling at one end of the plastic. Sydney frowns at us. What were you guys talking about? Nothing. Carl says it almost before Sydney can finish a sentence. Sydney glares. Yeah, right. What were you guys saying about me? Sydney turns on me, and I shake my head, busying myself with opening the plastic. Then Sydney turns to Toby, his glare turning into a smirk. All right, Tobias, you'd better tell me what you were talking about. I feel my stomach turn even as I open the package and turn it upside down to pour the sweet blue juice into my mouth. Tell me or I'm gonna wrestle ya! Sydney goes at Toby with his paws up, baring his blunt claws. Toby eyes him for a moment, and then once Sydney gets close to the lynx, twists out in the way that only a cat can. Don't touch me! Toby hides behind me as Sydney turns to watch him, lowering his paws slowly. What's wrong? Toby doesn't say anything, standing behind me quietly. I can feel his cold ice pop pressing against my back. We stand in silence for a while, and I can see Sydney trying to figure out what's going on. I try to think of something fast. Hey, let's go to my house and play on the trampoline. Yeah! Carl hops out the swing and starts walking towards the road. I follow him as Toby clings to my side. Sydney doesn't follow, and after a moment I turn back to look at him. He's glaring at me. What? He goes on glaring before throwing his ice pop into the dirt and running past us. You guys suck! He runs up the road and back towards town, disappearing into the bright sunset. Aww. Aww. That sucks. Friday. Oh, we're one day separated from the big fucking finale. Oh my god. And he went and got us popsicles and everything, and we're being dicks. Fucking Chase. Chase used to be a dick. I think that's been firmly established by now. Chase used to be a fucking dick. TJ gets up early in the morning and I fall in and out of sleep as he moves around the room quietly. The shower turns on at some point and I think I hear Jenna's voice.
I fall asleep again, and I wake up next to see Jen in the corner of the room, sitting at the little table, typing away on her laptop. I stare at her groggily until she notices me. Morning. Still tired? It's almost noon. I rub my face into my pillow and groan. Guess I was up later than I thought. I forced myself to sit up. Couldn't fall asleep. Yeah, I've been having trouble too. The beds are terrible. I look around. Where's Tej? Hike. What? He went on a hike. I sit there frowning at Jenna. She types a while and says she finally notices me staring and shakes her head. I don't know. He wanted to go alone. He's been asking us to go with him all week. I know. I think something's bothering him. Jenna pauses. Well, I know it's the scavenger hunt. Of course that's what's bothering him. I sit at the edge of the bed, rubbing my face with my paws. This was a bad idea. Jenna goes on typing. Maybe, maybe not. He really wanted to do it, so I'm gonna talk to him when he gets back, though. I stare at my feet for a moment, deciding on whether or not to just text him now. Jenna, do you think there's something weird about the treasure hunt? Jenna doesn't even look up from her screen. Of course I do. I think everything about it is weird. I mean, I don't even know if Sydney put those there. Jenna finally looks up at me. Why not? Just everything seems off. Who do you think put them there, then? I shrug. I don't know. Jenna stares at the computer screen for a while, not typing anymore. Well, the whole reason we're doing this is because of TJ. This seems to be what he wants to do. And even if someone else has left them there, if it's gonna help him, then I'm gonna go help him with it. Jenna shrugs. And in the end, all it is a treasure hunt. I'm just hoping that it ends at the house. Yeah. Jenna goes on typing, apparently done with the conversation, so I finally get up and go to the shower. Breakfast is long gone by the time I go to the lobby, and what's left is a few dried biscuits. So I opt to go to the diner instead, while Jenna opts to stay in the room and finish her paper. I sit at my usual booth in the corner of the diner, half-heartedly flipping through the menu. Janice comes over, takes my order, and my short answers to her pleasantries keep her from being too chatty. Once I'm done ordering, I sit back and look out the window, watching the bright sun bake the hot desert below. I imagine TJ out there on the trail, trudging along the path under the 100-plus degree heat. Aside from worrying about what he might be going through right now, I also worry that he might pass out in this kind of weather. I can only hope that he had the right of mind to take along enough water to make sure to cool off like he did to me. I look down at my phone on this table, again considering whether or not I should call him. Maybe a text at least. I type out a quick one. Hey man, smiley face. Then I set my phone back down and wait for a response, wondering if I might drive out to the trail myself if he doesn't. That's when I sense someone move up next to the table. I look up expecting to see Janice, but I'm met with the sight of a young white deer with clasped paws holding a folded blue apron. I blank on his name for a few moments, and I'm left with my mouth hanging open like an idiot. Then I remember. Oh, Julian, what's up? Julian smiles. Hey there. My shift just ended, and I saw you sitting here. Wait. I wait, but he doesn't go on. Oh, I don't want to say it, but he looks like he's expecting it, and I can't really find a way out, so... Wanna sit down? Yeah, sure. Julian responds quickly and slides in the booth across from me, setting his folded apron down on the table. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I wonder if I should sound a little annoyed. A part of me hopes that I do, so that he might get the hint like Janice did. But he goes on sitting there, interlocking his fingers and resting his forearms on the table. How are you today? Good. You? Julian shrugs. Yeah, I've been better. This job is really starting to wear me out, you know. Yeah, I've heard a few like that. I've had a few like that. While the buck seems nice enough, I don't think I've had more than 5 conversations with a guy in my entire life.
He was just a regular face that I saw through middle and high school, a part of the background. It wasn't until the last few years of high school that I noticed him and TJ hanging out, and TJ was the only reason we ever briefly interacted. So I'm a bit confused now as to why he's suddenly taken an interest. Yeah? What sort of jobs do you have? What sort of job do you have? Well, I'm between jobs right now. I'm going to school, but I'll probably stock shelves over the summer like I did last year. So that job wore you out? Well, no, but my fast food job did. The one I had in high school. I kind of like stocking boxes and putting stuff on shelves. See, I think food service jobs are definitely the worst, so I can see why stocking might be a little better. He breaks off as Janice comes back, setting down my chicken sandwich. Oh, you know Chase Julian. I don't remember if that's Janice's voice, but whatever. A little. I know him through TJ. Oh, well, if you see that boy again, let him know that I'd like to chat with him. I look up and Janice gives me a wink before bustling off. I decide to definitely not let TJ know. But anyway, I'm going to school too, over at Mesa. And this diner has some seriously flexible hours. Only reason I'm still here. At least you guys don't seem very busy, even during the lunch hour. I nod at the 2 or 3 other occupied tables. Yeah, it's a wonder we're still in business. Probably gonna have to close down in a year or 2. That idea actually makes me a little sad. I look down at my chicken sandwich, feeling a bit awkward at the idea of Julian just watching me eat, so I leave it on my plate for now. Julian leans back and looks out the window. So, where's TJ? I thought you two were hanging out. I get the feeling that this is the main reason why Julian is talking to me. Yeah, he went off on a hike earlier this morning and I slept in. Oh, I see. He still do that a lot? I shrug. Oh no, we've only been here about a week. He does love going on hikes though. I mean, does he do that at CCU? I stare at Julian for a second before I realize what he's talking about. Oh, no, I don't go to CCU, I'm at Pueblo. Huh, so you guys met up here? Well, I picked him up and brought him here, along with Jenna, but she goes to Pueblo too. I grew a little frustrated having to explain everything to this guy. All I want to do is eat, then go back to the motel and wait for TJ. I see. Well, TJ was my best friend during senior year after you and Carl left. We hung out all the time. After he went to college, we kind of lost touch. He's not very active on social media. I'd only seen TJ post a few pictures since he started classes. A few were of him on the college soccer team, and one was him standing in a prayer circle along with an inspirational quote. But Julian revealing that he was TJ's best friend towards the end of high school cools my exasperation. I suppose he does have a reason to know what TJ might be up to. He was kind of depressed right after graduation, so I've been a little worried about him. Depressed? That surprises me. I've never known TJ to be depressed. I'm sure he's been sad before, but not outright depressed as far as I know. Maybe I don't know much about him. I thought it might have something to do with graduation, but it went on all summer. Oh, well, if you want to talk to him, I could definitely let him know. I gesture at my phone on the table. I also make a mental note to myself that I should talk to TJ too, about everything. Julian smiles. That would be great. Please do. I think he must have changed his number after leaving. Okay. I hesitate, then pick up the phone to type out a brief message. TJ hasn't texted me back yet. How long have you known TJ? I set the phone back down and settle back into the booth. Since he got here in 2001, so 14 years ago? Wow, that's a long time. Yeah, it really is. You guys always been good friends? For the most part. I had times where I was kind of a dick to him, but he's always been a good friend to me. I see. Yeah, we all went to the same elementary school, but it wasn't until junior high that I met him in Bible study. Of course. I always knew about you guys, though. The Echo kids. Yep, that was us, the weirdos. Julian glances around before lowering his voice. It was a mean. What the fuck does it was a mean? But this town is kind of messed up. A lot of weird things happen here. Can't argue with that. Julian looks around again, biting his lip. He then lowers his voice another notch. Hey, so this is gonna be a bit weird, and I don't want to offend you, but it's something that's bothered me for a while. I eyed Julian wearily. Yeah? TJ told me what happened at Lake Emma a while back when we were talking about death and heaven. I feel a little chill go up my spine. He never actually told me what happened, but I can tell it really affects him. Julian pauses, but I don't say anything, keeping my eyes fixed on the table. Now, you don't have to tell me, and if it makes you uncomfortable, please don't. But I feel like if I have a better idea of what happened, I might understand him a bit better. Julian brings his interlocked fingers up to his chin and to rest it on. I'm not gonna ask him to tell me, of course. I know it was a long time ago, but I know you can carry stuff like that around for a long time. So if you're not okay with it, then please just let me know, and I'll change the subject. I contemplated for a moment, wondering if the buck is out of line to be asking about such a thing. I decide he isn't. He's one of TJ's best friends, so in a way he's sort of connected to it. So I guess he does have a reason to know. Okay, but please don't bring it up with TJ. Like you said, it still really affects him. Never. Julian looks at me solemnly. I think for a moment, gathering my thoughts. It's been a long time since I thought of the story from beginning to end. It was around August, I think, 2003. It's a little bit hard to remember. What I do remember is that we'd all gone down to the lake to swim like we did almost every week. There's this little spot where the beach kind of curves in, and it's mostly sand and shallow water. That's where we'd usually hang out and swim. Even though the water was always sort of stagnant there, it was at least safe and warm compared to the rest of the lake. I think at some point, one of us wanted to go skip rocks. We had to go further up the shore to do that, and TJ was more interested in building sandcastles. So he stayed behind while the rest of us went up the beach to find rocks. When you go up that far, you can't really see that spot anymore, so I'm not completely sure what happened. I vaguely remember looking back at TJ as we went up the beach. The Link's bending over his castle, the back of his wet swim trunks covered in sand from when he'd sat down. Sydney went with us, I at least remember that, but while we were skipping rocks, he just sort of disappeared. I glance up at Julian for a moment and see him listening attentively before I look back down at the table. Anyway, we heard some splashing and some shouting from TJ, and we all ran up to the beach to see Sydney floating out in the lake. I swam out there and got him. Too late, though. I don't mention the part where TJ was crouched in 3 feet of water staring at Sydney's body floating 20 feet away from him. I don't tell him that TJ's explanation for what happened always amounted to Sydney stepping out too far into water. Maybe the current knocked him off balance and pulled him in. How he'd even said that it almost looked like an invisible shark had grabbed Sid and pulled him out. How none of it makes any sense at all. None of us are sure what happened. Seems to be enough for Julian, though, as he shakes his head. I'm very, very sorry to hear that, but thank you for telling me. All I knew was that a friend of his drowned in the lake. He didn't tell me how close he was to it. It makes sense why that would still deeply affect him. No problem. I realize that Julian is probably the first person that I've ever told a story to outside of Echo. I also realize that it wasn't at all hard to do. I suppose it's easier to tell someone who wasn't related to the incident, someone that has no connection to the raw horror of that day. That, and a lot of time has passed. Maybe I just got over it without even knowing. But yeah, Echo is a crazy place. You know about that mass hysteria thing that happened about 100 years ago? This place is kind of famous for that. Almost all the paranormal podcasts I listen to have an episode on it. My heart skips a beat as I suddenly remember my project. Cover my face with my paws. Shit. What's wrong? Did I say something? I cover my face to see Julian looking at me with some concern. No, I just forgot some schoolwork that I need to get done, a project. The excitement of the scavenger hunt completely wiped the thought of it from my mind. Oh, what kind of project? A news report on Echo and the mass hysteria incident. I've barely done anything on it since I got here. Hey, that's so cool. Do you need help? I blink, the buck's eagerness surprising me. For the first time I see him become embarrassed, the skin on the inside of his ears turning a dark red. Sorry, it's something that's always interested me, so I got a little excited. I glanced down at my phone to see that I still haven't gotten a message from TJ, so I get an idea. Despite my initial annoyance, I like how considerate Julian was about the whole lake incident. I also want to give him a chance to see TJ before the end of our trip. Well, actually, I've been meaning to get some footage of the mines, or at least the opening, since it's sealed up. If you want, we can head up there now to get some shots, and at the same time look for TJ. The trail is in that area. Julian perks up. Hey, that'd be really awesome. Thanks. Do you want to eat that first? I look down at my sandwich, then shake my head. I'll just eat it on the way to the motel. Oh, I got my truck. I could drive you over, and there's a bunch of room if you need it for your equipment. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks. Just let me get a to-go box and we can leave. 20 minutes later, and we're heading up the narrow canyon road toward the mine. I haven't been there in years, but the dirt road leads straight to it, so I don't have to look up instructions. Julian chats away while I eat my lukewarm sandwich out of a foam to-go box. While there's an almost robotic quality to the buck with how articulate he is, he's also really nice. I can certainly see why TJ would call him a friend. The bumpy road curves upward, and finally we get to the mine. Oh god, considering what we know happened here in other routes, and considering we know what is still happening here even without our involvement, it's still... There's a wide open dirt space for parking, along with some concrete barriers along the edge of the drop-off. There are a few signposts, probably giving the brief history of the mine, and then there's TJ. The Lynx is sitting at the opening of the mine, right at the entrance. He's leaning back against the rebar grid that sealed the entrance. What the... Julian stops talking and looks over at me, then in the direction I'm looking. Whoa, is that Tej? I don't say anything because I realize how limp the Lynx looks, his head tipped back, his paws limply laying on the ground. I'm out of the truck before Julian can even park, and my to-go box spilling out of the gravel as I jog towards TJ. TJ, hey, what's wrong, you okay? The Lynx doesn't respond when I get to him, and I see that his eyes are open, but they're rolled back to the point where I can only see white. I bend over him, trying to help him sit up better, made more difficult by his bulky backpack getting in the way. As I'm doing this, I feel a rush of cold air from the mine blowing out through the rebar. I ignore it at first, focusing on trying to get TJ to respond to me. Then I realize there's a hissing sound to go along with it. Someone exhaling. I glance to my left through the grid, and I come face to face with a blood red visage of rage. I see piercing yellow eyes and a row of white blocky teeth. Then all the blackness that extends beyond it? What? I glance up through the grid, but I don't see anything. Still, I get the unnerving feeling that the opening is breathing somehow.
Is he alright?
Julian shouting and running up next to me turns my attention back to TJ. I look down at the Lynx and see his ears twitching around. What? I crouch down next to him, putting a paw behind his head to give him some support. TJ, what happened? Are you okay? TJ turns to me, blinking in confusion. Okay, what's wrong? Rubs at his eyes with the back of his paw before adjusting himself so that he can sit up straight.
You were just sitting there. You almost looked...
Julian pauses. It looked like you were passed out or something.
TJ finally seems to focus on us, the dazed look in his eyes disappearing.
Passed out? Oh no, I was just taking a quick nap.
TJ lets out a short laugh and leans his head back against his backpack. What? Here? I look back at the sealed mine, the ominous blackness still seeming to yawn open at us. Why?
Well, it's hotter than usual today, so I started to feel like I was going to pass out. Thought that might be a bad sign to us, so I decided to rest once I got here.
You came here on purpose?
Yeah, I saw the canyon with you last time, so I decided to take a trip to the mine this time.
TJ smiles lazily up at me as he continues to lounge against his backpack.
Sorry I worried you, and... Oh, Julian!
TJ seems to suddenly realize that the stag is here.
What are you doing here?
TJ quickly gets to his feet, sliding his arms out of the straps of his backpack. He hugs Julian. Jealousy! The stag hugging back just as enthusiastically. TJ doesn't even greet me so intimately. I guess they have more of a history than I thought.
Hey, Tej. Yeah, I met Chase at the diner.
You weren't answering your text, so we both decided to come up and find you. And Chase needs to get some footage for his project.
Oh, cool. Do you need help with that, Chase?
TJ turns to me with a grin. I don't know what it is, but TJ's acting a lot more chipper than he was yesterday. That almost dark broodiness is gone, replaced by his usual cheer. I have to smile because of it, despite the situation just a few minutes ago. Sure. Another breeze of cool air seems to whoosh softly through the rebar. I look back at it. TJ, why the hell would you sleep here next to the creepy mine? TJ frowns.
It was really cool. Like, cold. I was laying in the opening and felt some cool air blow out, so I decided to lean against it. It was really nice.
TJ walks up to the metal grid and spreads his arms out, clutching under the bars as he presses his face against it. He leans his head back, pulling a face.
Well, it smells really musty, but it feels good.
I look back at the opening, the blackness inside sending chills up my spine. There's dead bodies in there! We know this because of the other routes, oh god! I think back to when a body was found in there over 100 years ago. Even though I know there aren't any dead bodies in there now, there are! It still creeps me the fuck out. I try to hide my shudder as I turn away, looking back at the truck.
Hey, so are we going to Sydney's old house now? Is that why you guys came to find me?
TJ's trying to hide it, but I can hear the eagerness in his voice. I turn back to look at him, the lynx now with his back to mine, pressed up against it. I want to tell him to move away from the opening, but I wouldn't be able to explain to him why. Let me get some filming done first. I can do the voiceover later, so it'll be quick. I hold back a wince as I realize how much of that time that's gonna take. My project is gonna be shit at this point, can't avoid that. Just need to make it to at least the least shit as I can.
Oh yeah, sorry.
TJ laughs nervously, then looks away.
Sorry, I'm just a little loopy from my nap. You guys really surprised me.
It's okay, I'm gonna go get my equipment really quick, okay? Alright? TJ nods at me and I jog off to the parked truck to grab my camera. So, TJ might still be acting a little weird, but I'm just glad that he seems happy again. Seeing him the way he was last night was a little unnerving, to say the least. I scoop up my camera bag from the bed of the truck and head back, slowing down to a walk as the heat is already starting to catch up with me. How TJ was able to go on a several-hour-long hike is absurd to me. It almost seems foolish. Especially for someone like TJ who knows how dangerous that can be. When I got back to the mine entrance, I see Julian and TJ sitting with their backs to either side of the opening, chatting with each other. They're eating granola bars, and TJ holds one out to me as I approach. Thanks. Hey, TJ?
Huh?
TJ looks up at me innocently. If you go on a hike again, be sure to bring me next time, okay? I don't think you should be alone out here.
Oh, yeah, sure. His ears droop a little, a small frown on his face. I just don't want you to get hurt, you know? It's really hot today, and it would have been really terrible if you'd passed out alone. Yeah, sorry. I dropped my bag gently on the ground before leaning back against the wall next to the lynx. It's all good. I just want to make sure you're okay. Thanks. I just didn't want to wake you up this morning. Jenna offered to go with you, didn't she? TJ sighs quietly, looking away into the mine. Yeah, but I can tell you guys don't want to go. I just don't want to ruin this trip for you more than I already have. What? TJ, what are you talking about? TJ goes quiet, then shrugs his shoulders. Maybe he isn't back to his old self after all. I wouldn't mind going with you, TJ. I love hiking. Julian smiles gently at the lynx. For some reason, I feel a tiny tug of annoyance in my chest. It's stupid, but I was the one who offered first, and I'm the one that took TJ out the first time. Yeah, we could both go. The point is, you don't go out alone next time. All right, Tej? Yeah, okay. Thanks, guys. No problem. A short silence stretches out between the three of us before Julian speaks up again. We were just talking about our old Bible study group. Ugh. TJ leans his head back against the wall, rolling his eyes. It's an expression I don't see from him very often. What about it? Oh, just the way that TJ would always take it so seriously and no one else would, haha. TJ shakes his head in exasperation. Yeah, I never had any control in that club. Oh, really? Were you in charge? It's a little odd to think of TJ in a leadership position like that. I just never knew him to put himself out there in high school. Yeah, I revived it after it sort of went defunct for a few years. Wasn't all that popular. TJ smiles with some embarrassment. Yeah, we had like 3 other members that not including you or me. Yeah, then one dropped out after like 2 meetings. Julian clicks his tongue. What a godless school we went to. Hey! You know I'm kidding. Mostly. Well, I did want atheists to join too, as long as they weren't disruptive. I just wanted to show everyone what a nice experience it could be, even if you didn't believe. I very vaguely remember TJ inviting me to the club and me saying that I'd think about it. I never went, of course. Wasn't all that spiritual in the end, though. Yeah, mostly we just talked and brought snacks. It took TJ a while to realize no one wanted another Sunday school session at actual school. Yep, hours of planning out the window. It was still a great time. I think the 4 of us are really happier for it. Yeah, I guess. TJ seems to suddenly notice me. Sorry, Chase, you wouldn't know much about this stuff. It's okay, it's interesting to hear about. Again, I get that little twinge of jealousy, even though I know it's not fair. I'd chosen not to show up, probably using that time to go home and hang out with Leo. You didn't miss much, just discussions about movies and watching movies too. They couldn't even be religiously themed. Thank God. Hey! I laugh at how indignant TJ is. Well, I'm glad you had a good time at least. I came away thinking the whole thing was a failure. I think I remember you mentioning that you wished your friend here would have shown up. I don't really remember. Of course you do. You said it all the time. TJ's ears flatten and turn red. Who, me? Yep. Julian grins as TJ tries to look away. While the situation is kind of funny, now I feel even worse about not ever showing up. Sorry, Tej. You know, it was high school and all. Yeah, I understand. Don't worry about it. So, did you start another club at your new school? TJ smirks. It's a Christian school, so there's like 50 clubs about religion. Oh, are you a member of any of them? A few. Which ones? Singles club. Singles? As in finding a date? Sure. He looks away again. It's hilarious how bashful he is about this stuff. He's in college. All of this should be natural to talk about, but not with TJ. Meet anyone? Hey, Chase, don't you have to film some stuff? He looks back at me with a frown. Oh, just asking. Julian chuckles quietly. I bend down and start pulling out my equipment, deciding that a few long shots with the tripod should be enough. As I'm extending out the legs, Julian asks TJ about the hike. Was it fun? TJ shrugs, finishing the last of his granola bar and pushing his paws together to get rid of the crumbs. It was okay. It was really quiet. I wince as one of my pads gets pinched between the metal. Kinda creepy, to be honest. I would like it if you two went along sometime, if I do it again. Of course. Yeah, definitely. Over the next 20 minutes, I set up the camera in 3 different spots, getting about 1 minute of film for each. TJ and Julian went to sit in the truck while I do, and whenever I glanced at them, they seemed to be animatedly chatting and laughing. Once I'm done, I sigh and quickly snap the legs back down into the bag along with the camera. I see my to-go box in the dirt and consider picking it up, but I don't. Oh, I drop the bag into the truck again before hopping into the passenger seat, leaving TJ to sit between the two of us. They go quiet as we start pulling out onto the dirt road. What are you guys talking about? Not much, just about high school. TJ nods. Again, I'm starting to feel a little left out between the two, kind of like a third wheel. So, what's the plan now? Well, we thought we might go to the house now after we pick up Jenna and Carl. Alright. We drive in silence a little while. For some reason, I start to wish that I was sitting in the middle. The way Julian keeps turning the wheel forces his elbow to brush up against TJ's side, and I force myself to look away, wondering what the fuck I'm thinking. I'm treating TJ like he's something that belongs to me. We've only hung out recently over the course of this week. I barely talked to him in the past 2 years. Force myself to look ahead, out the windshield. Then TJ's phone buzzes and my eyes naturally go to the screen as the Lynx whips it out. I see the name Flynn and the message underneath it. I only have time to see a few words. You know, his fucking tell me. TJ jerks his phone back down and I look away just as I feel the Lynx's eyes on my face. I wonder if he saw me looking, and I'm sure he did. That didn't really matter, though, because now I'm wondering what the fuck Flynn thinks he's doing. They've been staying away from each other for the past few days, obviously, but I guess Flynn found another way to get to DJ. I wonder what the fuck he think he's doing. I feel myself getting angry. Don't exactly know what the lizard is saying to TJ, but judging by what I saw, it's definitely not good. I make a mental note to ask TJ about it tonight. If he won't tell me, then I'll let Leo know. He'll do something about it. We all walk up to the sidewalk in the old ranch-style house. It's been a long, long time since I've seen this place. Even longer since I've walked on this path. Sydney's house is up the gravel road behind the forest. It's a bit of an odd spot, secluded from the rest of the town. It was all the better for us, I guess. It's nice not to be reminded of what happened.
Guys, I don't know about this. You think he's gonna let us in?
What else can we do?
Maybe Sydney didn't mean his room?
Where else would he sleep?
I don't know.
I mean, he'd nap in random places, if I remember right. Like, he slept on my couch, even. Stop it, Chase. You know that's not what he meant. Well, who knows? I do. I know where it is.
That dark edge to TJ's voice is creeping in again. I suppose there's no harm in asking.
You can't deny that it's a little weird for 5 young adults to just show up on your doorstep asking to be let in. We don't have much of a choice, though, do we? TJ's walking ahead of us, marching up to the concrete steps without hesitation before immediately ringing the bell. Oh, wait, we didn't even think of what we're gonna say. I already know what I'm gonna say. We stand there in stunned silence for a bit and look around to the others. Carl looks completely uncomfortable, almost nauseous, his paws shoved deep into his pockets as he stares hard at the ground. Jenna is staring at TJ, her brow furrowed, clearly worried. Julian just stands there as if the situation doesn't bother him at all.
The door finally opens, revealing a young red panda, not much older than ourselves. He blinks at us, then fixes a smile on his face. Hello? Can I help you? I see TJ's ears flatten down for a moment, his originally tough resolve clearly faltering. Hello? The red panda stares down at TJ for a moment, waiting expectantly. I don't recognize him, and I'm sure I would have seen him around town if he'd moved in after Sydney's parents moved out. It must have been sometime recently, a few years ago. I decide that I should step in and let TJ try and gather his wits. Hi, I'm Chase, this is TJ, and Carl, Jenna, and Julian. I point to everyone, feeling my cheeks grow hot. Hi, everyone. I'm Ninji. Another moment of awkward silence before I try to think of something else to say. The hell do you bring up wanting to search someone's house because it belonged to your dead friend? As I'm trying to figure that out, TJ speaks up again. Our old friend used to live here about 12 years ago? Inji. Oh, really? Oh, what the fuck? Panda seems to think. Are you talking about Cindy? Sydney. Yeah, he was our friend. Oh, sorry, I couldn't remember the name. I thought his aunt told me about what happened. I think his aunt told me about what happened. Oh, Jesus, great. Also, text error, just so you know what's going on. Yes, and he left something behind for us in his room. Is it alright if we come in and look for it? Inji's originally inquisitive look is replaced by one of confusion and definitely a little bit of suspicion. Oh, all of you? I notice Carl's still staring hard at the floor, his paws twisting in his pockets. If that's alright with you. Inji stares at all of us for a good 10 seconds, causing even me to glance down at the floor, realizing how stupid all of this is. Finally, he starts to step back, closing the door a little bit as he does. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's a good idea. Wait! TJ steps forward, his fur bristling. The panda jumps a little, closing the door further until the point where I can only see one of his eyes. Sorry, it's just... Maybe I could come in and the rest of my friends wait outside. This will be really quick. I know exactly where to look. The panda's one eye looks back at us. TJ turns around and makes a shooting gesture with both paws. There's a pause. Then we stumble back a little, down the steps onto the sidewalk. My face burns again in embarrassment, realizing what a bunch of crazy people we look like right now. I look back and see TJ standing alone on the porch, looking back at the red panda, his paws clasped together. Again, what feels like a very long silence seems to drag on until Inji opens the door slightly. You know what? Why don't you just tell me where it is and I'll have a look. Oh, yeah. TJ seems surprised, as if only now considering that idea. It's the room on the left, down the hallway. TJ points at the door at an angle. In the closet, in the back corner. It might be in a box. Inji's facial expression mirrors mine as I frown. A box in the closet, sitting there for over a decade. Alright, I'll have a look. Inji disappears behind the door, and I hear a deadbolt slide into place. We stand there in silence for a while before Carl breaks it. Dude, he's calling the police. No, he's not. We look like a bunch of crazy people. We should leave. Not until he comes back out. I think I'm gonna be sick. I think it's technically okay unless he tells us to leave. He did say he's going to look for it. No harm in just waiting for his answer. I see Carl scuff his hooves against the pavement, looking around nervously. I wonder if he's had too much weed or something. Why do you think it's in the closet? He used the shoebox in there as a spot for his treasure hunts before, you remember? I vaguely do, now that he mentions it, but I'm surprised TJ does. He was even younger. The door opens and Inji comes back out. His facial expression is completely different now. It's one of amazement and disbelief, but it's what's in his paws that catches my attention. It's a teal-colored shoebox, old and worn and torn through the corners. My mouth drops. Inji stands there for a moment, holding the box out. Is this it? It's not mine, and there's a piece of paper inside. TJ's paws shake as he reaches out to take the box, lifting the lid to look inside. It was in the spot that you said. I've never seen that before. I feel my stomach twist, more dismayed than anything that he found something. Do you not use that closet? It's a bit of an odd question, but I know how the hell he might have missed it. But I want to know how the hell he might have missed it. And she shakes his head. No, not really. It's mostly a storage room right now. I think I've opened it a few times to put some boxes on the shelf, but I can't really remember. Do you not look inside when you first moved in? And she looks at me, and so does TJ over his shoulder. I guess now I'm starting sounding like the crazy person. Well, I can't really remember. It was a couple of years ago. I had family help me move in, so maybe they just thought it was mine if they saw it. I want to ask more, but I bite my lip, not wanting to seem as frustrated and suspicious as I am. It's definitely something I could have missed. I've found a few things in the crawl space from the last family. Who lived here before you, if you don't mind me asking? And she leans against the doorway, his arms folded, looking a lot more relaxed now. It was the family you're talking about, I think. The Bronsons? Yes. DJ's still looking down at the box, not having taken out the note. Yep, the woman who lived here moved out right before what happened, then his sister moved in. She told me about what happened when I bought the place. And she looks down at the box that TJ's holding. Do you know what he left you? How did you know how to find it? It's an old scavenger hunt that we found. It told us to come here. Like something he left behind? Yeah. Wow. Well, I'm sorry about what happened to your friend. You must have been children at the time. No one says anything, so I nod for him. I'm sorry. Also, sorry for being so suspicious when you guys showed up. Thought I caught someone trying to break in a few days back. Can't be too careful. Don't worry about it, that's completely understandable. And she nods and shifts around. I don't want to pry, but what does it say? I didn't read it since I don't want to intrude or anything. She lifts the lids again and reaches in and pulls out the piece of paper. It's identical to the others that we've seen. And she takes the box from the links so he can use both paws to unfold the note. Then he starts reading. I hope that you're all having fun. Soon you'll know what Chase has done. Figure it out. It's a piece of cake. If you can't, look by Carl's drawing at the lake. It goes quiet for a while. Only the sound is rustling through the trees. Then you hear a gagging sound and look back in time to see Carl hurling into some bushes. TJ is strangely calm as we sit in the motel room. It's been about half an hour since we found the last note. After Carl lost his lunch in the bushes, Julian drove him back home and we had to put the scavenger hunt on hold. TJ wants us all to be there for it. Julian is still with us and I keep wondering when the hell he's going to go home. He just joined our little group today and TJ acts like he needs to be a part of it for some reason. He barely even knew Sydney. But that doesn't really seem to matter. The whole thing is so ridiculous. It's so obvious that Sydney had nothing to do with this scavenger hunt. Someone's planting these damn notes and they have it out for me. I sit with my back against the headboard of the bed, staring at my legs, and TJ tries to defend this whole thing. If it's really bothering you, Chase, then you don't have to come. I bristle a bit. You were insisting that everyone else go, why not me? I force myself not to look over at Julian. I do want you to come, but you're so angry. I've never seen you like this. Oh, I have. We all have. Chase is just acting like his old self now. Jenna sits in the corner of her laptop as usual, smirking. Pisses me the fuck off. Listen, whoever's been writing these has it out for me. Look at what the last one said. Sydney wrote them, and he always kind of teased you. It's just like him. I go quiet, looking away with a glare. What do you think the clues are implying about you, Chase? I look for a moment, but it's hard with all the anger that keeps threatening to bubble up to the surface. I don't know. I just don't like the sound of it, and honestly, I'm trying to think of the right way to word it. What am I going to say? If you respect me, you'd see that and stop this stupid hunt. It goes quiet for a moment, then Julian stands up.
Hey, I'm gonna head out. Let me know what you guys decide to do tomorrow. I've got the whole day off.
Oh, okay, man. Thanks for coming with us.
TJ gives the stag a side hug, and I try to keep myself from bristling. Once Julian leaves out the door, TJ sits on the foot of the bed looking at me.
I completely respect you, Chase. But I really think these are from Sydney. He's just teasing you.
I don't say anything, choosing to look at the wall, feeling more unnerved by my own emotions than anything else. I don't feel like myself at all. I know I asked you this morning, but if you... What the fuck? Oh, Claudia Mara has arrived. Thank you for the subscribe. I know I asked you this morning, but if you think this is someone else's doing, who could it be? Jenna crosses her arms, looking at me earnestly. I sit there quietly for a moment, debating on whether or not I should tell them. I decide I have to, since neither of the others seem to see it. I think it's Flynn.
What?
I think it's Flynn. And Carl. They're doing this whole thing.
You can't be serious.
Who else? Carl's the one that found the first note. I think Flynn gave it to him. The looks on Jenna and TJ's faces make me look away again. Am I going crazy?
Chase, that's...
Crazy, I know, but you saw how Carl was acting today, how nervous he was. He even threw up. Carl does that sometimes. Ugh. I slide my legs off the bed and let them hang over the side, fully facing the wall now.
I know how Flynn was back at the river, but even he wouldn't do that.
I look back at TJ with a glare. What about those texts he's sending you?
What?
TJ's paw flies into his pocket, a shocked look on his face. Jenna looks between us.
What?
Flynn sent TJ a text swearing at him. I think he's been messaging you this whole time. TJ's quiet, just staring at me.
TJ, is this true?
TJ stares at the floor a moment before finally looking up, his voice oddly calm.
Yeah, well, he's angry. Of course he would be. But he has no reason to be riding this scavenger hunt. Flynn would never do that.
You sure about that? TJ glares back at me, and now I can tell I've made him angry.
Yes. Why would he do it in the first place?
I don't have to think hard on that one. To hurt TJ, to ruin our friendship by making up lies about me, to just be a complete dick, take your pick.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
I don't say anything, choosing to glare at the wall. Jenna looks between us again and shakes her head.
All right, that's enough of this. Neither of you are acting like yourselves, so I think it's best we head to bed, all right?
Whatever. I slide into the bed on my side, still staring at the wall, listening as TJ gets up and goes into the bathroom. Jenna goes on typing on her computer. I lay there quietly, deciding that I'm going to have to do something to stop this. Sneaking out of the motel room is probably the hardest part. I know if they catch me at any point, it's over. At about 3 a.m., I slide out of the bed, listening to TJ snores and watching Jenna unmoving form curled up on the bed in front of me. Quietly, I dig around in my bag for my keys and slip out the door and into the night. I grit my teeth as my car starts up, imagining TJ and Jenna pulling back the curtains and seeing me sitting in my car. I've got excuses. I'm sick. I had to drive to the emergency room, or even that I couldn't sleep and wanted to get a snack somewhere. They're all suspicious, but should be enough to cover my ass if things go south. I'll drive along the quiet road. My surroundings almost black since the moon has set. It takes me a moment to find the side road that will take me to the shore. Once I do, I see one lonely orange light standing in the middle of the parking lot, but I park in the corner in the darkness. I sit in the car for a while, wondering what I'm doing, wondering what the fuck I'm gonna do. But something drives me, a feeling that if I don't do this, then the rest of my life is going to be ruined. I can't let that happen. I open the door and quickly get out. I pull out my phone and turn on the light, finding the small dirt trail that leads to the inky blackness. The air is cool, and I can smell the lake. Pretty soon I can hear it too, the soft, desolate sounds of the waves running against the thin strip of shore. It's peaceful, but at the same time it terrifies me, and for a moment I feel like the lake is one giant living thing. It dwarfs me with its presence, a giant, all-knowing thing.
It knows I'm here. I shudder and force myself to continue. I find the shoreline and the dry sand shifts under my feet as I take a right and follow the shore. I try to ignore the sounds of the lake, that feeling that it's watching me, beckoning me towards it. Finally, I come across the boulder that I'm looking for, the one that Carl used to carve his drawings into. Of course, it would be something Carl used. That fat piece of shit. Thanks. I kneel down beside it, moving the light of my phone around until I find the drawings. I look at the super wolf etched into the rock, glaring. I see a glint of light above it. I shift the phone up to see what it is. I gasp and I can't help a ragged scream from escaping my throat. A tarantula sits there staring back at me, its cluster of eyes shining back into the darkness. I stumble back into the sand and fall, sitting down hard and causing my teeth to clack together. Ah! I scramble back up. I look around for a rock and quickly find one. When I turn back around and lift the light, the spider is gone. I look around for a while in case it just moved around, maybe on the ground closer to me. I don't see anything though, and I throw the rock at the lake, cursing the damn thing. Then I kneel down and look at the spot between the rocky ground and the boulder. It takes a few moments and I have to get real close, looking deeper into the crevice, and then there's a glint of what looks like metal. I start to dig, first with my bare hands, then with the help of the flat rock laying nearby. I'm sweating and gasping by the time I pull the thing free. It looks like an old lunchbox. I shine a light on it, and I can barely make out what looks like a cartoon dragon. I open it and pull out the note. I read it. In a fit of rage, I tear the stupid thing in half, throwing it on the ground. You fucker! I hiss it out through my teeth and pull out the piece of paper I had just taken out of Jenna's notebooks along with a pen. I write for a moment using the old lunchbox as a flat surface. When I'm done, I drop it into the box and wedge the box into the crevice, covering it up with the loose dirt I'd moved. I pack it down and stand back up. Thinking twice, I pick up the shredded note and stuff it into my pocket. Then I walk back up to the shore and up the trail, ignoring what looks like the eyes of tarantulas all around me. Maybe it's just stars. I don't remember much of the drive back, or the parking lot of the motel. The next thing I know, I'm standing next to the bed, glaring down at TJ, watching him sleep. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Saturday of TJ's route. Holy shit. Oh boy. We arrive at the lake at about 10 in the morning. Julian had driven down over an hour ago to pick us up before driving to Carl's house. Carl wasn't ready when we got there, and when we answered the door, his eyes were bleary and red. It took him a good 20 minutes to get ready, and all the while I struggled not to glare at him. It's weird, I've been friends with the Ram for almost my entire life, and it's only now that I'm feeling real disgust for the person that he is. So many self-created problems. He keeps his head down most of the time, so he doesn't see me. He's feeling sick too, so he opts to ride in the truck bed on the way down, and Jenna sits with him. Can't help but wonder what might happen if we have an accident. TJ sits next to me, and this time I'm sure to sit in the middle so that Julian is on my left and TJ is on my right. Feels better this way. As the lake comes into view, I rest upon TJ's knee. He glances at me, then nods in acknowledgement. I give his thigh a squeeze, then wait as we pull into the parking lot, going over the scenarios in my head for what might happen. Well, here we are. We don't say anything in response as we quietly get out of the truck. Jenna jumps out of the truck bed easily, but Carl struggles, and I imagine him falling straight out and face-planting onto the asphalt. Jenna helps him, though, and we're all walking down the trail towards the lake, single file. I walk right behind TJ, though, so I can keep an eye on him and anyone else that might try to fuck with him. Wow, it's been 12 years since I've been down here. Yeah. There's a cool freshness to the air by the lake. I breathe it in and get hit with the sweet memories of spending entire days down here.
Swimming in the lake, building sand castles, poking at dead fish on the beach. As we start walking on that beach and approach the big boulder, I feel my heart start to hammer in my chest. I pick up my speed to catch up to TJ. How you feeling? I'm okay. You don't sound okay. I'm nervous. We all are. I actually feel like I'm gonna throw up. TJ suddenly reaches out his paw and holds mine. I'm surprised. TJ's never done this before, and though I know it's probably due to the situation we're in, it still makes me feel warm inside. It's going to be okay. I know it. This is gonna be the end. TJ's voice breaks up on the last word. The end? The end of what, exactly? TJ's guilt over Sydney? The mystery over what exactly happened to him? Of the world as we know it? Yeah, that's probably it. Before I know that after this morning things are never going to be... Because I know that after this morning things are never going to be the same again. Just remember that if it's buried by that boulder, it's probably gone by now. I know I've said that every time before, but the lake has been flooded a few times since. I look up at the steep, rocky bank on our right. Remember that spring where we went all the way up to the road? Yeah. I look back at our friends. Jenna's walking side by side with Carl, talking to him in a low voice. Julian is ahead of them, and he's looking directly at me. I look away. I'm just saying that even if it's there, it's probably water damage to the point we won't be able to read it. TJ stays silent just as we come up to the rock, sitting there on the beach like it has since I can remember. Probably like it has since before the lake was even created. TJ still holds my paw as Julian, Jenna, and Carl stand next to us, the five of us in a sort of semicircle around the boulder. Well, here we are. Julian says the exact same thing he said in the parking lot, and I feel myself starting to get annoyed. But I cling to TJ's paw, and that calms me down a little. So if it's still here, it could be anywhere, knowing Sydney, Jenna says his name carefully. He'd probably leave a marker of some kind. This one could be hard to find. Remember that he said it's by Carl's drawing. It'd probably be right next to that.
I don't know, guys. The other ones were inside of something. This is just out on a beach. The scent's changing all the time.
Carl digs at... Oh! Hey! Vinicius Embedo. Thank you for the subscribe. Carl digs at the damp sand with a hoof, his paws shoved into his pockets, eyes downcast. Everything okay, Carl? I say it sharply, not bothering to filter out the annoyance in my voice. He looks up at me a bit surprised.
Huh? Yeah, I'm okay. Just feel sicker from the ride down.
Smoke too much? Carl frowns.
No, I just get sick sometimes when I'm stressed out. The weed makes me feel less sick, actually.
I stop myself from asking what it is he's so stressed out about.
Are you okay, Chase?
I'm good. I shouldn't be drawing all attention to myself right now. Meanwhile, Julian is walking around the boulder looking for the drawing. TJ lets go of my paw finally and starts to walk around the boulder from the other side. Almost immediately, he points excitedly. Oh, Carl, you're drawing! Carl sidles up to him before chuckling quietly.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, I thought it'd be gone by now.
Why would it be? You chipped it into the rock. Didn't you spend like a month doing that?
Carl looks down at his paws.
Yeah, fucked my paws up doing it too.
Move around to stand next to them and see the rough outline of a muscular wolf with a long cape. Super Wolf. Carl had been obsessed with that superhero since the new movie was coming out that summer. I don't think he liked it very much because right after he saw it, he stopped working on the etching. It's actually pretty good, especially when you consider that Carl was like 9 when he did it. I pushed those memories out of my head, wiping out the smiling childhood face of Carl from my mind.
Then I steel myself, preparing for what I'm going to say and for what's about to happen. Hey, look at the sand underneath it. Everyone looks down in unison when I'm pointing my finger. I let it sink in for a moment before I say it. The dirt. Looks like someone dug it up recently. No one says anything. Or maybe this sand's just wetter there, I don't know. TJ kneels down to the boulder, reaching out a paw to steady himself against it as Julian kneels down across from him. He reaches out with the other paw, poking at the loose-looking dirt, slightly darker than the sand around it. Still, no one says anything, and I decide not to push it further, knowing that I've already planted a seed of doubt in TJ's mind. You should have grabbed a garden shovel from your house, Carl.
Yeah.
I pick up the flat rock I used last night. Here. I hand it to Julian. He looks at it for a second before digging the sharp end into the dirt. It sinks in deep and easily before the stag turns it in the sand. Less than a minute later, TJ gasps and reaches into the shallow hole, pulling out the lunchbox. Now that there's daylight, I can see the chipped green paint on the dragon. TJ holds it for a moment, staring down at it. Julian looks around at us. Was that Sydney's? I can't remember, but TJ nods and with shaky hands unlatches the metal clasps. Carl stands further back than the rest of us, motionless. Jenna once again has a paw to her mouth, not saying anything. TJ opens the lid. The hinges squeak a little as the tin lid flops open, revealing my note. Paw still shaking, TJ reaches in. At this point, there's little hesitation in TJ's movements. He's eager to find out what it says, eager to get this done. TJ unfolds the note, then reads it. He doesn't read it aloud, instead letting his eyes go back and forth over the page while the rest of us wait. I know at this point he's finished reading it, but he still doesn't say anything. Eyes glued to the page. And the music has stopped. Oh boy. TJ? TJ doesn't say anything, continuing to stare. TJ, what does it say? TJ sits there for a few more seconds before he wordlessly holds out the note to no one in particular. His face is blank for the most part, but I can see the shock in his eyes. Julian takes it from him and starts reading. You've reached the end, but I don't have the answer, so I'll ask again. TJ, what happened to Sydney? Oh! Oh no! Oh, that's fucked! Oh, that's fucked all the way up! The silence that follows is one of the heaviest that I've ever experienced. Carl's still frozen, but now he's looking up at Julian. Jenna's moved her paw from her mouth at this point, but she's clutching her necklace, her eyes on TJ. Julian is just staring at the links, waiting, probably unsure of what any of this means. TJ, meanwhile, stares at the hole that we had dug up, his paws laying limp in his lap, ears drooping. I start walking over to him. What does it mean? Do you guys know? I rest a paw on TJ's shoulder, touching it softly. He doesn't move. So I crouch down next to him, slowly wrapping an arm around his shoulders, drawing him in. I can feel him trembling. Guys. I look over at Julian with a sad look on my face. We have a friend who has a grudge about this whole thing. I think he might have been the one leaving the notes. TJ shakes his head against mine, but he doesn't say anything. Julian stares. But why? I shrug, beginning to stroke the top of TJ's head. Julian looks from me to TJ. I don't know. Maybe he thought this was his last chance to hurt TJ somehow. I really don't know. Jenna and Carl have walked up to stand next to us, and both seem to be at a loss for words. The paper is different, though. TJ's voice is distant and faint, muffled against my chest. There are ways to make paper look old. Maybe. If you have all the fucking answers, Chase, you're gonna fucking implicate yourself. Maybe he just didn't have time with this one. Julian shakes his head. Listen, I've not only been a part of this for a day, but this is crazy, and those are a lot of assumptions. Do you really know what happened? If you knew this friend of ours like we do, you'd understand how obvious this is. But then Jenna shakes her head as well. No, Flynn wouldn't do this. He's a jerk, but he wouldn't do this. You know what Flynn's been sending? You know that Flynn's been sending TJ threatening texts all week, and then he's been out to fuck with TJ since we got here. Jenna shakes her head again, but doesn't say anything.
He wouldn't.
I snap my gaze at Carl, glaring.
Dude, even at his worst, he'd never do something like this. It's too fucked up. All that work just to fuck with us, and it has to do with Sydney? No.
And who found the first note? Who's been Flynn's best friend since we all left?
Whoa, Chase.
Carl's eyes go wide. TJ finally lifts his head, looking up at Carl. Oh, fuck! Someone says, you're the one that gave it to us, set us off on this whole bullshit scavenger hunt. Carl takes a step back, mouth hanging open, looking at me like I'm some sort of alien or something. So I'm going to assume that we said that. This entire thing was fucking crazy from the start. Our dead friend who left notes behind a decade ago, and somehow it's still all here. In the old school? In that house? Fuck that! Chase, stop it. Jenna's voice is soft and distant, lacking any sort of authority. I stand up suddenly, staring the ram down.
No.
Carl takes another step back, and I can see his chest heaving. He can't even get his words out. It's like he's just run a marathon and he can't catch his breath. Huh?
I don't.
Carl clutches his chest, and I can't help but notice how fucking guilty he looks right now. He suddenly retches and gags loudly. Carl, breathe. No, you can't use your fucking anxiety, I make air quotes. You monster. As a shield right now? Did Flynn put you up to this? Carl retches again and doubles over, spitting on the ground. Carl. Jenna starts walking towards the ram, but at that point, something rushes up past me and past Jenna. I have a moment to see TJ's back. His tufted ears laid flat against his head like he's moving so fast that the wind pushed them back. There's another quick movement that I can't quite see from my angle. But then Carl's stumbling back, a paw up to his face, letting out a gasp like he's been holding his breath for 10 minutes. I lunge forward, reaching out for TJ as the cat goes in for another swipe. Oh shit! Carl jumps back towards the embankment. As he does, he lands on the many rocks that separate the beach from the road. Grab the back of TJ's shirt, but at the same time I see Carl's hoof disappear between rocks, then he falls back. And then there's another sound, like a thick branch snapping in two, cutting through the air like a gunshot. Immediately, Carl lets out the most hideous scream that I've ever heard the ram make. No! Jenna runs past us, followed by Julian at a more even jog. Meanwhile, I hold on to TJ, the lynx still going after Carl, making a yowling sound as his claws swipe at the Hey, Breeze Wolf, thank you for the subscribe. A yowling sound as his claws swipe at the air, baring his teeth. He's wild, feral, not thinking at all. TJ, stop, I'm here. I try talking into the lynx's ear at the same time, and I feel I'm starting to go limp in my grasp, the energy and rage slowly going out of him. I finally feel safe enough to turn him around, pulling him into a hug. It's okay. You got him. You're fine. TJ looks toward Carl one last time, watching the ram roll back and forth on his back, choking, howling, and screaming all at once. Oh my god. TJ suddenly turns his face into my chest and starts to cry. Jesus, his ankle. Carl, can you move? But Carl isn't listening, continuing to scream and hyperventilate at the same time. Call an ambulance. I don't know who she's talking to, but Julian pulls out his phone. TJ continues to sob into my chest, and I start to move away towards the trail, pulling TJ with me. I'm taking TJ back to the motel. Yes, please leave, please. Jenna snarls at me over her shoulder. Hi, we need paramedics. Someone here has tripped and broke his leg, and now he can't get up. Carl, I know it hurts, but you need to breathe. I'm gonna count. Jenna's voice fades away as I start fast walking towards the trail, pulling a sobbing TJ along with me. Fuck! TJ finally pulls away from me when we reach the parking lot and starts walking ahead, hugging himself. I follow behind him at a close distance, listening to him sob for a while. It isn't until we reach the road that he's finally calmed down enough to stop sobbing. I walk quietly behind him for a little bit longer before finally catching up, walking next to him. He doesn't say anything and goes on hugging himself, hiccuping softly every once in a while. I wonder if I should say anything, ask him about what happened, or even change the subject completely. Eventually, though, he's the one to speak first.
I didn't mean to...
He cuts off as he goes into a coughing fit. I rub him on the back gently. It's okay, you don't have to explain yourself after what he did.
Do you think...
He takes a deep breath, finally steadying his words.
Do you think he really did that?
I let the silence drag out for a moment before finally replying. Who else could it have been? I completely understand why you went along with all the notes, but in the end, this was the only realistic conclusion we were going to get to.
Yeah. I just didn't think they'd do something like this, especially Carl.
Carl. TJ says Carl's name softly.
I still don't know if he did it, but then I remembered what he said when we played Spin the Bottle. Felt like it had to be him. I was just so angry. I've never been so angry in my life. It was scary. I mean, maybe Flynn didn't tell him everything about what was going on. I guess he could have been tricked into thinking Flynn somehow had good intentions and all this. I don't know. His leg. TJ covers his face like he's about to start crying again. I quickly put my arm around him and hold him close. Hey, this isn't your fault. Honestly, he deserved that scratch you gave him. He fell on his own. TJ shakes his head. I can't even remember what happened. I started running at him like I wasn't in control. It was like all automatic or something.
Him too? TJ. I stop the links and turn him towards me, even though he keeps covering up his face. This is not your fault. What Flynn and Carl did to you was absolutely disgusting, and honestly, I'm amazed that you were able to hold yourself back as much as you did. The sounds he was making, it sounded so awful. TJ's face screws up under his paws. I hug him again. No, we only had a taste of the pain you're feeling on the inside. Now stop thinking about him. It's over. This whole thing is over. TJ starts crying softly again, and I hold him closer, letting him get it out of his system. Over his shoulder, I can see the ambulance lights flashing, though they didn't have the siren on. I'm thankful for that, at least. My phone buzzes in my pocket a few times, but I ignore it, waiting until the link's soft sobs taper out. I turn him away from the lake so he doesn't see the lights, and we keep walking slowly up the road. Less than a mile away, the motel sign glints in the sunlight. TJ shuffles along, continuing his quiet snuffling. Did you want to leave today? I don't know. Maybe. Well, let's get back to the motel and sit down for a while, okay? Then we can decide what we want to do. Okay. TJ's breathing evens out again as we get closer to the motel. But why do you think Flynn would do that? It doesn't make any sense. I shrug. Well, like I said yesterday, I think now that he knows he isn't going to get the answers he wants, he's just out to hurt us now. And that's it, really. You were right. I guess I just didn't think he could be capable of that. I mean, you always see the best in people. There's nothing wrong with that. TJ didn't respond, and we're silent the rest of the way there. First thing TJ does when we get inside is lay on the bed and stare at the ceiling. I check my texts and see that they're all from Jenna. They say Carl just broke his ankle and that he's going to be fine. Julian is driving me to the hospital so we can sit with Carl and bring him back when they're done. By the way, when they asked Carl what happened, he said he slipped on a rock and fell. He said that's where the scratch came from, too.
I assume he doesn't want us to tell anyone about what happened. You should think about checking out early. I'm probably going to a friend's house in Payton after this. I stare at the last text, wondering what exactly it means. She's going to a friend's house, and that's just it? Almost sounds like she's just done with us. I guess one good thing came out of this then. Carl's going to be fine. He told the paramedics that he slipped on a rock, so I don't think he's going to be, like, pressing charges or anything. TJ covers his face, and I hope that he isn't about to cry again, but when he starts talking, his voice is steady and even. I'm going to have to see him before we leave. I don't want to leave town like this. He sounds defeated, like he knows things are now ruined beyond any sort of repair. I suddenly feel a wave of compassion and love for the Lynx, and the one purely good person in this shit town. I get up and drape myself over the bed next to TJ. He looks up in surprise, ears perked and twitching, his tufts waving around in the most adorable way. Listen, I know we can't just forget what happened back there, and I know we can't just fix everything, but I pause and wait till TJ looks up at me. I want to spend the rest of this weekend together and just have fun. There's not really much else we can do. TJ looks back up at the ceiling. But what about your project? I laugh. Dude, that does not matter anymore. I'll just retake the class over the summer or something. That doesn't sound good. I don't want to cause you to fail. You're not. I'm making this decision. TJ continues to stare at the ceiling, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I just broke Carl's leg. Carl fell and broke his leg, TJ. No, I did it. Things are so messed up now. His voice starts to go up high again, and I quickly put a paw on his shoulder. We can't think about that anymore. It's over. I rub his shoulder comfortingly. You know what? Let's go to Payton. Get out of this crappy town and do something, okay? TJ lets out a shuddery sigh. Maybe. I just need a minute. Okay. I roll over and look out the window through the blinds, feeling like I've accomplished something. Things went a little further than what I'd planned on, but it's working out for the best. My main issue now is figuring out what the hell Flynn and Carl were planning with all that bullshit. And what all they know. Assuming it had been them at all, but as of right now, I can't imagine who else it could have been. I feel a little guilty about what happened to Carl, but I had to show everyone how stupid and crazy the whole thing was. And just then, I see Flynn's truck roll into the parking lot. I tense up, staring in disbelief. What the hell reason would he have to come here? I'm only frozen up for a moment before I suddenly swing my legs off the bed. I don't know if TJ's looking. I hope not as I start closing the blinds. I'll close these so the sun isn't shining in your eyes, and I'm going to make a call to Jenna and make sure things are going all right, okay? I look back and I'm relieved to see TJ only now still looking over at me. Okay. Tell her I'm sorry. I will. Now, get some rest. I try not to look like I'm in a hurry as I go to the door and open it just wide enough for me to slide out. Flynn's truck pulls into a parking space about 20 feet away, and I jog over to him before he can get out. Hey, I say just as he opens the door. He looks at me coldly for a moment before getting out and slamming the door shut.
Hey.
We stand there awkwardly for a full 10 seconds, but Flynn doesn't say anything. You need something?
Why do you think I'm here, Chase?
I shrug. I have no idea, Flynn. Flynn stares at me for a few more seconds as he chews out a toothpick in his mouth.
You were down by the lake.
That's a really weird thing to assume, Flynn. Flynn scoffs.
Don't play with me. I see ambulance lights over by the lake, and 10 minutes later I get a text from Carl telling me he hurt his leg.
Really, Flynn? People go down by the lake all the time. Could have been anyone.
No one goes down by the lake. I know you've been sneaking around the town doing shady shit with Tej and Jan.
I keep on a straight face, refusing to crack under Flynn's pressure. The only reason why I didn't ask you what the fuck you were doing is because I know you all hate me right now. But if you really went down there together, that's fucked. Why is that fucked, Flynn? Because you decided it's off limits for everyone else because it makes you feel bad? Fuck off. Flynn's eyes widen for a moment. Do not fuck with me on this, Chase. You know that's the last thing I ever want to hear from you. It's strange how I feel right now. Normally I'd be trying to calm the lizard, trying to talk him through his temper and past trauma, but now I don't care. Just like with Carl, I don't care how far this goes. This is his fault in the end. I can't believe you, Flynn. You start this whole thing, and now you try to act like the victim. It's fucking disgusting. Flynn gives me a baffled look. What are you talking about? You mean what I said by the river? Actually, yeah. That was probably the start of it. How does that lead to you assholes fucking around by the lake? You know exactly how. I watch Flynn carefully, trying to see if I can sense anything in his demeanor and his expressions. I've never really known him to lie, but if he's lying right now, then he's fucking amazing at it because all I can sense is bewilderment. He must have a lot of experience with lying. Chase, what the fuck is up with you right now? What do you mean? You're acting like an ass. Oh, so now you know how we all feel when you talk to us. Flynn stares at me, studying me. Then he looks up. Who's here? No one. The fuck? Where's TJ and Jenna? Not here. Flynn glances down at me. Well, I gotta take a piss, so can I come in? No. We stare each other down for a long, long time. Finally, Flynn pushes past me. Well, I'm gonna give the door a knock to see if anyone's there. Maybe you missed him. Whirl around and follow him angrily. He doesn't want to talk to you. Flynn turns to me. Oh, so TJ's here then. Why didn't you tell me that? Why do you think, Flynn? You need to leave right now. Flynn glares down at me. I know you guys are up to something having to do with Sydney. If that's the case, then I have every right to know. Flynn starts walking again. And he has every right to talk to me himself. I dart around Flynn and stand in front of the lizard, glaring up at him, bracing myself once again. Get out of my way, Chase. Leave him alone. Flynn pauses. All I want to do is talk, that's it. I let out a mirthless laugh. After what you did at the river, hell no. Flynn tries to push around me again. I grab his arm. He swings, trying to yank it back, and I shove him back towards his truck. Leave. I'd be yelling right now, but I don't want TJ to hear us through the thin motel walls. Don't fucking touch me and get out of my fucking way. He tries again, and this time I grab his arm and yank him away, swinging him like Leo did at the river. He might be tall, but I'm kind of amazed at how easily I can manipulate Flynn's body like a mannequin. Either that or I just don't know my own strength. Flynn rolls with a curse and immediately pops back up, taking an awkward swing at my head. Fucking little prick! I duck his punch and tackle him around the waist, knocking us both to the asphalt as Flynn grunts loudly. Ugh! I scramble on top of the lizard and sit on his chest, pinning his arms under my knees. Again, he could barely move under me. Weak. Weak. I snarl down at him, raising a fist. Flynn flinches, closing his eyes and turning his head away. I pause, letting the tension build. Finally, I slowly lower it. Leave, Flynn. Otherwise I'm gonna cave your fucking face in. I'm tired of you bullying TJ and taking out all your problems on the rest of us and just being a miserable piece of shit all your life. I keep my voice low, almost growling like a canine. Flynn cracks open an eye, looking at me. In fear. I fucking hate you. I always have, and you deserve to have every single one of your fucking teeth knocked down for the way you've always treated us. I look back towards the door, but it's closed. Quiet. I look back down at Flynn. Leave. And I never want to see your ugly fucking your ugly fucking ever again. Face ever again. Understand. Flynn just stares up at me. I can see the fear still, and maybe even a little hurt. What happened, Chase? I don't say anything. I know he isn't gonna fight anymore. I get up and Flynn lays there for a moment staring at me. Finally, he rolls over and gets to his feet unsteadily. Then, without a word, gets back into his truck and starts it up. Turn away finally, hearing the lizard pull out of the parking lot as I open the door to the motel. I'm relieved to see TJ sitting on the bed, looking down at his phone. I was positive that he'd heard something. He looks at me when he hears the door open.
Hey.
Hey, TJ.
What'd she say?
Carl's good. Doctor's just checking him out. She said you're fine and that she understands why you did it, but I guess she's a little stressed out, too, because she's going to a friend's house in Peyton. Oh. TJ's ears lower. I think she just wants to give you space. Maybe. I did get a text from Julian. Really? There's that twinge of irritation.
Yeah. Said he was going to stop by after he drops off Carl. I was thinking we could wait until then before we leave. To talk to Julian, at least. I don't think Carl wants to see me.
Okay. Try not to let the anger creep into my voice as I sit down on the bed next to the lynx.
And Chase?
Yeah? TJ smiles at me through his puffy eyes and matted cheek fur.
Thank you for being there for me. It means a lot.
It's late afternoon by the time Julian arrives to pick us up from the motel. Things are predictably awkward at first as the stag drives us out of town in silence. I'm just happy that I've managed to sit between him and TJ again, leaving the lynx to stare out of his window as the desert landscape passes by. Oh, you fucking wanker. Get away from me and close the curtains for fuck's sake. I watch Julian as his thumbs tap idly at the steering wheel before he suddenly sits up straight. Oh, fuck, I don't remember the guy. What the fuck was his voice? This is why I'm supposed to look back on this shit. Thank you, indeed. Uh-oh, your skills are missing. They're not missing, buddy, they just don't exist. Oh, it was this? Oh, this is terrible. This is when we framed fucking Carl. Oh, it's terrible. But I see Julian.
Well, here we are.
So he's essentially just TJ's voice, but higher. So it's June. Okay. I'm really creative with the voices, aren't I? It's the same thing, but pitched up, higher or lower. The self-loathing hasn't gone away. So, feel free to... I'm still on brand! Woo! Oh, Chase, you left your camera in the truck bed yesterday. I forgot to tell you. He glances over at me and I nod. Oh, yeah. Probably should have remembered that. Do you want me to pull over so you can grab it out? I don't know how you feel about it sliding around back there while we're on the highway. I shrug. Should be fine. It's been through worse considering it's a crap rental from the university. Julian starts tapping away at the steering wheel again. So, your friend seems okay. He'll need to rest for a few months to recover, but he didn't seem too worried about that. Oh, Carl fucked up his ankle, didn't he? I was like, what the fuck happened? He's fine, but he'll be in recovery for months. Jesus, I snort. Of course not. Yeah, anyway, what was it you guys wanted to do? Julian leans forward a bit to glance at TJ. I just wish he'd keep his fucking eyes on the road. So possessive. I nudge the lynx, and he snaps his gaze from the window to look at us. Huh? I was asking what you wanted to do tonight, TJ. Oh, I'm not really sure. You could go see a movie, maybe. And Spoof's getting separation anxiety. Anything out that you wanted to see? Not really.
Hey, Sam.
Sammy! Put Sammy on camera. Put him on camera right now.
Hi, Sam.
Pick him up.
I'm scared to pick him up.
He's fine. I'll pick him up.
The family is visiting.
Little boy.
Yay.
Here he comes.
Hey, Sam. Look at Sammy. He's so small. He's so small. He's so small.
Give him the licks.
Don't fucking...
Go on, Sammy.
don't.
Give him the licks. Last one, but we did good.
And there's Lil.
We cannot pick up Lil.
Yeah, definitely not picking up Lil.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Oh,
snap.
here we go.
There's a Lil. And Lee. Lil and Lee. Lily and Lil. Lily and Lil.
How you doing?
Lee and Lily. Lil. Fuck!
You know, I used to do this thing where I'd get a random ticket to a movie I've never heard of before. I'd have no expectations, so usually I'd be pleasantly surprised. Oh, that sounds kind of fun. As long as it's not R-rated. Yeah, so the way I do... Why don't we just go to the Familyplex? I cut Julian off, looking over at TJ. The Familyplex? Yeah, you remember that place, right? We'd go there as kids for birthdays and stuff. The old rundown arcade thing at the mall? Yeah. TJ seems to perk up a bit. I haven't been there in like 10 years. That could be a lot of fun. If it's still open. I haven't been to that corner of the mall in a long time. It is. Well, alright then. So should we go there? There's a moment of silence before TJ shifts next to me. Yeah, let's do that. The Familyplex is basically as I remember it. Jesus Christ, this fucking building. Like TJ had said, a good decade had passed since we'd been here, maybe more. But the ugly stained carpet and sickly colored walls still cover the place, a real relic of the 80s and 90s. Still, I'm happy to see TJ's smile as we walk in, his adorably wide eyes scanning the place, as I'm sure he's hit with that same sense of nostalgia. Oh my gosh, everything is exactly the same. The look on Julian's face is slightly less enthusiastic. It even smells the same. I kind of like it, actually. It reminds me of a movie theater. Same. It's really just the popcorn and recycled air from the AC. I realized then what a fucking stick in the mud Julian is, but I ignore him, instead following TJ as we make our way to the machines. Luckily, the place is mostly empty. There's a group of teenagers being loud and annoying over the air hockey tables, but otherwise, we have the place to ourselves. For a moment, we just stand there, then Julian reaches into his pocket. You guys want to chip in some money, and I can go get us a few rolls of quarters? I take out a 5, and so does Julian, while TJ hands over a 10. Wow, Teach, that's a lot. Yeah, I only have 10s. Besides, we'll go through them fast. We always do. Julian walks off to the front counter while TJ and I wait awkwardly next to the skee-ball ramp. I feel like things wouldn't be so tense if Julian wasn't here, and I feel myself getting progressively annoyed by his presence. I'm about to ask TJ how he's feeling when Julian comes back with 2 rolls of quarters. So we have 2 rolls. You want me to count your shares, or... I shake my head. Doesn't matter. Yeah, we're just here to hang out anyway. TJ takes one of the rolls and tears off the one end. You guys want a skee ball? Sure, you know I've always been pretty good with this game. I take the open roll of quarter. First typo back! Yes, it took 2 games, but we finally found one. Thank God. From TJ, and take one out of my own, inserting it into the neighboring skee-ball machine. There are only 2, and I kind of hope that Julian might just wander away, but he stays right there behind TJ, watching. I sigh and insert my coin, watching as the little balls roll out into the little compartment. Meanwhile, TJ is having a terrible time, each of his balls rolling into the scoreless gutter. I roll my first ball and watch it as it misses the 40 and rolls into the 10 gutter. Aw, don't worry about it, Tej. Want me to show you how? Julian moves next to me and I grit my teeth in annoyance, moving over a bit. The stag flicks the ball expertly down the ramp and it lands squarely in the 40. Wow, on your first try, too. Honestly, I'm out of practice, but I usually go for the hundreds in the corner. How do you do it? Well, Julian grabs a hold of TJ's wrist, and I feel my fur starting to stand up on my neck and shoulders. It's all in the wrist. It's all in the wrist. Oh, it was in the hips. Happy Madison.
Happy Madison. Happy Gilmore. The fucking... That company name has fucked me up so much when remembering that movie. I swear to God. He moves TJ's arm forward before bending the lynx's wrist. Oh, I see. TJ tries again, and this time he gets the 10, but on his second try he lands it in the 50. Nice! Julian holds up his paw, and TJ slaps it loudly. The stag laughs and looks over at me. You alright, Chase? You still got 4 balls. Without a word, I turn back to my machine and huck the ball down the ramp, each one landing in the gutter. Meanwhile, I listen to Julian and TJ celebrate another 50. For the rest of the night, I followed TJ and Julian around, the stag showing the cat how to best play the games. All the while, I stand next to them, dumping my quarters into games I don't even finish. I just want us to run out so we can leave. The drive back is quiet and tense. TJ and Julian asked me multiple times at the Familyplex if I was alright, until I finally told them I just had a headache. That stopped their questioning for the most part, and luckily that prompted TJ to propose we just go back to the motel. I tense up again when he offers Julian to spend the night there, but luckily the stag declines, wanting to go back home to his own bed. As we drive, I notice TJ nodding off, his head bumping the glass of his window. You can lean against me, Tej. TJ's ears flick, flushing a bit. Oh, really? I mean, I don't want to... As an answer, I reach over to clasp the side of TJ's face before I force the lynx's head to lean sideways against my shoulder. TJ stiffens up. I bet. But then he relaxes, and 5 minutes later I can tell that he's fallen into a light sleep. Julian glances over at us occasionally, but doesn't say anything. I lean my cheek against the top of TJ's head. I realize how good it feels to sort of envelop him like this. It feels like I'm protecting him. Fucking possessive ass motherfucker. All those bad, tense feelings from the arcade start to melt away. I can't tell. Okay. Pretty soon I start to drift off as well, the smooth drone of the highway lulling me to sleep. I open my eyes and see the back of a rusty white sedan pulled off to the side of the road. Julian's pulling off as well behind the car. The sun's already set, the sky's faded blue and purple. That's when I realize there's a large coyote standing next to the car, leaned over and looking at the front left wheel. She stands up when our headlights hit her, and she shields her eyes against the light. Janice. Julian shuts his headlights off. Looks like she's got a flat. TJ wakes up, and I'm a bit disappointed to feel him shift off my shoulder. What's going on? Julian's already hopping out of the car, walking up to the now grinning Janice as she sets her paws on her hips. Fuck. I don't want to get Janice's voice wrong. So let's see what it was. I feel like a large portion of these first few episodes is just literally going to be like me rediscovering how bad I am at voice acting. Trust me, I did not forget. Okay, so it's a very, very pleasant voice to hear, I'm sure. Well, now, what are you doing out here, Julie? I could hear her loud, obnoxious voice. Oh, hey, at least I got that part right. He's his movie. He's his movie boy.
All the other dogs were on camera.
He wants to get his screen time. Paying him fucking SAG scale. I can hear her loud, obnoxious voice even with the doors closed. Janice has a flat. I want to go back to sleep until Julian's helped her. TJ shakes his head, shifting himself to open the door, and ooh, shit. He hops out the door. I sigh as he leaves, pushing myself across the seat and jump out as well. Jason Tobias, too! Such a dumb voice. She turns her psychotic grin on us. Oh, good. She's probably high as fuck right now.
Yeah, we were having a night out. Anyway, do you need any help?
Well, you know, Julian, I actually do. I don't have my own jag. Been missing that for the past 15 years.
She seems to have psychotic.
Well, I've got one. Do you have a spare?
Yep, in the back. Hope it's not too flat, too. Haven't had that thing out in a while.
Well, go ahead and pop the trunk, and we'll see what we've got. I'll go get my jack.
Julian jogs back to the truck while TJ and I stand behind Janice's car. Sadly, that's when the old coyote turns her attention on us. "Well, how are you two doing this evening?" "I'm doing well, thanks." "I want to thank you two again for doing all that yard work during your vacation. Seems I'm always out here just needing help." "Oh, it was no trouble at all, ma'am." I'm happy to let TJ do the talking, just wanting to get this all over with as soon as possible so that we can head back to the motel. I squint as Julian's headlights come back on, and he hops out of his truck. Just want to give us a little more light." Janice pops the trunk and lifts it up, revealing a cluttered mess inside. She brushes it all aside and lifts up the flap, revealing an old, rusty spare tire. She nudges at it, testing the air pressure before lifting it out. "Well, it's a little deflated, but it should be enough to get me to Duke's house. I know he's got a few tires I can probably use. If not, I'll just go get him to drive out and buy me one." Julian kneels. "Oh shit, it's a spoofy. There's a spoofy under my chair." Julian kneels down next to Janice's car, setting up the jack. We stand there in silence for a bit, watching the stag as he works. "Speaking of your vacation, that wasn't really a vacation for you, was it, Chase?" My heart sinks a bit as the dumb Yodi turns her attention directly on me. "Huh?" I grunt politely in question, keeping my gaze on Julian to show Janice that I'm definitely not interested in what she has to say. "Well, that grumpy lizard Flynn was telling me about it in the diner a few days back. Something about you wanting to document all the spooky stuff in town." I try to think of a way to keep things uninteresting so she doesn't ask any more questions. Sort of. Mainly I just wanted to find some information on a murder that happened like 100 years ago. Couldn't find much out. "Oh, Flynn made it sound more like one of those ghost documentaries that I like to watch sometimes. I had a few stories for you." I keep my eyes firmly on Julian's paws as he starts to crank the jack. And then TJ nudges me. "Hey, are there any rules against it being a ghost documentary?" I sigh, though I try to keep it quiet for TJ's sake. Well, it's more of a news piece, so a ghost story wouldn't really work, I don't think. "Actually, I've seen segments on the news about ghosts. I don't know if they're serious, but when someone catches something on camera, sometimes they'll play it." I shrug. Well, even if that is the case, it probably won't get me a very good grade. It's better than no grade at all. TJ smiles encouragingly at me, and I can't help but smile back. He always has a way of cheering me up, no matter how bad of a mood I'm in. "That's the spirit. Besides, could just be about the history of it, rather than making it seem real, even if it is real." I sigh again, though. Where's my mouse? Okay. Though this time I don't try to cover it up. Janice either doesn't notice or doesn't care. "So would you like to hear?" Yeah, let me grab my notepad real quick. I walk over to Julian's truck, listening to Janice as she babbles excitedly to TJ about how scary it is. I try to unzip the bag, but the ledge of the truck bed is too tall, so I have to grab the whole fucking thing and trudge it back over to the car. I unzip the side pocket and pull out my notepad and pen, then I stand up straight and look Janice expectantly. Coyote sits on the ledge of the trunk, making the car shift. Julian pauses, eyes wide, as I'm sure he thought the sedan was about to topple off the jack. "Well, let's see. I can start with what my grandpa told me." Yeah, that works. "Actually, that's great, because this happened right here in these very woods." Janice gestures off the side of the road dead to trees. "So my grandpa was taking a walk in there with my grandma, and I want to say sometime in the 40s, right after they were married. They were walking along in one of the little trails in there. And as they started hearing this strange sound in the trees, like something scuttling up and down the branches. They kept looking, but couldn't see anything." TJ hugs himself and rubs his arms and his paws. "Wow, that's creepy." "Oh, that ain't the half of it, Tobias. Now, the thing is, as they kept walking, those sounds followed them, and then..." Janice lowers her voice, and despite my annoyance, I have to draw in a little bit closer to hear her next words. "They started to hear talk." "Hear what talk?"
TJ is fully drawn in by Janice's theatrics, and I have to struggle not to roll my eyes. Well, whatever it was, it started talking down to them. Janice pauses and glances. Another typo, yay. Glances at me, and I make sure not to give her anything, staring glassy-eyed at my notepad. What did it say? Well, just strange things like, you're here, and I see you. Though my grandpa said he wasn't even sure if it was talking to them, really. He said that when it started to just... He said that when it just started to laugh, that's when he and Grandma started running. Even then, it followed them. Even then, it followed them. He said it sounded like it was rising in the air and landing from tree to tree, following them until they got out. At this point, TJ is just frowning, and I have to force myself to jot down these stupid notes. What was it? Janice shrugs. Dunno. Grandpa only told me the story once when he wouldn't go on a family walk in the forest. I asked him why, and he told me. Asked Grandma too, but she just pretended she couldn't hear me. Thing is, my grandpa's not a liar, that I can promise you. I scribble on the notepad, pretending to write all this down. Oh, he said that it sounded mechanical, kind of like it was coming through a machine or a computer, like that really happened, like the computers that were around in the 40s. You know, the ones that were like it's the size of a fucking room. Like, you want to be grateful for your fucking smartphone? Look at what computers used to be back in the day. Not so far back that they were literal people computing, but like mechanical computers, they were like 10 by 14 foot. Like, holy shit. The fact that we have phones this fucking small that are more powerful than that. Those computers back in the day were about this, had the power capacity of like a fucking, like a floppy drive or some shit, and most y'all don't even know what the fuck that is. That's weird, because they didn't really have those back then. See, she might be fucked up on heroin, meth, cocaine, whatever, but at least she knows what the fuck time it is. A moment of silence goes by as I wait for Janice to go on. When she doesn't, I look up. So, that's it? Oh yeah, did you think they'd actually see something? I shrug. Anything else? Janice thinks. Well, there's this bear up the road named Brian. Oh! Brian! No, nobody, no. Well, there's this bear up the road named Brian. One time he told me a story about seeing some aliens around here, UFOs and such. This time I can't stop my eyes from rolling, but again, Janice either doesn't see or ignores it. Said back when he was a teenager, he saw a flying saucer as he was passing by the lake. I don't even bother to move my pen, but Janice keeps going. You know, I was listening to this podcast. Ye olde fucking backwoods podcast. You know what that was? That was your fucking family that wouldn't just shut the fuck up. That was your podcast. The hell is it? Okay, I was listening to this podcast on podcast1.com, Steve Austin show, you know, Talk is Jericho. You know, those radio shows on the internet. There you go. There you fucking go. That's what you should have called it first, you fucking... Oh yeah, I love listening to those when I work out. You listen to a podcast when you work out? How the fuck? I don't know. I don't even understand people who like working out, so how the fuck am I supposed to... Well, there's this paranormal one that I listen to that really goes in depth on this kind of stuff. And you know, we've all heard the story about gold in a quartz deposit. Yep. Well... Janice lowers her voice, leaning in like she's discovered the best-kept secret in the entire world. In the podcast, they were going on about how places with lots of quartz end up being more haunted. You know why? I don't say anything. Do TJ chimes in. Why? Well, the quartz captures stuff from the past, like really emotional, angry stuff, and sometimes, when things line up just right, they play it back. Only when they do, it's all twisted up and mixed with awful stuff. Makes what you see really awful and horrible looking. But you know... Janice pauses again. What? I think there's more to it than that. I think there's something with a conscious mind behind all here, Neko. I finally have to break in. Has anything happened to you, specifically? You know, it's better if I have something straight from the source rather than secondhand. Janice finally goes quiet, then eyes flicking down to look at the ground. Julian, meanwhile, has pulled off the tire and is fitting the spare in place. Well, maybe. I grit my teeth. What do you mean? Janice lets out a soft, mirthless chuckle. Let's just say I've seen things I've promised not to tell anyone about, Chase. I can't tell if she's joking or not, so I just go along with it. Oh, you order hitting on someone. Maybe, Chase. TJ stands there, a mortified expression on his face. I look down at my camera bag. Well, I think it might be a good time to get some footage of the trees in there while there's still a little light. If I'm going to do the whole ghost story thing, then I better give a horror movie vibe. Oh, well, that sounds wonderfully spooky. I start toward the tree line, then look back at TJ. You want to come with? Oh. TJ looks back at Janice and Julian, the latter of which is screwing in the tire. Go on, TJ, give him some company in there, especially after I've told all y'all that spooky story. Ha 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 ha. Janice cackles, causing the car to shake again. Besides, I don't mind keeping Julian company in the meantime. Julian grunts as he keeps his focus on the tire. Well, okay. With that, TJ and I cross the ditch into the forest, following the little trail that weaves through the trees. As the darkness of the forest engulfs us, I look back at TJ and see him timidly moving along, looking at the trees nervously. I grin. Oh, motherfucker. Are you scared? TJ looks over at me with a start. Oh, he lets out a soft laugh. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I pause, waiting for the lynx to catch up to me, then I hold out my paw to him. He stares at it for a moment, as if not comprehending what it is. I stubbornly keep it outstretched. No one's gonna see. TJ seems to think for a moment, and I see the lynx wipe his paw on his pants quickly before reaching out to take mine. I pull TJ along through the forest, glancing up occasionally to see if I can find a patch of sky sufficient enough to get the shot I want. Don't worry, man. You know I saw something in here, too. What? TJ's busy looking off into the trees, his ears perked, listening. Yep, when I was a kid, I thought I saw a fox hanging from the trees. Oh my gosh, please don't tell me this right now! I frown. Listen, what I realized is that sometimes people hallucinate things. I'd rather just not talk about it right now. All I'm saying is that the stories that Janice told us aren't real. And even if they are, most people hallucinated. That's it. Well, sure, but that doesn't mean I won't still freak out if I do see something. I squeeze the lynx's paw in mine, shaking it around a little. No, you've got me if that happens. TJ squeezes back. There's a slight resistance in his grasp, though, as if he's trying to pull back from me while at the same time holding on to me. Chase, have you been feeling alright? I feel fine. I stop in the path, looking up at the little patch of dusty sky above me, almost spherical and perfect for the shot that I'm gonna get. Because you seem a little bit off, especially when you were at the family plex. And I know we've all been a little off since what happened. I mean, I was feeling really, really weird the past few days. I set the bag on the path, unzipping the main compartment and pulling out the camera. Maybe you're feeling the same way I was? Oh, okay. I shrug, turn the camera on. I feel fine, Tej. TJ suddenly places a paw on my arm that gives me a pause. Chase, are you sure? He's looking at me directly in the eye, his paw pads warming the fur and skin under them, chasing away the chill of the evening.
It's his wide blue eyes that catch my attention, though. They're sincere, kind, and full of love. It's then that I realize what TJ's trying to tell me. After all this this time we spent together over the week, getting to know each other better, talking about our future plans, until now that I realize. I stand up straight, facing the links more directly, a soft smile on my lips. TJ looks up at me, eyes looking over my face as if searching for something. I lean in and kiss him. My God! It lasts a moment. Our lips meet, mine on his for the first time. It's a moment of pure bliss, and I close my eyes to show the links just how passionate I am about it. I feel his lips freeze up against mine, then suddenly they're gone. I open my eyes in time to see TJ stumbling backwards. One paw flies up to to his mouth as the other stretches out behind himself as if he's worried he's going to run into the trees. I guess I surprised him. I smile and follow the cat, reaching out my paws. You alright? As I reach him, he pushes my paws away. I frown. What? What was that? TJ's Oh, sorry. What was that? TJ's whispering put a loud sort of whisper, almost deafening in the quiet forest. What do you mean I kissed you, I kissed you, TJ. I love you. The look of pure shock and horror on TJ's face stuns me. What? What are you talking about? TJ, you're asking really dumb questions right now. You heard me. I feel myself getting a little irritated. I just bared my soul to him, and now he's acting like I just told him a terrible secret. But you mean like a friend? No, I mean like a boyfriend, a lover. I reach out again, but this time TJ twists away from me and then starts to back the way we came from. I follow him. How come? I can see his rapid breathing, his wide eyes like a cornered animal. I feel myself getting angrier. What do you mean, how come? Do I need to explain it to you? TJ keeps backing up and I see what looks like fear in his eyes. I don't understand it at all. He starts to turn around, but I grab his arm. Hey, you flirt with me all fucking week and you're asking why? What the fuck are you talking about? Chase, let me go. Tries to pull away weakly, but I yank forward so hard his teeth clack together in front of my face. Okay, this is all kinds of not okay. I don't like this. He gasps. You make eyes at me across the table at the diner while we're doing yard work at Janice's house, and you don't get why. Why the hell am I getting so angry? Let me go! TJ's still whispering. God damn it, but it's getting louder. You were just leading me on. I feel my voice break as it rises in volume as well. What is happening? Why am I doing this? Is this a dream? Were you leading me the fuck on, TJ? I don't want to scream that right now. I see tears brimming in TJ's eyes as he looks away from me like a kid who just got caught doing something wrong. Do I need to tell you again? TJ, I fucking love you, and this is how you treat someone you love. That's great. I've known it since I picked you up from college. Listen to me. I pulled him closer, but as I do, he lashes out. I see a flash of light, and the next thing I know, TJ's escaped my grasp. My paw is still stuck out in the air as I watch the lynx disappear through the trees. Soon the sounds of his footsteps fade as well, and I'm left alone in the deathly quiet forest. I stare for a long time, listening to the nothingness, maybe waiting for TJ to come back, or for Julian to come up the path to beat me up. But nothing happens. I don't know how long I stand there, but when I look up, I see that it's even darker. I numbly lift the camera with my other hand, still holding onto it like I was when I kissed TJ. Slowly I walk over to the bag, kneel down, putting the camera away. That's when I feel the nape of my neck prickle. TJ? I look back hopefully, but the path is empty. The forest, though. The trees and branches leave that outline the path just before it curves out of sight. Just 15 feet ahead of me. Oh god, what's about to happen? Even my laptop is starting to fucking freak out. There's a shape in the trees. A shape of legs, arms, a torso, and maybe a head. The shadow figure seems to blend into the leaves, almost melting into the twilight. I blink hard, but then when I open my eyes, the figure's still there, unmoving. unchanged. That's when I realized that even though I'm holding my breath, I can still hear breathing.
What did you just say?
I didn't catch all of it, but something about getting all the exercise for the day just by going up and down the damn stairs.
It comes from the direction of the shape, even though it doesn't move at all. It looks like a painting. Slowly, I stand up. It doesn't move. I start to walk forward, and that's finally when it changes. It starts to melt back into the trees, but the branches and leaves don't move. It moves through them. Then, as I reach the bend in the path, it fades into nothing. But the breathing continues. I look around, finally, and see that it's gotten dark to the point that I can hardly make anything out. Everything that you see is twisted from what it once was. But what is it? It was something once, just like I was. Nothing here is obligated to make sense to you. But what does it want? What does anything here want? The only thing you know for sure is that it's evil. And just like that, I'm running up the rest of the path, feeling as the branches are clawing at me, trying to pull me back into the forest. And still, the breathing continues just over my shoulder, growing ragged with my own, following me, chasing me. I feel it closing in on me, gasping, taking on a robotic tone as if someone's taking their last breaths through a phone. And I'm the one on the other end listening to it. The crackling breath hisses out and then rises into a screech of static and noise, and I break through the trees, landing in the ditch and jamming 2 fingers in the process as I throw my paws out to catch myself. I don't care, though. I scramble out of the ditch, gasping for breath. I look up, hoping to see TJ, Julie, and even Janice, but no one's there. Both cars are gone. I'm left alone on the road, in the silence and darkness. Ooh. It's not a town I'd want to walk home alone in. Jesus Christ. I walk back to the motel alone. I hope to see Julian's truck in the parking lot when I get there, but it isn't. Instead, there's the typical 2 or 3 cars along with my own. I still have hope that as I make my way to the door, maybe TJ will be in the bathroom taking a shower. Maybe he'll already be asleep. Maybe he'll be awake and we just forget about what happened. Chat until it's late. Order a pizza like we did at Carl's house. But as I press the key card to the lock and it flashes green, I open the door. I don't see TJ at all. It's dark and empty. That's finally when I realize that TJ's left me as well. My mind is blank as I walk through the motel room, only then realizing that I left the camera in the forest. I don't care, though. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. I curl up on the bed and cry for a long time. I don't care how loud I am. I'm sure if anyone here hears it, they've heard worse. The employee at the front desk probably hears it every week because that's just the way this town is. I fall asleep. When I wake up, I can't move. I feel like this is a different update, but we'll just play it out for a little bit, see what happens. I don't care, though. It doesn't matter anymore. Even though I know better, I open my eyes. Weirdly enough, the motel is as I left it, disheveled with the lights on. Nothing horrible at all, until I hear footsteps at the base of my bed. I brace myself for it, but I keep my eyes open. The spooky music, man. It's my least favorite person in all these games, the spooky music man. I don't know why. I guess it feels like I'm punishing myself for what I did to TJ. I lay there on my side, curled up and waiting as the footsteps make their way around the bed. I don't know what I expect my mind to conjure up. Maybe the demon in the forest, the evil electric creature that breathed into my ear as I ran from it, jumping from tree to tree behind me. But what I didn't expect to see was a small, old Kit Fox in a button-up shirt and tie. I watch as he sets a card down on the little table next to my bed. I get a moment to see a silver ring on his finger, and worn black claws. Then he picks up a bottle from the table that isn't there and takes a swig from it. Then he moves over to the closet rod, clothes that I don't recognize hanging from it. He's got a cord of some kind in his oh God, no. 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 I don't. No. He starts to tie it up on the... No. God. The first episode back, and this is what happens? Really? Fucking... You wonder why I fucking stopped doing this shit. You can read it for you. Starts to tie it up on the rod, while the other end gets tied around his neck. You know what the fuck's about to happen. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I know what he's doing. You know, I try to close my eyes, but something seems to hold them open. This is too real. The fox... That's what I'm fucking thinking. The fox braces himself against the wall, and I see his face clearly. Kind, weary, hopeless. Then he sits. He doesn't completely sit because the cord pulls taut and he's left with his legs at a loose slant on the ground. I see his eyes bulge, turning red, and at the same time, those eyes meet mine. I think he sees me. I gasp and sit up in the bed, but he doesn't disappear. He lingers. It's only when he starts to go into convulsions that he begins to fade away. I hug my knees, my back pressed against the headboard of the bed as the fox continues to stare at me and then completely disappears. It was real. It was real. Was. Something's different. Something's wrong in the air. A sound from the bathroom makes me look over at the closed door. Something's in there. Automatically, I get up. It's like I'm not in control of my body anymore. It's like I'm still in a dream, even though I know I'm not. I get to the door and stand there a little while, listening to the breathing inside, and then I open it. I stand there for a while, staring in. The light from the room pours into the bathroom. It didn't have to show me anything out of the ordinary. I feel it, though. There's an energy in here pulling me in. Slowly, I step inside, looking around, my heart hammering in my chest. I'm not scared. Not anymore. It's a sort of anticipation instead of fear, like I've been waiting for this ever since I got to Echo. I don't know if I believe in ghosts now, but I know what's happening in here is real. I wait, feeling the cold tiles of the bathroom against the pads on my feet. I'm not sure how long I stand there in complete silence. Could be anywhere from 1 minute to 10, but that's finally when I get an answer. Close the door, close the door. I don't hear anything, but I feel it. And I feel it coming from my left. I look to my right, I'm a fucking idiot. I look, but I don't see anything. This isn't like those other times when I'd hear him inside my head. No, the voice inside me is hiding right now, like even he's afraid of this. Still, I sense it. And even though I start to feel that fear again, I reach out for the door. Close it, close it, close the door. Close it, close it, close the door. For a brief moment, I have a sudden realization of where I am, what I'm doing, and what's happening, but that's not enough to stop me. There's a haze over my mind, over everything, like I'm in a deep, dark dream that I can't come up from. I think I've lost my mind, or I'm dead. Either way, it doesn't matter anymore. I push the door closed, but not fully, leaving just a crack of light in, so that through the mirror I can see the outline of the fur of what's on the left side of my head. But as I'm looking at that, I start to get the feeling that it's not me in the mirror. I look shorter, smaller. Something's wrong with my face. I can almost see what looks like the corner of a mouth stretched all the way across the jaw. I don't like elongated mouths. Just like I saw in the diner bathroom 5 days ago. I didn't like that picture. Hope I don't see that shit again. I don't know. It feels so long. But it's then that I realize the presence I feel is coming from this thing in the mirror. We stare at each other for a long time, the fear rising and rising until it's almost overwhelming. But my feet won't move.
My mind won't reason with what's happening. I'm in a nightmare. This is real. The mirror whispers at me. I see the grotesque mouth move with the raspy, whispering words. Slowly, I move a little closer to the mirror, ducking my head down a bit, reaching up to touch my cheek, where I see the widened gash of a mouth. The reflection does the same, but when I touch my face, I only feel smooth fur, even as the fingers in the mirror brush against the opening. What's happening? I ask myself. The reflection responds. What's been happening for eons was supposed to happen to everyone else in this town, but you stopped it. What? Coming back here with your secret almost started it, but now that everyone's about to find out. What are you talking about? This town might actually survive if they find out. Find out what? I bring both paws to press up against the sides of my face, as if to cover the gaping mouth. You know what? I squint at the reflection, trying to figure out why it looks so familiar. Sydney? There's a raspy rustling sound, and I see the thing in the mirror shake, its head twitching from side to side, far too fast to be anything of this world. Take a step back. Dread rises in my chest. No, this was supposed to be over. I'm not supposed to see things anymore. You always knew they were wrong. Always knew that what you saw was real. Nothing normal about this. But it's not me seeing things again that's got me feeling the way I do, no. What secret are you talking about? Again, that raspy sound of rustling leaves, sounding old and forgotten. That's what it feels like I'm talking to. Something old, monolithic, and ancient. You don't need me to tell you. I grasp my shirt, twisting the fabric in my paws, feeling like I might panic, that I might go insane. Already insane. But how is anyone gonna find out? No one knows. You know that's not true. Who was responsible for the cruel joke? I swallow hard. Someone knows. No, that was something else. They didn't know. It was a stupid prank on me to make me look bad, to ruin our vacation. Vacation, is that what I'm on right now? That thought is foolish, and you know it. It was definitely foolish. And you know who it was, and after what you did to him. I see myself pinning the lizard in the parking lot, holding back from pounding his face into nothing. He's gonna tell everyone. No. I hear myself whine, feeling like a child, like a small creature in the mirror. Yes, one less. I wait, feeling tears well up in my eyes, knowing that my life is about to change forever. The silence drags on until I finally break it. What? I can help you keep the secret. Wait a while longer, but the reflection stays quiet. I get the sense that this time is going faster than I perceive. I get the sense that time is going faster than I perceive it. My legs aching from standing here rigidly on the cold tile floor. Help me? I can tell you what you can do to keep things the way they are. I feel a small ray of hope pierce through the towering cloud of impending doom in my chest. How? There's a dark pause for a moment that marks an in-between, between what was and what's about to become. I know things can't truly stay the way they were. They are. They never do. Another split in my life, just like what happened years ago. Finally, the thing speaks, and I hear exactly what I expect. Do the same to the lizard. I swallow, feeling myself resisting, rejecting the idea, unless you want them all to know your secret. But how do I know it was him? He sounded like he had no idea what we were doing.
He is deceptive. A liar. His entire family has always been.
But I can't. If I don't know for sure.
Show him the note. You'll see his reaction. The truth.
My paw drifts to my pocket, feeling the gentle outline of the folded paper. Who are you? The rustling leaves again, and I realize that while this might be Sydney, it's something more than Sydney. It doesn't answer me. We stand there for a long time again, minutes, hours, I don't know. Why would you help me?
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry.
Immersion breaking. This time the answer is immediate.
This town needs secrets.
Why? Again, no answer, and I stand there for what feels like hours as I continue to stare at the small, disfigured creature. I get the feeling that it's starting to move independent from me. That thought scares me, and I lift my paws. I'm relieved to see the reflection do the same, but as soon as I touch my face, I feel the corner of my mouth stretched up to my ears. In a sudden burst of panic, I lunge for the light switch to flip it on. I'm stunned as I'm bathed by blinding yellow light, and I have to shut my eyes for a moment before opening them. I see myself in the mirror as I've always been, staring back blearily. My eyes are bloodshot, and my figure seems to sag with exhaustion. I stand there for a while, feeling my mind cloud up even more as I go over what just happened. Then a violent shiver comes over my body like I'm suffering a high fever. I feel sick.
Hey, Movie. Do you feel sick?
I do. My skin is sensitive and my joints are sore, and after a moment, I move back to the motel room. I could see that it's light outside through the curtains. How long was I in there? It must have been hours. I don't care, though. Still shivering, I head for the closet closest bed, sliding under the covers in my clothes and laying my head against the pillow. I realize then that this is Jenna's bed, and I can smell her perfume, along with a faint scent of fox musk on the pillow. Where was she again? I can't even remember, though, through the haze in my head. I think I fall asleep, but I'm not sure. A sudden knock at the door makes me jump. I curl up tighter under the covers, hoping that I just dreamt it, or that whoever is outside just goes away. Then the knock again, followed by Leo's voice.
Otter, you in there?
I cringe, squeezing my eyes shut, having completely forgotten about him. Why has he chosen to show up now? I lay still for a moment, then he yells again, which makes me jump out of the bed, cringing at the pain in my joints. Groggily, I stumble to the door, leaning against it for a moment as I feel lightheaded, trying to gather myself. Finally, I fix my face into a tired smile before opening the door. There he is, the updated Leo. Leo stands there, his ears perked, eyes wide as if he hadn't expected me to open the door.
Oh, hey, Chase. You alright?
He reaches out to rest upon my shoulder, looking me over. Yeah, I was up all night doing my project. I left it until the last minute. I'll give him a sheepish grin. Leo clicks his tongue at me.
Isn't that due tomorrow? And aren't you driving home all day today?
I shrug. I'll be fine.
If you say so, Otter.
He continues to stare at me with a look of concern. What's up?
Well, I guess I'm just sorry that I haven't been around more this week. I guess I was just being a bit unfair to you.
I racked my brain for a reason why Leo's apologizing to me, or how exactly he'd been unfair to me.
I guess I've been a bit down because you weren't talking to me as much as I thought you would.
Oh. Had Leo been avoiding me all week? I hadn't even noticed. Oh. Well, it's alright. I was wondering why you hadn't texted me. I'd been missing you. His ears flatten, and I see a look of shame cross his face.
Could have texted me too, you know.
I didn't want to bother you. I could tell you weren't all that happy. Leo lets out a big sigh, letting his shoulders droop.
I'm sorry, Chase. I guess I
I felt kinda shitty after what Flynn did. Then you just kinda went quiet.
I scratched the back of my head. Yeah, I can't deny that he kinda ruined the vibe of the whole trip. But I really should have called you afterwards. I'm sorry, too.
Yeah, my dad did call me to work every day, so I guess it would have been hard to work things. I guess it would have been hard to work things out anyway.
Sounds kind of familiar. He's still making you work weekends, too?
Usually, yeah.
Leo looks past my shoulder into the motel room.
Anyway, when I texted Jenna, it sounded like something was wrong. I guess she's already back in Pueblo?
I shrug. Yeah, I think the tension got to her in the end, and she took off early. She was complaining about Flynn the entire time she was here. Leo lets out another big sigh.
Great. He's been acting strange too.
Oh yeah? I silently hope that the wolf isn't going to ask to be let in.
Yeah, driving around, acting all shady. That's actually what made me want to visit you, see if everything was okay. Carl isn't even responding to me.
I'm good. Just tired and stressed out.
Is Teach here?
He's actually hanging out with an old friend in Peyton right now. Once he comes back, we're going to start driving back. I was actually in the middle of a nap.
Oh, sorry. Want to get back to that then?
I smiled guiltily. Yeah, that'll probably be for the best. Don't want to nod off on the road, you know.
Of course.
He looks at me hesitantly.
Listen, I know that this was going to be your last time getting together before we all split off, but you want to try this again in the future, and maybe over the summer when you don't have school to worry about. I feel like we left a lot unsaid. It didn't have to be everyone, and maybe this time I'll just tell Flynn not to come around.
I smiled back at Leo. Yeah, that sounds good. I think that'd be great. That'd be a great time. Leo smiled back, looking genuinely relieved and happy.
That's so good to hear. I'll be sure Dad knows that I want the week off.
Good luck with that. Now I'll let TJ and Jenna know.
Thanks, Chase.
Leo stands there for a moment and then steps forward to give me a hug. Hug back tightly before letting him go. I stand in the doorway until Leo's van pulls out of the parking lot, heading in the direction of the highway, probably on his way to work. Once he's gone, I deflate, feeling as if that one conversation had been equal to hours of hard labor. Still, watching him go, I get a sense of sadness, like that was the last time we'd see each other the way we are now. I stumble back to the bed, almost falling before I catch myself on the edge with both paws. I stare at the square patterns on the comforter, feeling a little sick. For a moment I hear whispers coming from the dark bathroom, but I don't even look up to see if I can see that figure in the mirror. I wish I'd closed the door, but I'm not going near that place again. So I just curl back up on the bed, facing away from the bathroom, closing my eyes. I'd gotten bored of skipping rocks pretty quickly. Leo was so good at it, he could skip them over the water 5 times before they sunk. Even Jenna could do at least 3. This sounds vaguely familiar. Did I open up an old save file? Mine would splat once and sink like the stones they were. Hey, you're talking about rocks, and I just realized that this actually could be a good skipping rock. It's quite flat. But I ain't doing that. That thing bought that for Bri. After Leo laughed at my last one, I glared and decided to go into the lake where no one else could go. Ooh, all good feeling just left my body. Hey, not in the way of the rocks, you're gonna get hit. Leo telling me to be careful only made me more angry, and I cut through the water far below the surface so they couldn't see me. I'll go back in the direction where we came from, wondering if Sydney and Toby are in the shallows, that I might be able to surprise them. Oh no, is this... When I come around the curve in the beach, I see that they are in fact in the shallows. But I can tell immediately that something isn't right. Toby's flat on his stomach in the shallows. Sydney is sitting on his back.
Toby has just enough room so that his head barely sticks out of the water. As I poke my head up, I can hear the cat sobbing. Sydney isn't saying much at all. He's got a strange look on his face. It's a look that I've seen before, like the time he'd covered Toby's mouth and nose when he'd had him pinned down and we'd had to pull them apart. That same look when he'd thrown a dirt clod with a rock in it at the lynx's head. A look that was determined, almost empty, but completely fascinated with what he was doing. Almost like he liked it. Something about this situation scared me, though. The other times we'd been here to help separate them or stop Sydney from going too far, but now it looked like he was trying to kill the cat. Every now and then a wave would slosh over Toby's mouth and nose and he'd yell and struggle frantically begging Sydney to get off, but Sydney just sat there, enamored with his own cruelty. He was going to kill Toby, just like he killed his dad. My vision blurs as I go under and speed towards them. I leap out of the water to knock Sydney off the lynx as hard as I can. Sydney falls back into the water before quickly pushing himself back up. I see the look of horror on his face, not at what I'm about to do to him, but because he got caught doing something bad. Not just bad, but weird and scary and something that no one should ever do, not even if you're a kid. I don't think you could ever explain why he liked doing it. That look imprints itself on my mind. TJ runs off. Now he's TJ. I don't know where to. I try to get Sydney to tell me what he was doing for a while. I don't remember exactly what happens, but I get angry. I throw a punch. It misses and hits him in the throat instead. He lets out a hard cough, reaching up with both paws to clutch at his neck. He manages to stumble to his feet without using his paws, his Luce Lobo swim trunks wetly clinging to his legs. I don't give him a chance to stand for long. I tackle him again and grab his head, shoving it under water. Oh, God. He scrambles frantically. I feel a dark satisfaction in my chest at the way I can hear his screams through the bubbling of his exhaling breath. I finally let him go after a good 10 seconds, and he comes up gagging and choking. He starts to scramble away on his paws and knees before getting up. I see snot hanging from his nose and chin as he stumbles, snorting out water, and I can tell he's about to cry. I don't remember Sydney's voice. There's no way I could remember Sydney's voice. Fuck, how am I even supposed to find an episode that has Sydney in it? There isn't a single fucking episode that gives any indication that Sydney makes an appearance, even though I know they appear. And I'd rather not just start randomly clicking on shit trying to find which one happens to open.
Hello, everyone. My name is...
Which one happens to open with that scene at the truck. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to give him a fucking...
You tried to kill me! I'm telling Leo, you tried to murder me!
So that was it. For some reason, the way he immediately tried to put that on me was then that I believed he was trying to kill TJ. Maybe not even on purpose. Maybe just waiting for it to accidentally happen. I don't know. But now he was gonna make everyone think I'm a murderer. He at least attempted. Even though we all know he did it. He stumbles away and I go after him, grabbing him.
He's trying to kill me!
His voice is weak and so is his body. Especially in the water. Poke my head up through the waves in front of the others. Otter, move! We're gonna hit your head! I shrug my shoulders, dipping under the water again so that I can hug myself and tremble alone. Again. Time passes in a way that I'm not familiar with. 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 hours pass when my phone starts to ring. There's something ominous about it. Ominous. Something I can't explain. But I feel it deep in my bones, like the arthritis in my fucking ankles. Like the aches in my joints. Oh, okay. I open my eyes and see my phone just a foot in front of my face, vibrating over and over. I see the blank contact image on the screen with the name Julian under it. Lovely. Oh, hey, he's a fly. Hello, fly friend. Hope to God Spoofy doesn't see you, otherwise he's gonna dive bomb the fucking wall. That fly has been in our fucking their basement for a while. And every time Spoof see it, he goes fucking nuts trying to get at it. For a moment I wonder why I have his number, why I have his name attached to it. Then I remember it's because we'd exchanged numbers during the scavenger hunt, so that I could call him to meet up. Slowly I reach out and press the green button to answer. I raise it to my ear, waiting, but only getting silence on the other end. Hello?
Hey, Chase.
I think that's his voice. I'm tired of fucking searching around for all my stupid voices. Oh, he sees himself in the mirror. Oh God, please don't attack the mirror just because you think there's another dog in it. Julian's voice sounds hesitant. Like he's not really sure about what he's doing. Like he doesn't know me. Yeah?
Hey, something happened that I thought you, or at least someone should know about.
I slowly sit up, the blanket falling away from my shoulders. What's up?
Well, TJ spent the night over at my place after what you did.
Julian's voice takes on a hard edge, and for a moment I'm not sure what he's talking about. Then I remember the forest and what happened there. For some reason, the thought doesn't create that horrible for some reason the thought doesn't create that horrible empty guilt I felt yesterday. In fact, I feel nothing.
Anyway, we got him a bus ticket back to CCU, or we were hanging out until the departure time, which was an hour ago now.
Yeah?
Oh, that lizard guy showed up. Flynn, he showed up at my house. I don't know how he knew where I lived, but I think Janice told him. Mart skips a beat. Anyway, he wanted to talk to TJ, and eventually TJ told me that I could just wait inside, so I did, and after a while, when I looked, they were gone.
Gone?
Yeah, and so is his truck. I'm pretty sure TJ went with him, but I don't know. They were both acting really strange, so I don't really feel good about it. TJ won't respond to my texts either.
I see.
So, since your number is the only one I have from your friend group, I thought I should tell you so you can let the others know too.
Alright, I'll do that.
Alright.
There's a pause, but I'm already getting up looking for my keys.
I'll probably check things out myself before my shift today. You know where Flynn lives?
I can tell that the Buck doesn't really trust me with this information, and why would he? I don't care, though. Yeah, he's on Shefford Street. Janice will probably be able to point out where it is for you, but I'm heading over now.
Let me know if you find anything out.
I will. Later.
Bye.
I feel my heart rate picking up speed as I finally find my keys under my backpack on the table. I snatch them up and jog out of the motel, the heat of the afternoon sun coming over me in a wave. I realize then how late it is. I'd been in the motel for nearly a full day, but to me it felt like only a few hours, if that. I should be on the highway right now, if not already back in Pueblo. But I realize that none of that matters now. As I sit down in the oven-like heat of my car, I see it staring at me from the back seat. I'm not afraid of it, at least not right now. It means that I'm on the right track, I think. I'm doing what I was meant to do.
Do you know what he's talking about, Spoof? Do you have any fucking clue what's going on right now? No? You never do. You have no fucking clue what's happening. You're just going through life according to what happens to you. It's admirable and too scary to emulate.
I know where Flynn and TJ are. He probably thinks that's the best place to get the truth out of TJ. His truck sits there in a small parking lot alone, gleaming in the setting sun. I pull up right next to it to look inside. Empty. I park and shut off the engine, jumping out and jogging towards the faint trail through the sagebrush.
I know exactly where to go. It's the lake. Instead of turning right like we did yesterday to get to the boulder, I take a left. I haven't been on this part of the beach in over a decade, not since it happened. I know this is the right direction, though, and soon enough I see the bend on the beach that turns into the shallows that we'd played in so many times. I also see an odd set of tracks leading in that direction. Flynn's footprints, not hard to recognize with their long clawed toes, but there's another pattern next to them. They aren't footprints, but drag marks, like Flynn had been dragging something next to him. I pick up the pace and start to run, breath catching in my throat, that feeling of not being able to turn back looming over me like a dark fog. The water and sand around me is starting to tinge a soft red with the setting sun. For a moment I wonder what would happen if I stop. What if I turn back instead of turning this corner? I know that my life would turn out very, very differently if I do. That thing in the mirror, the town, it told me so, but I feel like I'm on a set of train tracks cutting through the desert with no alternative path to speak of. And I've been on this track ever since I decided that I needed to protect TJ. As I turn the corner, I see them immediately. TJ is sitting on the beach, his knees drawn up to his chest as he stares downward. Flynn is standing over TJ, his paws on his hips, looking down at the cat. Looks like he'd been thrown there by the lizard, and I finally feel rage replace the anticipation and fear. It's finally gonna happen. And now I want it to. Hey! I can't be yelling. I don't know who all's here in the house. It could be no one, it could be everyone. Right now, it seems pretty quiet, but well, as long as I'm living here, you're not getting any bombast out of me. Flynn immediately whirls around, eyes wide as he spots me sprinting towards him. He takes a step back as I get closer, but I skid to a stop 10 feet away, glaring at him as my paws clench into fists. What in the hell are you doing? I scream at him, wanting to let him know just how pissed I am. Feels good, finally not being afraid or worried about what's going to happen. Because now I know there's no other option. They keep saying this, and I keep expecting a fucking choice to pop up. Because there has to be a good and bad ending. Good and bad. So there's going to be a choice at some point. Unless we've already gone on that path, or if there's only one, I don't fucking know. Flynn looks taken aback for a moment, looking me up and down before he straightens up. He hasn't forgotten about what happened between us yesterday, and I can tell that he's afraid of me.
Get the fuck out of here, Chase. This isn't about you.
Wow, that voice did not work at all. You fucking bet it is. I look at TJ, who would really benefit from having multiple sprites at this point, but goddammit, the game is still in development, give it a break. And he's gone back to staring at the ground, expression vacant. What are you doing to him?
I'm not doing anything to him except asking him some questions.
About?
You know exactly what about.
He's trying to confirm your secret. Ooh, spooky voices.
Get away from him. I say each word with deliberation, taking a few steps closer to the lizard. Flynn steps back again, but only with one foot. He doesn't back away any further.
You stay the fuck away from me, Chase. And what the hell have you been doing this whole week?
Flynn seems to grow a little more confident with that. What do you mean? I stop and cross my arms, waiting.
What I asked yesterday. And after what happened to Carl, I think I'm owed a fucking explanation.
I feel the anger rise up even more in my chest. You want an explanation after the shit you've been pulling? Flynn once again looks taken aback by my anger.
The hell you talking about?
My palm moves to my pocket. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The fucked up scavenger hunt that you sent us on that you started with Carl. Flynn gapes at me. What? I feel some of my resolution dissolve as the lizard's face looks completely bewildered. He's lying. Anger swells up once again. Quit fucking lying to me. I know what you did, and I know what you think happened. Okay. Flynn steps forward. Chase, get the fuck out of here. This isn't about you. TJ's telling me what's happened. I look down at TJ again, at that vacant stare. What did he tell you? Leave! This isn't about you! Flynn walks up to me, giving me a hard shove in the chest. I stumble back. Really? I feel my paw reaching into my pocket as if of its own accord. I grasp the note, and even though my nerves fail me as I'm pulling it out, it seems to happen on its own. Then what the hell is this? I unfold the note, ripping the old paper in the process. But it's intact enough when I present it in front of the lizard's face. Flynn's brow furrows in confusion for a moment before he takes it roughly from my paws. He stares at it, eyes scanning the page as if looking at it from all angles. Finally, his eyes flick up to look at me. The fuck is this? He whispers hoarsely, oh. The fuck is this? I look straight back at him, waiting for the expression of familiarity, the guilt, the knowledge of what the piece of paper is his own doing. But instead of what the mirror promised, I get shock and confusion instead. Just like that, I feel my determination break down. It was as if something Can you believe this shit? It was as if something had been driving me to this moment, and that cloud covering my brain breaks for a moment. For a moment, things are clear, and I'm left in a daze. What is this? His voice turns up into a scream, and it's such a horrible sound that I stumbled back. He holds the paper up, showing me, and I stare as if I'd never seen it before. Unlike the other notes, this one is a crude drawing. On the far left of the page, a small stick figure with lynx ears is kneeling on a bench, surrounded by clams and starfish. He's covering his face, tears falling into the sand below. Standing out from the beach, poorly drawn waves spread out across the top of the page to represent the lake. Far below the waves, two figures are connected near the bottom of the page. One has X's for eyes, his legs and arms splayed out, tiny little bubbles coming up from his mouth. Below that figure, another sits below him, grinning mischievously, holding the drowning stick figure down by his tail. As if the picture wasn't descriptive enough, words and arrows label the characters. Toby, sitting on the beach, Sydney, dead in the water, and Chase holding him down. I'd looked at the drawing so many times before, but now to have Flynn be the one to show it to me... But he had to have been the one to draw this. Who else could have done it? But here he was, standing there in a state of shock, just like me. But I could see his expression very quickly morphing into fury. All my plans to confront him, to figure out how he just found out, are thrown out the window. Because he just found out. I'm completely unprepared, and conveniently, the presence that spurred me on has left as well. And it's only now that I realize how stupid this all was. It's like I've been tricked. Chase. Lynn's walking toward me, and his expression is like nothing I've ever seen before. Chase. I can see in his eyes what he's about to do. I back away, stumbling, and that's when he rushes, tackling me to the ground and crushing me into the hard, sharp rocks underneath. Oh, shit. Unlike yesterday, all of my strength and confidence has abandoned me. It's like whatever has been driving me has left me right at this moment, taking several steps back to watch. Like it wanted this to happen all along. Flynn's fists find my face, first one at the right side, and another on the left. Each one brings a flash of light to my vision, and at that moment all sense leaves me. It's kinda nice in a way, like I don't have to be present for the horror that I brought on myself. A few more punches come my way, the impacts like earthquakes in my head. I don't feel any pain. Instead, they leave me feeling stunned, like I've been electrocuted. I feel blood pouring from my nose, like a faucet, though. And soon it fills my mouth with that familiar, metallic taste. You fucking piece of shit, you think you can just play with me like this. His strong, big paws find my neck and start to squeeze. Through blurred vision, I can see him above me, eyes filled with tears glaring down at me with a rage that I didn't think was possible. I'll fucking kill you for this, you little shit. I hear the rustling leaves again, my reflection, Sydney, the town, whatever it is, laughing at me. Vaguely, I wonder if Flynn has been spurred on by it too. We're puppets. Nothing seems real right now. What's happening to me? To Flynn? What's happening between us? It seems impossible. But the breath that's stuck in my throat is very real, and I start to see stars and blackness begin to cloud my vision after the things I've done. I guess I deserve it. I guess this is the appropriate way to go out. Flynn. Soft voice coming from the distance.
It was me. I did it.
Hands come away from my throat, and I take in one massive breath like I'm coming up from the water after being under for far too long. Spit and blood go down my throat and into my lungs, and I roll over, letting out a great cough, spraying the rock in front of my face with dark drops of blood. What? I watch blood drip onto the black, flat rock in a steady rhythm from my nose, having to breath extra hard through my mouth because of it. I said I did it. It was an accident. I pushed him out into the water, and he drowned. And Spoofy's licking my toe right now, and it's extremely distracting.
But I love you too, Spoofy. Where are you? There you are. Oh, it's a Spoofy. It looks like I'm reaching to my dick, but I'm not. Spoof's under the table, and you're such a good boy.
Grab the rock, stumbling to my feet, feeling that old anger. Ugh! Get away from me! Get away! Fuck. He did that thing dogs do when they shake their heads. Right next to... Okay, that was my knee. Okay, so that was fine, but I got scared. He did that, and his ears whipped my nuts. Get out from under fucking... Come over here. Come over here, you fucking asshole. Give me a moment. Whew. I grabbed the rock, stumbling to my feet, feeling that old anger return. He's going to kill Toby. Stop him. Spoof, you fucked with me enough already. Leave me alone. I stumble unsteadily to my feet and turn to see the lizard with his back to me approaching TJ. He will never leave Toby alone, just like Sydney. I stumble after them, hand tightening around the rock, the back of Flynn's head in my sights. What did you say? But you can stop it for good. Break the circle. I'm a few steps away from Flynn when I swing, bringing it down on his head as hard as I can. The sound is awful. Immediately, Flynn bends over, screaming in pain as his paws come up to clutch the back of his head. I swing again, this time glancing off the top of his head, most of my power robbed by the poor angle. Flynn turns to me, then, still crouched low, and tries to tackle me. I stay on my feet for the most part, but I'm pushed back several feet as I grab onto his back for support. And that's when I feel the cold water on my feet.
That's when I grab the lizard under his armpits and start to pull us both out further. Flynn doesn't seem to realize what's happening until the water's up to our knees. He stands up straight and I see the blood running down his face from his head. He's glaring at me, expression wild, gaze clouded. God damn it, I hate living in a fucking place full of bugs. Just like mine. And he takes a swing at me. Lands on my jaw. Pow! Though my head is snapped to the side, another flash fills my vision. I'm able to grab that paw and swing him out further into the lake. Lizard stumbles into the shallows, standing up waist deep, and that's when I throw myself at him with everything I've got. I tackle him into the water, and we're both submerged. I feel a change in Flynn's demeanor. The change as he realizes that he's gone from fighting for the truth to a fight for his life. Claws come out and scratch at my arms, but I ignore it. The cold of the water, stumbling, numbing, I just say any pain that I might have felt. I kick us further out into the lake, my powerful tail and body coming into play, doing what I was built to do. I know I knocked the breath out of Flynn when I barreled into him, so he doesn't have much time before he needs another breath. I'm not going to give it to him. I thrust us both through the water, downward against the rocks and sand below us. He grasps at me, kicking with his feet, and I catch a glimpse of his face then. It's not angry anymore, or clouded. Instead, he stares at me with shock and utter disbelief. Or otter disbelief, because he's getting killed by an otter! I'm killing him, and he realizes it. He also realizes the truth then. I see it in his eyes. What he's wanted to know for the past 13 years, he realizes it in the last minutes of his life. He kicks at me with his feet, his movements becoming even more desperate. His paws move to my neck, trying to choke me again. But it's useless. I already have my breath. I watch bubbles spurt from his muzzle, then all at once, in a gush. His paws go from strangling to pleading. He grabs me over the shoulder, shaking, tugging, looking into my eyes. But I'm relentless. That feeling of not being able to turn back too strong. His muzzle opens, trying to breathe, but only taking in water. His thrashing turns up a notch, scratching my legs with his claws as he kicks even harder. This second burst of desperation only lasts a few seconds, though. His movements growing more and more tired, weaker and weaker. He's not looking at me anymore, eyes staring past me, toward the glimmering surface above. A place I'll never let him see again. His movements become more sporadic, like he's having convulsions. My instincts tell me to let him go, to end this insanity, but my paws don't let me. I close my eyes and press harder. After a few more minutes, I don't feel any more movements. Slowly, I let him go, careful not to look at his face. His body stays still for the most part, moving back and forth gently with the current. I kick to the surface. My limbs numb as I break through the cold air above. I pull myself along through the rocks, gasping and feeling incredibly weak for some reason. My stomach lurches, and for a moment I feel as if I'm going to throw up. I stay there on my hands and knees, staring into the water at my reflection. My face looks blank. For a moment I see the horrible gashed mouth. I know I'm crying, even if the lake water is covering it up. What happened? But as I look up, and I see TJ there, everything comes together. He's on his knees, staring past me, mouth hanging open. Suddenly I remember exactly why it is
it is this all happened. And my chest fills with warmth and love for the cat as I stumble towards him on my knees. TJ doesn't seem to notice me as I wrap my arms around him, pressing his face into my chest. Oh, fuck, that's a thumbnail moment if ever I've seen one. Holy shit. That picture by itself is gorgeous, but the implications, the shit surrounding that is horrifying. I've got you. We're okay. He's not gonna hurt you anymore. I breathe heavily into Lynx's ear as I whisper to him, wanting to let him know that everything's going to be okay. Finally, I feel him shake his head against my body. Chase. Why? Because he knew. He was never going to leave us alone. He tried to kill us. I kissed the top of the cat's head gently, wanting him to know how much I care. Is he? He's gone. TJ sobs against me, but I only hug him tighter. Why did you do that? He reaches out to my left and I look, seeing the paper and the lake. I'm not sure which he's talking about, me showing Flynn the paper or killing him. I don't know, so I don't answer. Instead, I hug him even tighter, whispering in his ear. It'll be just like last time. We won't tell anyone. Our secret. Something turns ominous in the air. That horrible tension I'd felt dissipate when we opened the letter returns. This town needs secrets. We'll tell them he tried to kill us. We had to protect ourselves. TJ leans tiredly against me, his arms limp. We're gonna be okay, just like last time. We can forget. TJ doesn't respond. So look out of the lake and get a shock as I see Flynn floating there, close to the shore, his face down, back just barely touching the surface. For a moment I wonder if it's not too late, if there's still enough life in him to be revived. But that same feeling holds me back, and I cling to TJ instead. We're gonna be okay. We were manipulated. We keep moving in circles. That voice comes to the surface for a moment, for the first time sounding stunned. I return to focusing on the Lynx, the whole reason why I did any of this in the first place. Whatever happens, I'm going to protect him from all the shitty people in the world that want to hurt him. By the time we get to our feet, it's dark, and I have to help the Lynx along through the sagebrush. He's quiet, robotic, like it was the first time this happened. I help him into my car, and I get into the driver's seat, quietly pulling out of the parking lot and leaving Flynn's empty truck behind. Watch it disappear in my rearview mirror, sitting alone under the yellow parking lot light. As we drive along on the road, the Lynx stares out of the window. I can still feel the tension in my arms and legs, making it difficult to keep the wheel steady. My heavy, wet clothes stick to the seat. Finally, we get to the freeway, and I look back again. Echo just a series of tiny lights, insignificant on the desert landscape. It seems absurd that the place where all that horror happened. Where all that horror still is. Chase? I snap out of my daydream, looking over at the Lynx, his eyes glowing gently in the fading light. After we're done with wherever we're going. The police station? Yeah. Can you give me a ride back to CCU? I missed my bus. TJ smiles sheepishly. I blink, wondering what to say. Does he not realize? Then I realize what he's doing. What's happening? Just like last time. clear my throat. Oh, yeah, definitely, I'll give you a ride for sure. Thanks, Chase. TJ smiles at me and then goes back to looking out the window. I wonder if he'll forget what happened. Like what happened with Sydney. Hope that I can. We drive off into the dark deserts toward the soft glow of Peyton in the distance. Four years later. No, don't tell me we're going back. Who's Devin?
Seriously, this is gonna be such a good fucking time. You'll be glad you came.
What? The big grizzly bear nudges the coyote playfully, almost knocking the canine into the passenger window. Ow! Keep your paws on the wheel, or your paw, at least. Cameron eyes the giant half-eaten burger in the bear's equally giant paw, and Dev's other paw casually steers the wheel, elbow resting out through the open window. The bear looks happier than he's been in a while, somehow grinning as he chews. Coyote sighs and stares at his own window, watching the desert landscape fly by. There's nothing like this in his hometown, and he found himself wishing he was back amongst the pine forests. Something he'd be wishing since he moved to Pueblo for school. Technically, this was his natural habitat, but he found the whole place depressing somehow. Empty and dry and rough. What you pouting for? I'm not pouting.
Yeah, you are.
Cameron sighs, deciding to change the subject. So why couldn't Larry go again?
I don't know. Said something about his car breaking down. Think he just flaked, though.
Aren't there other haunted places in Pueblo that we could have gone to, like by the school? The bear shakes his head, letting go of the wheel to crumple up the foil that had packaged his sandwich, tossing it into the back.
Not like Echo, dude. This place is the most haunted town in the entire fucking world.
Cameron sighs once again, and suddenly grasps at his seat as the car swerves and turns hard onto a smaller road, heading towards Big Blue Lake. What the fuck?
Oops, sorry, almost missed the turn. Gotta hit Lake Emma before the actual town.
The road quickly ends in a small parking lot, empty and cracked. Why?
Because a lot of shit happened here.
The grizzly hops out of the car, making the entire thing tilt sideways as he squeezes his bulk out before reaching back for the camera bag. Coyote allows himself one last frustrated sigh before he gets out as well. The bear waits for him, reaching out a large, padded paw. Cameron takes it and is immediately drawn into a tight embrace and a kiss. Coyote tenses up for a moment and waits until Devin releases him. Can you not do that right after you eat a big, greasy hamburger? Cameron makes a show of wiping his lips. Devin rolls his eyes.
No pleasing you, is there?
Nevertheless, the grizzly holds out his paw again and Cameron takes it, the two of them walking towards the faint trail. Not a pleasant walk. The trail almost obscured by sagebrush and dry vegetation. Once they reach the edge of the lake, Devin has to help the coyote down the rough, rocky terrain. The coyote feels like a child as Devin lifts him down off the boulders onto the brush, the bear's free tree trunk. Okay, biceps bulging as he does. Okay. They stand there for a moment, taking in the scenery, then Devin leans over to set the camera bag down. Cameron stands there, looking around at the very unphotogenic lake. So, what exactly happened here that you're so interested in? Devin takes off his backwards baseball cap for a moment to smooth his head fur down. He puts it back on and bends over again to take out a camera.
Some people say the lake is haunted, too. Some guy got killed here in 2015, according to a few articles I read.
Wonderful.
That was self-defense, though.
Oh, so they got away with it. Was that during the whole hysteria thing, or whatever? Devin pans the camera across the length of the lake before stopping on Cameron. Cody frowns at being filmed.
Oh, that was 2017.
What? Wait a minute.
What? The bear pans the camera the other way now, and Cameron feels himself getting sweaty under his shirt already. Some coyote he was.
It's so hot here. Once we set ourselves up in a motel, we'll have some shade. It's still open. Nothing's open. Everything's abandoned now.
We're gonna get arrested for trespassing. The bear finally turns off the camera, leaning over to shove it in his bag.
The cops never come down here. It's too out of the way.
Anything for the views, right?
Hey, my subscribers are gonna love this shit. Now come on, let's get back to the car.
Are you fucking taking the piss? Alright. Okay. The bear turns and starts scrambling up the rocky boulders, Cameron waiting as he does. That's when the coyote turns around to glance back at the lake one last time, and a lizard lays in the shallows, splayed out, staring at the sky. But he's not staring because his eyes are gone. What? He's not staring because his eyes are gone? Half of his muzzle missing? Fuck! Cameron jumps back, tripping over the rocks and landing against the sharp edges. Ow. Coyote hisses in pain. The bear spurs him on, trying to scramble up the rocks after Devin. The bear's already turned around, though, reaching around down to pull Cameron up.
Shit, you alright? What happened?
As Cameron clings to the large bear, he looks back, but nothing's there. I don't know. I saw... Devin looks in the same direction, squinting. Cameron stares a while longer, then turns back and shakes his head against Dev's chest. When Cameron looks back up at the bear, he's grinning, though.
Holy shit, did you see a ghost?
The coyote scowls.
What? No, I thought I saw something. It was the reflections in the water or something.
The bear gives him a knowing smile.
What?
You're gonna be a believer by the end of all this. I know it.
The grizzly hugs him tightly as Cameron frowns, still looking back at the shallows. It had been so real. But before he can even really collect himself, Devin is pulling him along back to the car. Wait a minute. Is that it? What?